Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for the 2-minute delay there, but I had a couple of things that I had to finish before I could get this started. I hope everybody is having a good day. Last night was crazy. We went 13 and a half hours on our podcast last night. Give me 1 second. I need to shut some people out. Well, some four-legged people. There we go. My four-legged friends are being extremely noisy today. No, if you're going to start barking, you get out. Only telling you once. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we had a 13 and a half hour podcast yesterday. Those of you that joined us, I appreciate all of you that came in. We had lots of information, lots of great conversation, great interview with Dave. Done by Rob Cunningham over there on X Spaces, I guess it's called. I don't know too much about it because I'm not allowed on Twitter, so it kind of gets to be a bit of a pain in the wahoo when people send me links, and I can pull up regular posts. But if it's got video or anything like that attached to it, or I have to go to a different part of Twitter in order to view it, then I'm not allowed to get there. So that kind of ticks me off. But eventually one day I'll get another Twitter done up so that I can participate in the craziness that's going on over there. It's great to see everybody both on Facebook and on Twitter. We have right now, we have 3 over on the Facebook side with 74 over here on the YouTube side. Folks that are on the Facebook side, if you really want to join into the conversation, let me tell you, the chat is constantly rolling here on YouTube. Just look up Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22 and join the foray, because, it's here, I'll put that up on the screen. The chat family that's over here, everybody's very friendly. Everybody likes to listen to other people's opinions and give their own at the same time. Nobody forces anybody to think any particular way, which is cool. All we do is present the information that all these guys put together, and it's up to the rest of the people in order to discern what is truth and what is not. Do a little bit of research and back up what they're saying, have some receipts, and be able to have conversations with your family, your friends, and so on and so forth, and be able to move forward in a relationship that may have been damaged because the truths just weren't available a year ago, or 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or even 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years, 7 years ago. My objective here on YouTube is to bring back all of those who have been booted from YouTube and banned for life, and bring their podcasts back to all of you in one place where you can sit down, you can have a chat with friendly people, be able to talk about the information that you have, and again, find some discernment and be able to but this is our battlefield. Dave and I had an extensive conversation in regards to this last night. Q told us not to leave the battlefield. It's okay to have an outside source or outside platform in which to do your headbutting and your sharing of information between each other and things like that. But get back on the battlefield, bring that information back to the battlefield where it belongs, so that new people can find, just little things in order to spur them into beginning their own research journey. Mainstream media has done everything that they can to dumb the American people down, as well as our education system, our medical industry, our political industry. And that's what it is. It's a political industry. It is not politics as usual, like we saw in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. There is such an economic development that has gone on within Congress and the Senate, and that entire establishment, is only there for money. And that's all it boils down to. They've been robbing us blind, robbing, they are the robber barons of old. Okay. And what I mean by that is, Robin Hood, the story that we hear, rob from the rich and give to the poor. The robber barons were the exact opposite: rob from the poor and continue to get rich. And that's what they're still doing today. I mean, they just gave themselves a raise 2 weeks ago. Why should you give yourselves a raise when you do nothing? You do absolutely nothing for the American people. The only thing that you're doing things for is the corporation in which you funnel the money right back into your own bank accounts. You should all be in prison. And one day we will see that happen. And I will be glad to have been a part of the message being spread all across this nation, all across the world, because it's not just happening in our own country, it's happening everywhere. Every country has had this central bank system forced upon it, and if they didn't take the central bank, then what happened? Then they sent the US Army into those countries to destroy their economy, steal all their riches and wealth, okay, and then turned around and forced the central bank into those countries, okay. This has happened repeatedly, through the last 70, 80, actually probably more than 100 years. This has gone on. It's time to bring this to an end. And the only way that we can do that is by sharing information with each other. Now, the benefit of Hawk's Mustard Seeds is the fact that you can come and see all your favorite podcasts at one location. Okay. And I will bring stuff to you that other people are afraid to bring you. Okay. Prime example of that. Now, I'm not going to call Nino Rodriguez a coward, because he's not. The man is a fighter. Okay. He stands in the ring, goes toe to toe, face to face with people. But when it comes to releasing serious information that could be detrimental to the American public, he goes behind a paywall. Well, guess what? I have an account there. I will go to that paywall and I will bring that information out here onto YouTube where it needs to be, so that everybody can see it. Where you can send a link to your friends and say, you need to watch this video and you need to start learning. You need to start getting information that is correct, that's honest, that's true, that comes because our faith in God has kept us here. Okay. Our faith in the Lord has kept this channel going. I don't know how we are still on 22 and not had to move on to 23, 24, and 25. Okay. I don't know how, but I do know that it's only through God's influence that this channel is still active today. Okay. And all of you that come here, I am blessed every single day because God tunes you in. God tuned you in. You started listening. You started spreading the message. You started bringing your friends. You started bringing your family, and you have affected change in many people's lives. So it's not just me doing the footwork here. Okay. It's each and every one of you that participates, that supports, that gives, that, that prays for each other. That right there is the biggest thing. Praying for people is the biggest thing that we can possibly do. Okay. Because our prayers, where two or more are gathered in my name, I will be amongst you. Okay. And let me tell you, when you got 100 or more people that are praying all at the same time, something is going to effectively change in the person that we're praying for's life. And we just got to keep doing it. We got to keep doing it over and over and over again. And we will keep going. We will keep going. We will keep pushing. We will keep moving forward, because nothing can stop this. Nothing. It's when we look at the Q board and we understand the messages that Q left for us, the questions that Q asked and said, hey, what do you think about this? And then all of a sudden you research this and you find out a whole string of things that you never knew about. You begin to understand how the wealth has been transferred from every American into these people's pockets. And all of a sudden, it makes you think, what else are they lying to me about? What else have they been hiding from me? What else are they trying to conceal? And how much time in prison can each of them get for this? How many acts of treason have been affected upon and foisted upon the American people? Okay, and then we can turn around and we can take that same perspective and say same thing about people in Canada, the same thing about people in Mexico, Great Britain, the UK, Ireland, everywhere around the world. This has been going on, and our effectiveness and our truth seeking and our sharing of the word is what is going to bring it all to an end. With that, hello, welcome every single one of you that is with us right now. We have 115 people with us, and we are going to get ready to jump into our first video. I ended the night last night. Like I said, we went 13 and a half hours last night. We ended at 3:30 this morning. Okay. The one video I did not get to play from yesterday was the SGT report. The mathematical end of the empire and that's where we're going to start today. That's where we're going to kick off and really get this thing going again today. We have so many things planned to show you today. So many different podcasters that we're going to bring back to you that have been banned from YouTube, and we're going to continue to bring it back and affect change the best way that we know how, spreading the truth. And that's where we need to be right now. So let's get this ball rolling and get this first video up. It helps if I click present before I go ahead and start hitting play. And here we go.
The programs they're putting in place are not for your benefit. They're for your destruction. Financially, the U.S. is a banana republic, and morally, judicially, the United States is a banana republic. I mean, we've arrived.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report. Thank you so much for tuning in. That, of course, was Bill Holter, and he's talking about the mathematical end of empire. Friends, do you realize by 2026, we're going to be $41 trillion in debt with a debt service of at least $1.64 trillion per year? This is the end of empire. Thanks for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about a very important sponsor. Excess belly fat has been deemed the most dangerous fat of them all, as it's linked to so many health issues. This is because excess belly fat grows deep in the abdominal cavity and puts pressure on some of the body's most vital organs. That's one of the reasons why me, along with so many other people, are turning to this amazing new product, which is thoughtfully formulated with science-backed ingredients that promote reduced fat storage, support weight management, reduce cravings, and boost your metabolism. It'll give your body the nutrients it needs to help supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part is, you'll get 51% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out. You'll also get a 60-day satisfaction guarantee and free shipping, plus other free gifts. Get yours right now by going to trimwithsgt.com. That's trimwithsgt.com. The link is below. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGTreport.com, thephaser.com, and the Liberty Mill. Friends, I have Bill Holter back on the line, and today we're going to break down the bogus BLS. We're going to talk about the LBMA. Is it out of silver? That very well may be the case. We'll talk about the mathematical end of empire, and I'll share my Bitcoin epiphany. And by the way, that family friend who just passed away the other night, if there was an autopsy and I was a betting man, I would bet a year's salary that the vaccine, the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine, took our friend's life while he slept. And I'm fit to be tied. Bill Holter's back. Bill, all this government and corporations do, and the mainstream whore mockingbird media, all they do is gaslight the American people. The economy's great, Bidenomics is working, the border's safe and secure, and the vaccine is safe and effective. How are you? Welcome back.
Good. Thanks for having me back, Sean.
We're all fed up. How fed up are you, my friend? We're going to break down this bogus BLS report in about a minute and a half. But where would you like to begin today?
Well, I would say, had been fed up for quite a while. You mentioned gaslighting, and yeah, that's absolutely what they're doing on all fronts. And they're able to gaslight because the average person is not really curious. I'm going to say The number is probably bigger now. I used to say 15%, maybe 20%. Now I think there's 25, 30% of the population knows that there's something wrong, but a lot of them don't know what it is. And I mean, it's obviously expanded over the last 2, 3, 4 years. Um, I mean, the problem is the sources that people get their news from. And I actually heard this for the first time uh, on news today, that it all depends on the algorithm to your news source as to what you're getting for news. And obviously, uh, I mean, just pick one topic. And I guess we could talk about vaccines because you've already been kicked off of everywhere you could be kicked off of. The vaccines, it depends on where you get your news source. I mean, there's still probably 30, 40% of the country that believe, or I should say want to believe, that the vaccines are safe and effective. I've come across recently a lot of people that have been vaccinated and they know they got duped. So slowly but surely, true information is dripping out and people are starting to pick it up. But it's been way slower. It's been much slower than what I thought the pickup of truth would be. I guess I gave the public too much credit as for being curious or digging, looking for truth. So yeah, Sean, I agree with you. I'm pretty fed up because pretty much anything and everything you see or hear on mainstream news is bogus. But I will add that the fact that everything's bogus is if you're awake, if you are a digger for truth, that's actually helpful because pretty much anything that you hear in mainstream news, is not true, and you can scratch that off the list as a possibility or probability.
Well, it's literal gaslighting every single day on the NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Same thing at CNN, same thing at MSNBC, same thing from the Washington Post, and yes, Fox News. I mean, it's just,
right.
It's a bridge too far. And look, that family friend who passed away in his sleep, my heart breaks. I cried for him yesterday because he died alone in a big, beautiful house he just built. He just built his dream house. And he equipped it with bunks for grandkids. I mean, he had future plans. He had no expectation of dying. Now, I wasn't able to reach him soon enough to help educate him about the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. So he took something that he thought was good for his health, and he died while he slept, Bill. And I think it's murder. I tweeted about this. I said, God damn you, Albert Bourla and Pfizer and everybody at the FDA. You're guilty of murder because you knew they all had the data. Do you know that according to Dr. James Thorpe, who I just had on recently, something like 2,000 people died in the trials? They had the data, they buried the data, and they're murdering people, Bill.
Yeah, and interesting that Albert Bourla himself is not vaccinated and got caught in Europe somewhere with a fake vaccine card.
Meanwhile, you have people like Edward Dowd writing books about all of those who've died suddenly. And the mainstream horror media, these CIA mockingbirds, will not cover it. They will not share the real data with the people. It's a lot like the election. The safest and most secure election in American history, 2020, that gave us 81 million votes, and Joseph Robinette Biden, who is a treacherous traitor.
Yeah, I mean, that's just another example. I mean, there's example after example. I mean, pretty much anything that you look at, you're being lied to. And I've got to say, I thank God for, I mean, one of my God-given gifts has been having a good nose for sniffing out bullshit. So, we talked, Sean, you and I talked, I'm going to say it was 6 years ago. Yeah, 2017, 18, something like that. And I talked about, because I really believed that truth bombs were going to come out, and they did. Truth bombs did come out, but it wasn't covered in the news, and pretty much no one cared. But I think things have changed somewhat now because people can feel the bite of inflation. They can, they see their neighbors out of work, or they're out of work. They're seeing friends, relatives, like you just saw, dying, suddenly. I mean, before 2021, there was no such thing as every single day you look in the news and a top echelon athlete just dies on the field or dies in his sleep or whatever. So it's the truth is beginning to come forth more and more.
Yeah, and here's what I find interesting. Never since you and I began talking, never since in American history have we gotten to the point where the divide between black and white is so clear. I'll give you a couple of examples. We have a traitor sitting in the White House, the border's wide open. That's treason as young military-aged men pour over the border. These may as well be UN troops wearing uniforms at this point. It's getting that bad. That's number one. Number two, a bioweapon is out there that they call safe and effective that's killing millions globally. Number three, everything for Israel, nothing for the United States. That's according to Nikki Haley, who says, you know what? If Israel needs something, we should, with no questions asked, give them whatever they want. And so here's what's interesting. You've got Ben Shapiro foaming at the mouth to level Gaza. He owns the Daily Wire. He's a multimillionaire. And one of the reporters, one of the journalists, and I consider her a real journalist that works for him, Candace Owens, well, she's saying exactly what I just said. Fine, Nikki Haley, I nominate you, I endorse you to be the new prime minister or president of Israel. You love Israel so much, why don't you move there? And now Candace Owens probably is going to get fired because she's being a little too truthy for Ben Shapiro. See, I think everybody's waking up, and the divide is now so clear on so many levels, only the sleepiest NPCs could remain asleep, Bill.
Right. And I mean, there's way more divides. And I've talked about this. I wrote an article probably 2 or 3 months back that the strategy has always been divide and conquer. I mean, that's the easiest way to conquer an opponent, is to divide them, get them to fight amongst themselves. And you mentioned a couple, 2 or 3 right there. How about Ukraine, Russia? How about racial, black, white, Hispanic? How about gender stuff? I mean, there's all kinds of divides. And, I see people taking sides on the Israel Hamas situation. And I mean, I can see both sides, but I can see that both sides both sides have slaughtered innocents, and that's who I feel for, are the innocents. And when I wrote the article, I said it's best not to take sides and understand that we are being divided, we are being conquered. This is just one more. Every time you put a slice in a pie, you're cutting it in half. So, there's probably 24 or more slices to the pie where there's a left, right, and there's another one right there. Left, right, conservative, liberal. I mean, there's so many slices in the pie. The chances of you coming across someone that believes and comes down to that one, that one small area where you are mentally, the chances of coming across somebody who thinks like you do on each one of these issues is very, very slim. So what I'm getting at is they've divided the population. They want us to fight, and they want us to completely ignore reality. And I mean, that is without a doubt a strategy.
I think that's very well said. They want us to ignore reality and the consequences of reality. See, you can stick your head in the ground like an ostrich, okay, and ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of reality. As these criminals take us to the brink of World War III and they bankrupt the Treasury. Hey, let me just show you something. Let's break down this bogus BLS report. I played a clip of this from Chris Martenson in my last interview, and I want to break this down just a little bit further today, because the reaction from Wall Street was to send stocks through the roof based on this absolutely bogus BLS report. Let's listen to Chris Martenson. And Bill, I want you to weigh in at any time. I'm happy to pause this as we go.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. Chris Martenson of Peak Prosperity here with you. We got to talk about the inflation lies that just came out today. Let's go there real quick. The BLS, they really put the BS in the BLS. They have been, again, caught making egregious lies. And I just think you need to know about them because I'm tired of being gaslit. I'm sure you are too. So let's go there. This is the headline that we saw here. Happy times. The CPI, the inflation measure, that's what the consumer price index is. The CPI came in lower than expected, including the core measure rises at slowest pace in 2 years. Sounds good, right? Not so fast. But before we get there, of course, this was a massive explosion in stock prices. Look at how they're just up huge, right? Immediate explosion. And by the way, the whole world was really happy about the US inflation print. That's why this BLS number matters so much. It's used to drive markets. It's used to shape narratives. It's used to shape expectations. But look at this. The Dow Jones is up. The S&P 500 is up. The Japanese stock market's up. European stocks are up. The German stocks are up. Everybody's happy.
Everybody's happy. All right, we're going to keep playing this, but here's the thing, Bill. All markets are manipulated, as we've discussed so many times before, including, of course, the precious metals markets most of all. But this is blatant market manipulation because, as Chris goes on to show, all of these numbers are just bold-faced lies.
You know who else is happy? Bonds, stocks and bonds. Bonds are up huge. Wow. This is a really important number. It drives massive amounts of behaviors and huge amounts of investment. So do we have this number right? The answer is no. So let's go there real quick. Here we're going to expose the lies. Here's how the
Real quick, a slow country. Remember that conversation we just had on the phone before I started the podcast? And we were talking about this very thing. Remember what I said to you? I told you this is what's happening. And I didn't watch this before I talked to you.
CPI is put together. You got to get a little wonky about this, but the devil is in the details and it's good to know. Okay. So first up, what do we have here? We have table 1. This is consumer price index for all urban consumers, and it's broken up into a variety of things. So
Bill, let's jump forward to the real problem with this report, because as I noted in my tweet, in our inverted fallen world, all they do is lie and then celebrate those lies.
Just on this item alone here, we noticed that they're saying here that food was up 3.2% year over year. You know what? Editorially, if that were true, that means a $200 grocery bill last year would be $206.60 this year. Yeah, right. Everybody who's been to the grocery store knows this is an obvious and provable lie within your own life. You know that. We already know that. So that just right there, we're all done. But carrying on, we see that these things add up to this 100. So when you add 79.4 and 7.185 and 13.37, that adds up to 100. And within this, they say, well, food was up 3.3, energy was down 4.5%, everything else was up just 4%.
Wait a minute. Energy was down how? Bill, honestly, for those of us who have homes and pay our bills and go to the grocery store to buy food, everything he said is so provably false, but then it gets better. He goes on to explain that these nutcases arrive at this number that inflation is back down because your health insurance costs went down 34% last year. What?
Okay, gonna pause it again. This is the prime reason that I'm running a generator out here, okay, is what he just said. They're talking about how energy went down 4%. That is 100% inaccurate. There is a guy sitting in chat right now, Stephen Gomez. Okay, Steve, you can go ahead and pipe in when I say this. Steve worked for me off and on out here for about 4.5 years, okay? And he's seen my electric bills when they came in. Now, when we had 2 greenhouses or 3 greenhouses operating, we were paying approximately $2,200 a month. Okay. When we had all 5 greenhouses operating, plus all 3 buildings here, okay, our electric bill was anywhere between $3,800 to $4,500 a month. Okay. The same month that Steve stopped working for me, my electric bill went from $4,500 a month to $12,000 a month. I have the receipts right here on my desk that I could prove it to you guys. Okay. So they can't say that the government cannot say, and especially Bidenomics can't say, okay, that they are in any way saving the American people any money where it is concerned on energy, okay, because of the fact that I saw a 400, or is it 400 or is it 4,000% increase in my electric bill, okay? And at the time that my electric went up, I only had 3 greenhouses operating, which should have been a $2,500 a month bill, okay? And it was instead $12,685 to run 3 greenhouses that the lights were only on for 12 hours a day, okay? And the pumps and everything else, okay? Now, I can understand the cost of during the winter time, okay, because Steve is the one who helped put them in, okay? He helped put the ground pumps in here, okay, and we wired them in, okay? And our electric went up about 600 to 800, sometimes $1,000 a month during the winter months in order to pump all the water out here so that we don't flood, okay? But it's, yeah, so guys, don't think that when they're talking about these numbers and they're saying they're not, that the government's not telling us the truth, okay? Understand that the lie that is being told by the government is 4,000 times higher than even what these guys are letting on to, okay? I mean, these guys they're being honest. They're putting facts out there. Okay. But understand 4,000, 4,000, or 400 times the amount of 400% increase. Okay. That is ridiculous. Okay. That's why I'm running on a generator. Okay. It's and like Steve just told you, he was like, he was out here. He saw it. He saw the monthly bills come in. Okay. There were times if the bill was too high, that man came out here and worked and didn't take home any money. Okay. Because he wanted to see the farm succeed. Okay. That was more important to him than how much he was taking home, but there's always comes that time where you got to have money coming home. Okay. But, it's you got a witness right there sitting amongst you right now that you can ask questions to about this farm and he can tell you. Okay. And, so that's why I have to run a generator. Okay. That's why I'm constantly putting up on there. Listen, if you want me to keep doing podcasts, then I need people to donate in order to constantly be able to provide fuel for that generator. Because this little farm is not working anymore. Okay. We were shut down at the beginning of the COVID. So we've been basically shut down for almost 4 years. Okay. We went from making a minimum of $44,000 a month, okay, to making zero. Okay. And that's not an effective change. Okay. It's not an effective change. Okay. So understand when these guys are talking about the government is lying to you in regards to everything economically, everything financially, you are hearing an absolute truth. Okay. Because I'm living it. Okay. Literally living it beyond my, beyond anything that people can imagine. Okay. So, all right, let's get back into this. I'm sorry I went on that rant, but I needed you guys to understand, okay, that, that's the reason that the farm is no longer making an income. Okay. Because in order to fire up that means that in order to fire up just one greenhouse, okay, that's a minimum of $2,500 to $3,500 a month just to run one greenhouse and maybe one of the buildings. Okay, that's ridiculous. It's 100% ridiculous. So, all right, back to it. Sorry.
That is a bold-faced, insane lie. I mean, my God, how stupid do they think we are?
yeah, anybody watching this can look at what their cost of healthcare of health insurance has been over the last year. And I don't think anybody's had a decrease. And I think that probably the smallest increase is 5 or 10%. And the average has got to be probably 20% or more. So, I mean, that 34 decline of 34% is complete bullshit. Just to illustrate, you're talking about bogus gaslighting numbers. If you and you and I have talked about this many times in the past. Just look at the unemployment report. They're saying unemployment is like a ridiculously low number. If you've got 330 million people in the country and there's over, what's the number now? 110, 120 million people don't work. I mean, they've changed completely the way they arrive at these numbers. There's absolutely no way unemployment is under 10, 12, 15%. I think John Williams calculates it now. He was at 17, and I think it's over 20% now. And that makes sense. Think about how many people that are on food stamps or what have you. They're not even considered. They're not considered unemployed because they're not looking for a job. If you're not looking for a job, you're not unemployed. People are taking handouts from the Treasury. So why would you work? I mean, I've seen many instances where the amount of support, government support, is more than someone would get if they worked.
Well, Bill, that's certainly true as it pertains to the illegals coming across, some of whom are reportedly being paid $2,200 a month to just chill out and wait for orders from headquarters, which I fear might be orders from the United Nations. And I'm not making that up. I think some of these men coming across are UN troops, and they're just waiting for their orders from headquarters. So meanwhile, they get paid by Uncle Joe, by the Biden administration. Bidenomics is working if you're an illegal, Bill.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think where you'll see that happen are going to be in the cities. I mean, you're not going to see that initially rurally. And if it does become rural, they're going to have a problem because there's, I think, what was the number? The gun numbers came out, the amount of guns in the United States. I mean, there's more guns in the United States than there are in the rest of the world.
Well, that's right. We've got our Second Amendment, which gives us a chance at survival against this new world order. I do think we're winning the argument. We're winning the war for hearts and minds in the town square, as we've talked about so many times before. I mean, think about it. Think about the people on our side, the truth tellers. We don't have to go through the litany of the names, but compare and contrast those people, the shows you like, the podcasts you seek out, folks, the personalities in the alternative news media, the ones that don't get a fair shake and can't be on the platforms like YouTube. Compare and contrast those personalities, those people, what they say, where their hearts and minds lie. Compare and contrast them to Klaus Schwab, to Bill Gates, to the Rockefellers, to Sleepy Joe Biden, who takes bribes from nation states, whose family is completely corrupt. Compare and contrast these New World Order sellouts to anybody that provides the real news and information to the people, Bill. It's just such a clear choice, right? So I think if there's good news, it's that these people are behaving more and more authoritarian every single day, more and more tyrannical, and it's just serving to wake up more and more people.
Yeah, I agree with that because they're getting more and more blatant. They're getting more and more obvious. And you can have a lesser and lesser intelligence level to understand that it's bullshit, to understand that the programs they're putting in place are not for your benefit, they're for your destruction.
100% right. And I want to do a screen share here. We'll talk about the mathematical end of empire. You and I have talked about it in the past. But before I click on this, U.S. national debt clock in real time, look at this fourth item down. 41 trillion in debt by 2026. Guys, this is an exponential collapse of the US dollar and empire. It's baked in the cake. It's mathematical. You can't get around it. You can't get around the math, Bill. $33.7 trillion in debt, and we're on track to hit 41 trillion by 2026. This is a Ponzi scheme. It's the very definition of a Ponzi scheme. And later on, I will share my new Bitcoin epiphany with folks. But this is a Ponzi scheme that can't be tapered, Bill.
Yeah, and this is something that when I first started interviewing with you, Sean, back in 2014, 15, and interest rates they weren't zeroed out at that point, but they were very, very low on their way towards zero. I've said all along that mathematically this thing is going to implode. And that's one of the reasons why, is that I knew that once we had any type of normalized interest rates, the debt service, which had ranged between 350 billion to 450 billion, maybe as high as 500 billion from the 1980s all the way, into the up until what, 3 years ago. I knew it had to break out to the upside, and now the real math is coming out because they piled on more and more debt while they were lowering interest rates. So the debt service was never a threat. Now it's an absolute threat. And Sean, what you just showed there, 41 trillion by 2026, let's just assume 5% interest rates. Now, instead of $1 trillion in debt service, it's $2 trillion in debt service. So, and that's only assuming 5% interest rates. And the U.S. Treasury just got downgraded. The debt got downgraded by Moody's, which was way long overdue. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because there's really no risk premium to buy a Treasury. There's no risk premium. So you get a 10-year Treasury at 4.5%. Inflation's running higher than 4.5%. So you got to have rocks in your head to lock money in for 10 years or 20 years or 30 years or for any length of time other than short, very short-term money just for safekeeping. You're locking money in at lower interest rates than what inflation is. You're going to get back less money or less buying power than what you started with. And it's just going to get worse and worse because the debt's going to increase. And at some point in time, there is going to be a risk premium on U.S. Treasuries. And, the typical risk premium over the years has been 2 to 3%. So take the inflation rate and add 2 to 3%, and that's where you could see interest rates go. And of course, while this thing is imploding, then it could completely unravel, and you could see interest rates we could look like Venezuela or Argentina or any known banana republic, because the bottom line is financially the U.S. is a banana republic, and morally, judicially, the United States is a banana republic. We've arrived.
Guys, please pardon the brief interruption and a quick word about a sponsor. Dark clouds are gathering. Currencies like the Turkish lira are crumbling. Fear and uncertainty are here. The Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan, the U.S. national debt, it's endless. Yet one asset stands firm: gold. In crisis after crisis, gold is there. Its enduring value guards against loss, like a missile shield against incoming weapons. While paper wealth burns, gold exists and persists. Noble Gold can help you shield your wealth against these looming threats. War, recession, contagion. Take control amidst the chaos. Get your hands on gold now before it's out of reach. Right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with every new IRA. Claim your free coin today to secure your financial future as the storm clouds gather. Always do your own due diligence because there are no guarantees in this world, but secure your future against disaster. Open a Noble Gold Investments IRA today and claim your free bullion coin right now. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com, or better yet, call for their expert advice at 877-646-5347 and tell them SGT Report sent you. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
Financially, the U.S. is a banana republic, and morally, judicially, the United States is a banana republic. We've arrived.
Couldn't agree more. I keep saying that. It is a banana republic, and Banana Joe has done more to destroy this country. And by the way, Obama behind him, of course, but they've done more to destroy this country in 3 years than could have ever really been imagined. Like, I knew this was coming. I just didn't know they would be so good at destroying everything so quickly.
And blatant about it.
and blatant about it. So I just want to go back to the U.S. national debt clock and share my Bitcoin epiphany. Here's the thing, guys. Our money is already digital. There are no cash reserves in the banks. Zero, nada, zilch. The Fed creates dollars digitally with the push of a button, and the supply of dollars, therefore, is unlimited. So for those who hate the idea of Bitcoin, okay, you don't have to believe it's digital gold. You don't have to believe it's going to usurp gold. You don't have to believe it's going to exceed the value of gold and make gold worth. You don't have to believe any of that. The only point I want to make regarding Bitcoin here is consider this. It's a place to put your digital dollars so they can no longer be inflated away. What you're seeing here is unlimited dollars, digitally printed, digitally created by the US Federal Reserve. So if you take your digital dollars and you buy Bitcoin, at least you are buying inflation shelter. You're finding an inflation shelter. You're buying dollar insurance. You're buying a put against the Federal Reserve. Because at least when you own Bitcoin, it's capped. There will only ever be 21 million of them as we hurtle towards $41 trillion in digital dollars by 2026. So that's the point I wanted to make. It's my new Bitcoin epiphany. You don't have to believe anything about Bitcoin other than to believe it is a shelter against what we were just looking at, Bill.
You know, I've not been a big fan of
Bitcoin.
cryptocurrencies.
You and Peter Schiff, I know.
Bitcoin. I mean, any of the digital currencies, and the reason being, in a system down scenario, first off, do you really believe a farmer is going to take a fraction of a Bitcoin for eggs or chickens or pigs or what have you? And in a system down scenario, are we even going to have electricity? Is there going to be an internet? All I could say is, when this thing goes down, and if it goes the way I believe it will, and we end up for a spell, how long I don't know, but if we end up in a Mad Max scenario, and by the way, I had dinner with a ex-Marine state trooper last night, and we were talking about this, and he started laughing. He's like, this thing goes down. He goes, none of us are going to be working. He goes, everybody's going to be home protecting their own family. So everything's going to stop. And I do not see the utility of a digital currency when the system's down. The only thing I see of value is something that is a money that can't bankrupt. That's gold and silver. They cannot default, and it's in hand, and you're trading something real for something real. So I hear what you're saying, Sean, but I'm still not sold on cryptocurrencies.
Oh, and that's fine. I'm not proselytizing to you. I'm just sharing with the audience. By the way, the utility of protecting your digital dollars in Bitcoin. Here's an example of a system down. This is Argentina, the Argentine peso. Well, look at this. Here's the Bitcoin all-time high in dollars, 68, 69,000. Here it is priced in Argentine pesos. Want to see another system down example? How about this?
But Sean, that's not system down.
Well, it is if you live in Turkey.
System down.
It is if you live in Turkey, and it is if you live in Argentina. It's a Mad Max scenario in which Bitcoin is providing shelter from the inflation. That's all I'm saying. In the environment you're describing, we're all Mad Max. The farmer's not going to take your wheelbarrow of dollars at that point either, Bill.
That's correct. Dollars will have no value whatsoever. Understand that Turkey does not issue the world's reserve currency, neither does Argentina. The U.S. issues the world's reserve currency. So when the U.S. goes down, pretty much everything goes down. And then you have to question, will utilities be creating electricity? Will you be able to get clean water? Will they hit the internet cutoff switch? Will there be an internet that's up and running? You're using peripheries as examples in their own currency versus U.S. dollars. What are you going to compare U.S. dollars to? And my thought process is, when all is said and done, you're going to compare U.S. dollars to gold and to silver.
Yeah,
because we've had it backwards for all these years, because they've tried to steer people away from. Yeah, exactly. Demonetize it, steer people away from real money, the competition.
Yeah, I would add gold, silver, and Bitcoin just as a hedge. I've been saying this since 2015 when Bitcoin was at $355. I said, why not dip your foot into the pool, guys, as a hedge? Even if you don't like Bitcoin, imagine how much more silver you might be able to buy in the future if Bitcoin returns to its all-time high. That's what I said in 2015. Not only did it go back to its all-time high, it went to 68, 69,000. And now it looks like BlackRock's ETF is going to get approval along with so many other spot Bitcoin ETFs, which then will create the demand from the family offices and the corporations, et cetera, to put it on their balance sheets. I'm not proselytizing, guys. I'm just trying to help you all understand that we have to find hedges against what's coming. And I have a lot of silver and I have gold, and we've had these things. Bill and I have talked about this stuff forever. Here's an email that just came out from Bick Swear. The U.S. Mint has stopped selling silver eagles. The CFTC has not released the commitment of traders report. It looks like the LBMA is out of physical silver. See, here's the real story. I agree with you, Bill. You know I do, about gold and silver. But it's been a bitter pill for a very long time, especially for those of us who have owned silver. But let's listen to a snippet from Bix Weir about this latest situation.
And you're hoping that the system stays together as these animals rip it apart. You have to be smart now. Do it. You don't do it for yourself. Do it for your kids, your grandkids, your legacy. So this is me, except I'd have a silver dagger. The silver, first of all, the U.S. Mint. Remember last month I said, hey, Ventures Gibson is turning it around. They're starting to make silver eagles. That ended. Flat ended. They have, we're halfway through the month. They've only made 356,000 silver eagles. It is over. I do not think that people will be able to buy a 2,000, any more silver eagles, 2024s. I believe those will be created as currency for the future, so they're not going to be selling them.
You know, I'll pause it there. I'm going to come back to you, Bill. I want your thoughts on this. You know, Bix is fit to be tied about the American Silver Eagles program because the mandate is, constitutionally speaking, they need to make enough of those coins to meet demand. They don't do it. And I think it's because getting silver, sourcing silver for any reasonable price is getting very, very, very difficult. The COMEX is on fire. And now we're wondering if the LBMA is completely out of the precious metal called silver. And meanwhile, it's trading at 23, 24 bucks an ounce, less than half its 1980 all-time high. It's preposterous. It's absolutely preposterous.
Right. And he's absolutely correct. There is a mandate that they sell whatever amount of eagles there is demand for, and they've not done that for years and years. It is not unusual at all by the middle of November that the Mint stops making eagles. They've done this year after year after year because they're retooling and getting ready for the next year. So, I mean, that is, to me, that's not alarming at all. As a precious metals broker, I expect that. I mean, year after year, they've stopped around November 1st, November 15th. So that's not unusual. The commitment of traders report not coming out, that is highly suspect. They went for, they went for quite a long time without releasing that report, and it's bad faith. And as far as LBMA is concerned, I don't have any way to know, what their actual inventory levels are, and we really don't know what the inventory levels are on the COMEX. But we do know that the amount of, I think the number's over, there's over 2,000% contracts open versus the amount of silver that's deliverable. So, COMEX itself, like you said, it's on fire. It's been on fire, but they continually kick the can. They kick the can down the road by I'm guessing importing metals and from LBMA and other places to make the deliveries that they have. But that date, and I've been on the record for quite a long time, the end of this is a failure to deliver. Whether it be gold or silver, it doesn't matter. I suspect it will be silver first because it's the smallest market. Sean, if any entity today stood up and said, I'm buying 5 billion or 10 billion worth of silver, it's completely game over because that does not exist in a world of trillions.
Do you believe, as I do, that silver in physical form is perhaps the most undervalued, tangible asset on planet Earth? Do you think I overstate it when I say that?
No, not at all. I mean, I stated a little differently. I think silver is the most undervalued asset on the planet, and thus you come to the same conclusion. You're going to have the biggest bang for your buck in silver than in any other asset on the planet. And of course, Sean, I mean, just look at what they're talking about with this green energy. They're going to triple demand by 2030, which is absurd. They're already running a deficit of 200, 300 million plus ounces per year. And now they want to, triple that. So you'd be looking at a deficit by 2030 of close to 1 billion ounces a year. What is that going to do to price? And on top of that, all of these short contracts that do not have silver or gold to deliver, what's going to happen with those? I mean, there's a lot of the buyers on the buy side of those short contracts that truly believe they own silver, and they may own silver for the actual usage of the silver. So what's going to happen there? They're going to have to go out and rebuy what they thought they already had and were defaulted on.
Well, final topic here related to silver, of course, and gold, but Jeff Christian, he just came out and did a video saying that those of us that talk about precious metals manipulation, we're just looking at the data incorrectly. Okay, we're just stupid people who look at the data incorrectly. And, Bixweir again called him out for this, because then Jeff Christian went on to explain that the bullion banks, they're the ones shorting precious metals because nobody else will do it. Nobody else will take the trade at this point to short silver. So it's the bullion banks doing it against their own customers. So if there's 50,000 long contracts, because people are betting on the price that silver will go up in this inflationary, hyperinflationary environment, the bullion banks take the other side of the trade and they go short 50,000 contracts to kneecap it. And Jeff Christian says that's just a free market. Are you kidding me?
Well, Sean, Jeffrey Christian for, 20 years has always thought of himself as the smartest man in the room. And if you disagree with him, he will call you a liar. That's what he did with Gada for years, called them liars. I'm thankful that Jeffrey Christian testified in front of Congress. I think it was 2010, 2011, because he basically admitted that the contracts are naked. I mean, he came right out and admitted that there are naked contracts. So, he basically exposed the Achilles heel, but he's continuing on that road, telling people, well, don't believe your own eyes. You're not thinking right. I know it all. And I, in my opinion, Jeffrey Christian is disingenuous, and I believe he's a paid for shill, in my opinion.
I wouldn't dispute that, and I'd go even further to say that given the work he does and for whom he does that work at CPM Group,
right,
dinner is put on his table by the bankers.
Hey, Sean, he's part of the gaslighting. That's what he is.
That's right. No, I agree with you 100%. No, he gaslights, yeah. And that's why he says he gaslights the American people into never wanting to touch silver because of what they're doing to silver. Right. See, that's the whole operation here, is to keep silver kneecapped so nobody wants it, right? I've talked about this so many times before. And by the way, I just had on David Morgan, who almost lost his life to sepsis, but he survived, thank goodness. And we talked about this too. What happens when price goes up? People chase it. Look at GameStop stock, right, or AMC, these meme stocks. Look at NVIDIA, look at Apple, look at Amazon, etc. When they hit new all-time highs, more people want to buy. So if you keep silver at less than half its all-time high, it's a dead story. Nobody wants to touch this stuff. So I guess their operation is working as they inflate away our dollar and make it worthless.
And Sean, let me explain so people who are watching this, listening to this can understand. They have to kneecap silver because if silver takes off, gold will take off. If gold takes off, that is the direct competitor to fiat currencies. It blows up the gaslit lies. The reason they absolutely have suppressed gold, and I mean going back years and years and years, the reason they do that, and think about this, they have to put in your mind gold bad, dollars good. And why do they have to prove to you that dollars are good? Because they have to borrow in dollars, and you have to believe that you're going to get back something of worth. So, I mean, you could not have gold at $100,000 an ounce, or $1 million an ounce, or even $10,000 an ounce. You could not have gold at any much higher number than it is today without confidence breaking, and the entire system has been run and is running on confidence and confidence alone.
Yeah, it's the great con game. By the way, I did some back of the envelope math. I don't know if I'm right about this, but I think it's probably close. If we consider that 2026 debt target of 41 trillion, just to get back to your point as we part ways, just 4%. Let's say interest rates at that point are 4%. 4% of 41 trillion is $1.64 trillion a year in debt service payments.
Correct.
On the national debt bonds.
Right.
That's where we're headed, Bill.
That's correct.
All
yeah,
right.
We're headed there and beyond.
All right. As we part ways, we'll show Bill's website. Welcome to Bill Holter, billholter.com. What else should people know, Bill?
There is an icon on there if you want to contact me directly. If you can't find it, I think it's scroll down a little bit, but my business email is bholter@hotmail.com.
All right. Very good. bholter@hotmail.com. I'm coming back to you to say our goodbyes, Bill. As always, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Appreciate your time. God bless.
Thank you, Sean. God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much. And friends, thank you so much for tuning in. Truly, as always, I'll remind you every single day for free. We will support you with the real news, the antidote to corporate propaganda and all those mockingbird mainstream media lies. Check us out for free at sgtreport.com. God bless you and yours, friends. Bye-bye.
All right. So that was the SGT report. And that was yesterday's SGT report there. I want to check one thing here. Yep. Okay, cool. So we're going to keep moving along. Right up next, we've got an interview from this morning, Mark Bincham and Captain Seth Keschel with Dave from X22. Here we go.
Let's talk about being prepared. A nationwide blackout could strike sooner than anyone realizes. Given the increased frequency and extreme weather events, natural disasters, a growing risk of war, cyber attacks, terrorist attacks, and more, learning how to survive without the power grid has never been more vital. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, choose a Lightbug. Lightbug is an ultra-bright and portable floodlight designed for life-threatening emergencies. Its compact size allows you to take it with you anywhere. Its solar panel charging ensures it works in virtually any environment, and its power bank allows you to keep all your devices charged, even in the worst conditions. The Lightbug is highly effective for emergency car repairs, fishing, camping, night markets, and more. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that Lightbug is absolutely critical for surviving an extended power outage or blackout. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with many other free bonuses like access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Act now before they sell out by going to lightbug.com and use promo code Black Friday. That's lightbug.com and use promo code Black Friday for 25% off, or click the link in the description. Hi, and welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight. Today we have two returning guests, Mark Fincham and Seth Keschel. Mark is a creator and owner of the Election Fairness Institute. You can go to goefi.org or electionfairnessinstitute.org. We also have Seth Keschel. Seth has been researching the election fraud, and you can find his work on Substack, True Social, Telegram. I'll be putting all the links at the bottom of the video, and I am very happy to have both on the X22 Report Spotlight. I guess we'll start with you, Mark. Mark, welcome to the Spotlight.
Thank you very much, Dave. It's a pleasure to be back. And I want to add that Seth has recently joined our board of directors for the Election Fairness Institute and is providing just an invaluable service to, so far we've got, I think, 50, 60 counties that have been mapped, revealing where the precincts of problem stuff occurs. So we're very excited about that development.
Wow, congratulations, Seth. And Seth, welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight.
Well, it's great to be back on with you, Dave, and as always, to put out great information that's not only relevant but actionable.
Let's just start off with the elections, because we just had the elections, and we saw problems in Arizona, we saw problems in Pennsylvania, we saw problems in Dallas and many other areas. And I guess we'll start with you, Mark. Out in Arizona, what problems did you see? Because I saw Katie Hobbs out there saying we had another incredible election. There was no fraud, there was no problems. But I saw videos and problems of people going to the polls where they were closed at like 4:30 and they couldn't find places to go vote. What did you find?
Well, so I've moved from Maricopa County to Yavapai County, but my phone was blowing up first thing in the morning about just poor execution of what is supposed to be really a flawless election. Now, if we go back to the 2022 election, it's interesting. Her own governor-appointed election investigation commission found, I think, 22 serious problems with the 2022 election. So if that is the gold standard, if that is the best election ever in Arizona, then we are in deep trouble. But some of the stuff that we found in the 2022 election is going to carry through in the future, because it's a program that works for the power brokers that want to try and make sure that we have a simulation of an election as opposed to an actual election. One of those is the identification of pockets of strength for people with conservative values. You no doubt remember the heat map that showed where all of the computer tabulation day of voting problems occurred. I'm sure that you saw that.
Yeah.
Well, when you overlay that onto the registration map for Maricopa County, it's stunning to see how close they are correlated. So we've got that. We've got situations where they ran out of ballots or they didn't staff enough ballots. They had the wrong size ballots. I mean, all of this is memorialized in a recent filing that Carrie Lake brought. It's a new case, actually, that was filed September 14th, I believe, in Maricopa County Superior Court, that chronicles all of the evidence, including the perjury from previous cases by county officials. These are elections officials. And as we look through the requirements of 52 CFR, which is the civil rights code that deals with elections at the federal level, because there were federal office holders that were elected in that election, we see just a treasure trove of election violations. So for the chief elections officer, that would be Katie Hobbs, who was running for governor at the same time she was the chief elections officer. This thing smells like rotten fish on the dock after about 7 days.
You want to say anything, Seth, about what's happening in Arizona? Have you been looking at Arizona?
Yeah, of course. Arizona is ground zero for the national elections crisis. It is becoming easier and easier to rip off elections as Maricopa County grows. Now, Maricopa is more than 3/5 of the vote in the state. And when you combine Maricopa and Pima County, which Pima County is home to the Tucson Metro, that is 7 out of every 9 votes cast are from those 2 counties. So as they grow disparately over the remaining 13 counties, and they flood the voter rolls. The voter roll is the foundation of the fraud. It's exactly the premise of why we have the precinct mapping project, to identify where voter rolls are flooded. They eventually move into automatic voter registration, which the Arizona legislature, with 1-seat majorities in both chambers, repealed this year, which was a major victory on their behalf. Pennsylvania, of course, moved to automatic voter registration because they know they can't hold that state legitimately as they expand so-called access to mail-in ballots. And what we have really going on is 18 states nationally. 18 states are controlled presidentially by Democrats with the margin of 1 single county, which overwhelms all possible Republican margins all throughout the state. If we're going to continue to talk about the elections from last week, I wrote an article on my Substack called the 2023 Elections Postmortem. We have some low-hanging fruit for people to be up in arms about. The machine failures in Pennsylvania, I believe, to be chief among them, Northampton County. It enraged even the Democrat county executive of Northampton County. And of course, the cover came in, even though ES&S came out and had to disavow what had happened there. The media tried to brush it off as a minor failure, but we all know what's going on, because then we saw what happened in Dallas County. Dallas County introduced, once again, the concept of e-poll books, which was problematic in their last election. E-poll books is part of what I consider the electronic elections infrastructure. I don't just simply say the machines. ballot marking devices, scanners, tabulators, electronic poll books, and then probably the most important concept is the back-end unlicensed election software that is being used, which of course compromises people's PII. But the e-poll books appear to be what is used to auto-populate turnout that did not occur organically during an election to potentially achieve a desired outcome. But once again, everything related to machines and records goes back to transparency. So we're coming to a point now that 3 out of every 5 Americans or more, 5 out of every 8, believe that the 2020 election was decided by fraud, and probably a greater number in Arizona believe that the top of the Republican ticket, including Mark, was cheated of victory by this fraud. That transparency is our culprit. We can language the issues with what I call electile dysfunction. We can language those issues through transparency alone, because we do not have access to the records we need to verify these elections. So the Election Fairness Institute, of course, strives to make future elections verifiable so the American people can accept so-called election results. I would love to be able to accept the 2020 election results as is, because that means you go back to traditional campaigning and messaging and you win the votes that you need, just like we were able to do for over 200 years of elections.
You know what I'm starting to realize, and I think people are starting to realize this. It's yes, we have like the machines, we have the automated registration, but when it comes down to it, it's about who controls the election. Because when you look at those people, like we'll just take, for example, what happened during the governor race, Katie Hobbs, her crew, they controlled the entire election. They were, handling the systems, they were handling the ballots, they were handling everything. So when people start to look around the country, it's not just the machines, it's not just the automatic registration, it's those people that were put into place that are controlling everything. How do we combat this? How do we stop them from controlling it? Because it's to me, it seems like they designed a system that is a cheating system, and they're controlling this cheating system. So
yeah, Dave, it's even more insidious than that. So while, for example, Katie Hobbs was the senior elections official, elections don't happen at the state level. They happen at the county level.
Mm-hmm.
So when we take a look at Maricopa County, which is probably one of the worst of the bad actors in the country, we have 5 individuals that knowingly certified a document that was based on fraud. In Arizona, that is a felony. They knew that the results of that election were tainted by what? Software that was used to tabulate votes, and I'm talking about 2022 right now. After the fact, it was discovered that they used software that was not approved for the tabulation equipment. They closed, or presumably closed, what we'll call the voting centers. They're not precincts anymore. They've had this big collection of centers for people to go vote at. Well, by definition, people were denied the opportunity to vote because of 3-hour lines. They were sent away, basically. They were given instructions that were frankly illegal. Oh, well, you can spoil your ballot and come back. Well, you have people that came back, and it's like, no, you've already got a record voting. So there was this entire architecture, and Seth is right. I mean, our biggest issue right now is transparency. We can't inspect the code. In fact, we had a presentation in front of the Gila County Board of Supervisors in which we explained why their election staff are probably doing the job. But when you have a staff that is executing against a flawed process to the letter, you still have a flawed process. Mm-hmm. We asked the supervisors at the end of the presentation, if you're not able to count ballots by hand, votes by hand, and compare them against the machine count, how do you know that the machine did not change the vote? And I thought it was stunning that the chairman said, well, we don't. Well, that right there is a call for action. And that's one of the reasons why the Election Fairness Institute now is engaged in something that is upstream from election integrity, and that is focus on election security. That's the ability to get into machines and manipulate data. And election transparency. That's the ability to examine the ballots. I don't care about the machines anymore. I want to know about the ballots. In fact, we've got one county here in Arizona that is likely to make a move towards hand counting of paper ballots on election day. We're pretty sure that the election fraud deniers are going to implement their strategy of challenging that in the courts. So that's one of the things that the Election Fairness Institute is raising money for. It's the EFI litigation fund, so that we can help defend that county in the event that they are challenged by the fraud gangsters, Mark Elias and crew.
Yeah. You want to jump in here, Seth?
Well, I think it's important for people to establish a baseline of understanding.
Okay.
We are in an information war for sure.
Mhm.
And the first phase of that is coming to a close with regard to elections. So it took the 2020 election result to drive people into action. My research shows that widespread nationwide election manipulation began in 2018. Now, of course, election fraud and voter fraud, which are two different things, they've been going on as long as we've had elections. Go read about Boss Tweed and what he did in New York City in the mid 1800s, and you'll have a really good read. They did the exact same things then that they do today, just with less sophisticated data and technology. We are reaching the end of the first phase, which is teaching and helping people understand. We've got 62% consistently from Rasmussen polling of likely voters that believe the 2020 election was decided by fraud, 6% undecided, but only 32% of respondents believe that the election was fair. 5 out of 8 Americans now. I think that my number is 30% of Americans that will always believe what they're told. So we have less than 10% of the likely voter population left to convince about 2020, 2022. That compels us to action, but it has to be with an understanding that it's not just the machines. It's not just the mail-in ballots. You have a lot of people that think we get rid of the machines, we're going to have fair elections. We're going to have other problems. Number one, we have precinct sizes that are way too big. Take Maricopa County, for instance. They no longer vote in precincts. They vote in countywide polling centers. And the county still, of course, registers and organizes voters by precinct. And a number of the precincts from the 2020 race between Trump and Biden have more than 10,000 registered voters in them.
Wow.
There is no way to run a primitive election with hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots at the precinct, reported in a timely fashion with precincts that big. The problem, of course, is the voter roll. So if you have a filthy voter roll with no machines, you're still going to have a filthy mail-in election. If you have no mail-in ballots and then you have filthy voter rolls, and you're going to have a election compromised by electronic means or e-poll books or back-end software. It is a comprehensive reformation of elections that what needs to happen. That will allow people to accept election results and move on from them and return back to traditional campaigning and traditional politics. But we have 50 states plus Washington, D.C., and 2 of those states split their electors, Nebraska and Maine. But we have 50 plus elections that decide the presidency. And this is only, of course, one aspect of our system of federal government, the presidency. Of course, we have the state governments too in this republic. And until we can establish some sort of consistency that makes sense. Now, of course, states have their own election laws, but I think we have a major problem with regard to acceptability, transparency, and really just the simple appearance of impropriety that we have in any national election or state election. One county counts for a week. In Nevada, it's almost an unwinnable state because they've codified all of these election fraud tricks, tactics, techniques, and procedures into law. So the 2 largest counties, Clark and Washoe, they're even more strong than Pima and Maricopa County. They're 87% of Nevada's vote. So 15 counties report their votes on election night, 95% or more of the vote. And then we have Clark and Washoe counties, and their 95% leaves a lot more ballots left to be counted. And 7 days after the election, they start counting the so-called drop box ballots. So there needs to be sweeping change that makes elections fair, because that's the case of Texas and Pennsylvania. It proves to us in 2020, Ken Paxton's case, which landed him in hot water, that Pennsylvania's abandonment of its own election laws disenfranchised Texas's 38 electors. And 20 other state AGs signed on to the case, only for it to be thrown out at the Supreme Court level based on lack of standing, which is complete garbage because the state was disenfranchised and so were its voters.
I think what's disturbing a lot of people that I speak to is that we can't look at the code inside the actual systems. I mean, everywhere, and every person I speak to is, you fill in you take the ballot, it goes through the system, but we can't see that code. So how do we know what those systems are doing?
We don't. And that was the crux of the response that the Gila County Supervisor Chairman said. You know, if you're not permitted to take the paper ballots, then the votes that are on those ballots, and compare those specifically with the tabulation that has come out of the machine, you will never know if the two match. Now, just because somebody tells me, oh, well, we ran a logic and accuracy report and everything's fine. Well, tell that to Pinell County. Pinell County did an LNA test where they ran the same test ballots through 3 times and got 3 different results. That tells us that those machines are impracticable. That means that we cannot rely upon them to give an accurate count under 52 CFR, which is the federal law that requires that. That error rate is so huge, it's impermissible under the law. So now we've got a serious problem. And when states say, well, you're not permitted to count paper ballots because we're requiring that you use tabulation equipment, that opens the door to wholesale sovereign fraud. If the state knows about it, if the counties know about it and they do it anyhow, that's tyranny. That essentially assures us that even though it looks like an election, we now have a dictatorship. I mean, Stalin said it. I don't like quoting Stalin, but he was a dictator.
Right.
And his mantra was, we don't really care who votes. All we care about is who counts the vote. And that's where we have arrived at today. That's one of the reasons why we're doing the precinct mapping project. We've got the voter roll analysis project running. And we've got a couple of other things. One of those has to do with a quarantine strategy. And that is, and I'll let Seth speak more to this, but that is when we identify blocks of addresses where there are voters who have voted and they're impermissible under law for one reason or another. That happens before the election, not after the election. And that's one of the problems that we've had in past elections. We wait until the canvass is over and then we file suit. Well, the horse is out of the barn already. You've got to be able to get in and block the mixing of those, the commingling of those questionable ballots before they are brought into the main body of voting.
Seth, you want to speak more into the quarantine strategy?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So before polling, election forecasting took place on a much more primitive level. Voter registration by party was widely accepted as a leading indicator of what is most likely to happen in an election outcome, especially when you get a bigger sample size, like a statewide sample. Every once in a blue moon, a registration trend will be bucked at the county level if it's a competitive county with different independent behaviors. But 32 states register voters by party, Republican or Democrat. At the presidential level, especially, that's a very strong indicator, 95+% that your state is going to trend in the direction the voter registration tips over a 4-year cycle. And then you have other states that don't have it, like Michigan or Georgia, and they bend along the same trends at the county level in which you can infer a registration trend if indeed they registered voters by party. So what I mean by that is Pennsylvania has an obvious Republican Party registration trend. I've mentioned many times from 2017 to 2020, Donald Trump in the White House, the Republican Party out-registered the Democrats in Pennsylvania by a ratio of 21-1. 242,000 net new GOP registrations. They couldn't register anybody with Mitt Romney as the figurehead of the party. And only 11,000 Democrat leading up to the 2020 election, only for the state to trend to the left in 2020, with Barack Obama's total of votes, his record total of votes from 2008 being surpassed by Joe Biden, who didn't campaign, and being surpassed by Donald Trump by 100,000 votes. And Michigan is a political cousin of Pennsylvania. It's trended in the same direction as Pennsylvania in every election since 1932. That was also a big tell about Florida, because Florida, Pennsylvania, and Michigan have always moved together since that time until 2020. Now, Michigan, I believe one of the county maps that we're going to show here is Ionia County, which is adjacent to Kent County, which is the home of Metro Grand Rapids. And my mapping of Ionia County, of course, this is based on trend, political trend, and I factor in population change. Now, most of the counties in the industrial Midwest and even over in the upper Midwest, they are either stagnant or declining in population, which is why Pennsylvania and Michigan both lost an electoral vote for this decade that we're in now, because relative to the rest of the union, they're losing population. I think they're actually losing population in the raw now since the COVID tyranny. But Ionia County is one of these counties with very little population growth, pretty much amounting to childbirth. And you can see that the most disparate precincts, and I rank them, I call it a crimson precinct as a Trump trending precinct. They're all over the Midwest. Obama won them, Trump flipped them, or Romney won them narrowly, Trump blew them out. That is your working class shift. Ionia County is full of those. It is a Trump trend county from 2016. And the most disparate areas in that county are the ones that are adjacent to Grand Rapids. So the western half, or Kent County, the western half of Ionia County is lit up on my map. I color code those in red, and I'm not sure what my threshold was for Ionia County. It's probably at least 150 fraudulent votes to color a precinct red. And Michigan's precincts are normally organized by township, the precinct equivalents. And you can look all throughout the rest of the mapping projects we've done. We've done large counties, Maricopa County. We've done counties that are growing rapidly over the course of several decades, like Yavapai County. And oftentimes when we put these county maps together, like in North Georgia, it appears that they can identify tactically what's happening on the ground. You know, on the interstate between Atlanta and Chattanooga, Tennessee, there's a lot of very strong Republican counties in North Georgia. And by that, I'm talking 80-20, 85-15 Republican strongholds with a lot of votes that are able to overcome the Democrat vote in Metro Atlanta. And it looks to me like the most fraudulent precincts that are most disparate off of their statistical trends and their trajectories are right along the interstate between Atlanta and Chattanooga, which suggests to me that a ballot harvesting ring operates between Chattanooga and Atlanta. And I can find very similar things here in Arizona, where we're looking down at Cochise County along the border on highways 90 and 92 between Sierra Vista and Bisbee. It looks like there's a ballot harvesting ring operating between these locations where the disparate precincts are all in a line, capitalizing on open ballot boxes and an abuse of mail-in voting.
If we have like these precincts that are way too large, I'm assuming they created these precincts to be large on purpose so they can cheat in the elections. How do we begin to fix this if the legislators aren't going to do anything about it? Because, you know, we see this all across the country where most of the legislators, I'm talking about the blue states mostly, like in, you know, in New York, in Pennsylvania, in California. How do we fix the voter rolls? How do we fix the precincts? How do we fix all this across the country? Because we are approaching the 2024 election. Like you said, 62% of the people think that we have a problem. The question is if we have these problems, we don't fix it, are the people going to trust the elections as we approach 2024? And
That's a great
let me jump that one first, Mark.
Okay.
Let me serve this one up for you. So the Arizona Freedom Caucus had bills that never made it out to the floor about the size of precincts. And this is a very well-known problem. It's not limited to Arizona. It's all over the place. Texas, of course, is also moving to countywide voting centers. It is a problem whether it was conceived of intentionally or not. It has prescribed its own cure, and that cure is a poison. And the workaround right now for precinct sizes that are too big. Well, what's the issue? Well, it's too big for people to turn out on one day that we used to call election day, with very limited windows for those who couldn't show up on election day to vote in person early or to cast what we called an absentee ballot. Well, now that we have such large precincts, it requires a solution. And what has been given to us is more mail-in balloting. So convenience, you don't have to show up and go to a polling center and wait. And then, of course, the windows of time that are for early voting, which really turns into a nationwide fiasco, 3 or 4 weeks of ballot harvesting, abuse of drop boxes, mule teams running from post to post. And you can see in some states, we're in November right now. In September of 2024, the presidential election will already be underway in Virginia, Minnesota, Washington. Mail-in ballot requests are going to be all over the place. You'll be able to monitor that right away. In Pennsylvania, you'll see exactly what they're up to, which is why, of course, interdicting this on the front end is critical. But Mark, as a former legislator in Arizona, will be able to shed light on the legality of the sizes of the precincts.
So if we go back to Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution, it is the legislature that is responsible for choosing the time, place, and manner of elections. Precincts are set in law. The size of them are set in law. And I believe it's been a while since I've looked at this statute, but I want to say they were like something into the order of 1,200 voters per precinct. So we are now essentially 9 to 10 times bigger than that population wise. Now, the whole idea in Maricopa County for voting centers was sold as, well, it's going to be more convenient for people because when we're able to print a ballot on demand because of the electronic system, we can take your voter name and your voter ID and print a ballot that's customized to your address, whether you're in the town that you live in or some other town in Maricopa County. It was billed as a convenience measure for voters. What it's really turned into is a cheating machine that's a convenience measure for not just the county, but for individuals who are power brokers who want to manage and massage where votes move to, whether it's out of a precinct and into another area. Seth's right. The size of the precincts at 10,000 people is just an impractical number to try and count in a single day. That's why these precincts need to be shrunk. Now, I don't mind a voting center as long as the ballots are segregated by or apportioned by precinct. That makes it much easier for them to be hand counted on a single day. Now, in Arizona, we've also got something called early voting. It's not just mail-in voting. You can go to a voting center for 30 days before the election and cast your ballot in person. Once again, we have the potential for identifying a trend so that the fraud gangsters can insert fictitious voters, fictitious ballots into the system. Now, one of the prime opportunities for us, I do believe, and we've really twisted the wheels off of this, is the quarantine project. If we've got a quarantine strategy that says, look, we're not going to stop the ballots from being mailed out. That's because the people are, quote, on the voter roll, all right? And because the county has absolutely no interest in cleaning up the voter roll, I mean, they'll make these token efforts here and there, but when we're able to identify to them and deliver up to them a certain number, tens of thousands of voters that frankly probably don't exist because of the addresses where they're registered to vote at, and they take no action, now we have to rely on when the ballots return. Now, one of the things that we are going to be asking the question about, in fact, we were alerted to this by another state here a few days ago, is ballots that are not returned, ballots that are returned are invoiced by the Postal Service to the county. So there's a data point for us to understand. The Postal Service returned a number, we'll call it X, back to the county. Then we start doing the math and we find out, well, how many ballots are there that were not returned? And then how many ballots are ostensibly that were delivered? And then the third group is the number of voters that actually voted and returned a ballot. Now, one of the reasons that we are so sold on the quarantine strategy is because we're able to identify the addresses before those ballots are returned. So that if a ballot is returned from a quarantine address, that essentially is a tripwire, they can say, okay, this ballot needs to be set aside and that voter needs to be cured. Now, it's our hypothesis that we will run into perhaps as many as 100,000 of those based upon some of the things that we saw in Maricopa County in the last 3 elections. We know that there are ballots that were cast that when we compare, for example, the signatures on the ballot return envelope, which is an affidavit that the voter has to sign, those signatures don't match. They don't match the voter's registration card. They don't even come close.
Yeah.
In fact, we had tens of thousands of ballots that were counted that weren't even signed. So we want to quarantine those before they're mixed with the general population. And this is something that every state can do, every county can do. They can implement that kind of a strategy, and we're happy to help them with both the voter roll analysis project and the mapping project.
You know, it's very interesting with Arizona, when people were watching the court cases and they saw the ballots and the signatures, they weren't matching. They saw, how there were different size ballots. I mean, the people saw this, but the judges, they were okay with this. And every person I speak to, they see the evidence and they see the person lying. They see that the signatures don't match, and they're scratching their head saying, why isn't the judge doing something? Why isn't he saying, okay, something, there are problems here. If we just have this small group of Let's talk about being prepared. A nationwide blackout could strike sooner than anyone realizes. Given the increased frequency in extreme weather events, natural disasters, a growing risk of war, cyber attacks, terrorist attacks, and more, learning how to survive without the power grid has never been more vital. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, choose the Lightbug. Lightbug is an ultra-bright and portable floodlight designed for life-threatening emergencies. Its compact size allows you to take it with you anywhere. Its solar panel charging ensures it works in virtually any environment, and its power bank allows you to keep all your devices charged, even in the worst condition. The Lightbug is highly effective for emergency car repairs, fishing, camping, night markets, and more. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that Lightbug is absolutely critical for surviving an extended power outage or blackout. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with many other free bonuses like access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Act now before they sell out by going to lightbug.com and use promo code Black Friday. That's lightbug.com and use promo code Black Friday for 25% off, or click the link in the description. Signatures and ballots, and there's a problem here. I wonder if it's widespread. I mean, the judge doesn't even take it that far. They just denounce the case. So I guess they're all in on this then.
Well, I don't know that all of them are in on it, but certainly I think Eric Speckman, when he provided the analysis of
Right.
The metaphor of flipping through a book, isn't reading a book.
Right.
While he was on the stand, he said, Your Honor, it takes me 6 seconds to compare a signature. There are tens of thousands of these that were allegedly compared in under 1 second. They were approved. Now, the judge, in his absolutely astonishingly ridiculous opinion, his decision, wrote that, well, if we were to go down this path, the court would have to set standards for the amount of time it takes for, okay, stop a second. You have now just entered the animal farm. First of all, it's not the court's responsibility for that. It's time, place, and manner. That belongs to the legislature. If the legislature wants to promulgate those rules, that's fine. But moreover, to your point, Dave, the judge absolutely ignored this thing that we used to call common sense.
Yeah.
That's why it was so important for Eric to say, thumbing through a book is not reading a book. Now, the judge refused to acknowledge that. And for that, I think he should be thrown off the bench. In fact, we have this thing in Arizona called a non-retention election. And if your listeners are in Arizona and they have an opportunity to throw Judge Thompson off the bench, vote to not retain. The same is true with the case of Melissa Julian, who was the judge in my case, who dismissed our case without ever hearing the evidence. Instead, she wanted to argue with my lawyer. So I think that you're right. There are a lot of judges who don't want to go near this, and it would lend one to believe that there has been a message that's gone out from the power brokers. Don't mess with this. But Yavapai County, Judge Napper, and APPER, this is a guy to watch. The Free Enterprise Club brought suit in Yavapai County because the recorders were using signatures other than the signature that is on the voter registration card. Everything that had a document that was attributed to a particular individual, they were collecting up those signatures to be used as additional exemplars. Well, in Arizona law, it is unambiguous. I love it when a judge uses that word because you know that they are going black letter law on everything. Judge Napper basically said, well, the law is unambiguous, and if you have used signatures other than the voter registration card, frankly, you're in violation of the law. Judge Napper dismissed the motion to denied the motion to dismiss by the Secretary of State's office of all people. And it looks like this is going to go to trial. That means, because all 15 counties have engaged in this behavior, appears to thought, but that means that essentially Judge Napper has called every single signature on every single mail-in ballot into question. And that is the crux of the Free Enterprise Club's lawsuit, that if you use an exemplar other than the voter registration card, those votes are outside of the law.
Hey, Seth, let me ask you, I want to go back to what you said, that we have to be transparent, because Trump, he has his election fraud case coming up, and he mentioned that he has this irrefutable proof, which he already submitted to the courts. I'm just from your analysis and everything that you've been looking at, what do you think he has where he has this proof that the elections were rigged?
We have a lot of that that's already coming out. Now, somebody who I pointed to as a real hero is Harrison Floyd, who is not taking a deal right now with regard to the issues in Georgia and wants to put out the truth about the 2020 election as to why people contested that election to begin with. With the case of Fulton County, we've already got evidence just coming out this week of 3,600 plus ballots that were duplicate scanned. Now, the margin between Biden and Trump in the state is less than 12,000 votes. It's 11,779 votes. There were also documented issues around the time of the 2020 election about serious problems in Floyd County, which is a mid-sized Republican county to the northwest of Metro Atlanta. So you have the 8 counties in Metro Atlanta that I call the Gang of 8. Those are Henry and Clayton, Cobb and Gwinnett, Fulton and DeKalb, and then 2 Republican counties in the north, and those are Cherokee and Forsyth, that obviously swung the election. Now, George Bush won them in 2004 by about 30,000 votes. Trump lost them 16 years later by more than 600,000. So that is where the Democrat power center is. I have some very compelling graphics about voter registration in Georgia, which is the impact of automatic voter registration. The average growth of those 8 counties for any election since 2004 for voter registrations, 198,000 new registrations. Together, those 8 brought about 808,000 new registrations between 2017 and 2020 after the implementation of automatic voter registration, and then the at-large mail-in balloting. Then we have the Halderman report, which came out about Georgia's electronic voting systems that was unsealed this summer. And of course, that was in competition with the Georgia Secretary of State's own report that is supposedly a rebuttal of that. My estimates in Georgia suggest that there are 359,000 more votes for Biden than should be possible based on a trend analysis of all 159 counties, which would give Trump a margin of victory in the state of 348,000 or 7.5%. And in keeping with my estimate, Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, went on the Today Show in the morning of November the 4th, 2020. President Trump was still ahead in Georgia by about 80,000 votes and maybe 2 points. Now, that's way less than he won the state by, in my estimates. And he told that show that they had 4.7 million voters. And then Georgia certified 5 million votes almost right on the nose. So 300,000 more than Raffensperger said had voted. You would think the Secretary of State would have an accurate number within 300,000 of what the turnout was.
With us now, Mr. Secretary. Good morning on a busy morning. I guess the big question is, Hoda?
Yeah, we want to know, when are we going to get your votes? When are we going to find out who's won your state?
Well, we have about 2% left to go. We had great success yesterday. We had 4.7 million voters that voted. Record breaker for us, beats the 4.1 in 2016. We also had average wait time of only 2 minutes, statewide average. We have about 2% left to go. And you can see where we are right now with the results that have been reported. I don't think it'll change any of the outcomes, but that's what really people that make those predictions do. What we'll do is get.
Well, that was interesting, though. We were just getting to the good part there because the Secretary of State said they got 2% left to count, Chuck, but he did not think it would change the outcome.
That's interesting.
But then he deferred to the prognosticators, which I think is.
You would think, yes. So let me ask you this. If it's shown, if he does have this proof, I mean, you might know the answer, you might not know the answer, and it shows that Trump actually won in Georgia, what happens next?
Well, we have the first documented case. There have been some disputed results before. You have Hawaii from 1960, the first presidential election that was ever there, but it wasn't enough to replace JFK's victory with Nixon. Nixon, of course, lost in 1960 to JFK. Illinois was also suspect that year. But we would have the first confirmed case of a state having its electoral votes improperly assigned. Now, we really have it already. Arizona's audits of the 2020 election, even though it's much maligned, proved that election had no business being certified. Now, it may not have gotten you to the correct result, but every law in the book was broken. And of course, across the nation, one of the biggest illegalities there is is that most of the wholesale changes to the election procedures for 2020, they were made by governors or secretaries of state, when it is very clear in law that all election changes have to be run through the legislature. But we would have the first known case of a state after the fact, after the ink is long dried and after the office holders are in place, being improperly assigned, and it will immediately lead to the massive problem of what other states fall into this boat. They were actually right about Georgia, and they were screaming bloody murder about Arizona and Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin and Nevada. I call those 6 states the contested states. And then it's going to rip another thread from the rest of the election analysts across the country that have found the issues with New York State. That'd be the New York Citizens Audit. We have great researchers in Hawaii showing the issues out there with their lack of transparency, their lack of record keeping. Washington State is a bloody mess over there as well. Every single state in the country has election groups that have unearthed all sorts of issues. And the ones that we tend to focus on are the 6 contested states, but it's going to open up is the blue wall really even real? I've written articles about the blue wall. I don't think it is. There is a blue wall of states that 15 of them have voted in unison Democrat since 1992. And from 1968 to 88, most of them were either always Republican, or they would vote for a Republican for re-election, or they were red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. From 1964 to 1988, every single state in the union voted for both major parties presidentially. And that stopped in 1992. And now we have about 37 to 40 states that are red or blue ahead of any presidential election, which leaves a sliver of the union open for polling manipulation, media manipulation, and then, of course, the actions on the objective.
Mark, do you want to chime in?
Well, I think that Seth puts a very fine point on this, that election transparency is the crux of the problem. Mm. And I would just urge folks, consider this point, that if you're not permitted to see what is yours, elections belong to the people, they don't belong to the government. Right. If you're not permitted to see what is yours, we have already slipped into tyranny. That means that we are living in a dictatorship with all of the trappings, with all of the appearance of making an election to have people, the consent of the governed. When in reality, we have a simulation. It's let's give just enough weight to it so that the people will be quiet and they'll go away. Well, we have reached that point, I believe, in the history, in the age of our republic, where people now are paying attention. They trusted their elected officials for the longest of times. Well, now, even those who are popular with their constituents are catching a lot of heat over the idea of transparency. Now, we take a look at, we're starting to see some cracks in the dam, which it's about damn time, quite frankly. You look at Megan Wolf up in Wisconsin. She will be impeached, and she is the WEC director. Mm-hmm. What this woman has done, quite frankly, in my view, she has committed treason not just against the United States Constitution, but against the Constitution of Wisconsin. And she should face a very harsh penalty for that. She knowingly engaged in sovereign election fraud. When I use that term, sovereign fraud is fraud from within the bureaucracy, within the workings of government. Now, I don't throw this out here for people to reach an opinion of distrust of government. Quite frankly, I think that ship left the dock a long time ago. People don't trust the government, and quite frankly, with good reason. Mm-hmm. But where we're at today, everything that we have uncovered traces back to the lack of transparency. When you have elected officials who say, for example, well, we can't give you the cast vote record, that's the record of what ballots went to what individuals, because it might reveal voter information. They know damn well that that is a bald-faced lie. Because once a mail-in ballot is separated from the envelope that it was returned to the government in, there is no way to trace that ballot back to the voter. None. That's the whole point of a secret ballot system. So if we don't have transparency, we are going to really struggle with voter confidence in the elections to come. The second piece of that, and that deal traces back actually to Arizona once again, the Arizona legislature passed a Senate concurrent resolution, meaning that both the House and the Senate voted to adopt the policy. And that is that if electronic voting equipment does not meet DoD security standards, that means Department of Defense security standards. Now, keep in mind, going back to the days of Jay Johnson as the DHS director, an Obama guy, classified election equipment as critical infrastructure. Elections themselves as critical infrastructure, which I don't think Seth would disagree with me. That's absolutely appropriate because it is. So here's the problem. If you have equipment that is not built here in the United States, and it includes the guts of it, the chips, the various access points for outsiders to get into a machine like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. If we don't control the manufacture of the equipment, we don't control the equipment's performance. We don't control the firmware. We don't control the software. We don't control any of it. So when we talk about systems that are made outside of the United States, when we talk about software that's owned and operated by an organization that's headquartered in Toronto, Canada, Dominion, we've got a problem with election security. That means that we cannot block the use of use by nefarious actors to enter those machines. Now, remember, going back to 2020, all of the machine manufacturers, all of the deployment people, ES&S, Dominion, Hart, all of the actors there swore up and down that there was no way. They had an air gap. That was a popular term that they were using to say, well, there's no way that somebody could penetrate the system. It's secure. Well, now we come to find out that every damn one of them lied to us, and on multiple levels, knowing full well that an air gap means that you don't have a cable plugged into a wall. Well, you didn't need one. In fact, we now have evidence that you can use a printer that just happens to be in the room that isn't even connected. It's plugged into the wall, but it's got a Bluetooth chip in it. You can use that as a pathway to get into these voting machines. And that's one of the things that the Haldeman report, which they're trying to say, well, we have to debunk this. Well, amazingly, they're more worried about debunking a report that was clearly demonstrated right in front of people with a cell phone. They're more interested in debunking that than they are getting to the problem. That is a telltale sign that y'all been revealed. The other telltale sign is something that folks might not pick up on, and I'm glad that Seth brought up that we are engaged in an information war. We're engaged in fifth generation warfare right now. And by that, I mean that we've got people who are trying to tell us, oh, this isn't true. You can't see this. You can't inspect the code. You're just going to have to rely on what we're telling you. Well, when you go to examine what they're saying, it falls apart. Yet we're told that, well, Eric is not a bad thing, but we're going to move away from Eric and go to something else that's being run by David Becker. Okay, these are people who do not want the people to understand or to see the machinery behind what is going on with the counting of votes. So that's a security matter. But we have the opportunity, I think, to engage in a transparency move. And that is, again, going back to the quarantine strategy, that if we're able to identify through mapping, and we need to have sponsors of mapping around the country, but if we're able to identify the hot spots with mapping so that we can direct our resources, because they're limited. The fraud gangsters have unlimited funds, but us good guys, we're kind of working on a shoestring. If we can identify those precincts, we won't be wasting our time and our money on precincts that don't frankly matter because they don't have a problem. And once we get there, then we can really bring our fire to bear on fraudulent registrations or impermissible registrations, things that are going on. For example, Seth brought up New York. That is a huge problem. And they've really called it out in a very articulate manner. And it could be the recipe for a number of states to employ to do the exact same thing.
With the 2024 election that's coming up, the presidential election, I mean, first of all, Biden's not doing very well in the polls. And, as we go throughout the next year, do you think that the elections, you think that people can override their cheating mechanisms? If enough of us come out and vote, do you think we have the ability to override everything that they have in place?
I think we do. And I'll just take this for a second, then I'll toss it to Seth. In this last election, 30% of Republicans voted. Let that sink in for a second.
Yeah.
All the people, and by the way, EFI is a 501c3. So we are not advocating for party, person, or propositions. We're focused on process. We know for a fact that Democrats have been denied seats in races all over the country. Republicans have been denied seats all over the country. So it's not just voter participation that's going to solve the problem. The other part is going to be significant pressure on local officials to clean up their act. And that means that people are going to have to show up at county board meetings. They're going to have to demand action for cleaning up the voter rolls. They're going to have to demand accountability for these individuals. And with that, I'll toss it over to Seth.
Well, the great thing about analytical thinkers is we don't always have to agree. Now, Mark and I agree on most things. I do not agree with him on what he just said. I think that somebody with the intent to steal an election may go for it. Now, the thing that is interesting is that President Trump had 74 million votes in 2020.
Right.
Had he had 65 million, like his pollster said would get him a win because he knew the incumbency rule. Every incumbent since 1888 who gained votes won re-election until, of course, the safest and most secure election of all time in 2020 when Trump gained 11 million and lost, supposedly. Had we not had that vote gain, we probably wouldn't know what we know now about elections. So the salvation of our country may come from a very sad chapter and ultimately turn to joy. But with that said, getting enough votes and getting so many votes like Kerry Lake had more votes than President Trump had in Arizona in a presidential election in 2016. And it was proven in court, although the results were not upheld, that Maricopa County deliberately disenfranchised its own voters by sabotaging the means of voting on election day. They knew that the Lake crowd would turn out to vote because of her performance on the primary 3 months before. And Mr. Fincham had a share in this as well. Mark was a couple boxes down from the governor's race for Secretary of State in that primary and somehow had 54,000 fewer votes in his race than they had for governor. So you're trying to tell me that Republican voters showed up and checked the top box and didn't go down to the Secretary of State race. I have a hard time believing that. So if votes are being deleted on electronic records or absentee ballots from known conservative strongholds are being shorted or discarded, then there are many ways in which an election result can be dictated. I am very skeptical about the push for ballot harvesting being a recipe for success. Now, it has been successful in some local races. I know people in California that have ballot harvested their way to municipal victories, and in New York. But the question then becomes, were those not focused on by Democrats who wanted to keep those seats? Because you won it once. Remember, President Trump won Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin when nobody saw it coming. And now that they knew those trends in those states were pro-Trump and he would win them by more than 5 points apiece in 2020, of course, he couldn't catch anybody napping. So wholesale reform is the only way to go. Now, that doesn't help us for the election just a year from now. I hope that the cases in Georgia initiate sweeping reforms or that there's a major decision. We had a good decision in Wisconsin a few days ago in which a judge ruled that the Wisconsin Elections Commission could not operate the My Vote website for absentee ballot requests. That website, if you recall, was exploited by an activist named Harry Waite, who is a real patriot up there who's recovering from a stroke. So everybody pray for Harry. Harry found that you could request anyone's absentee ballot if you just had their date of birth, and you could have it sent to any address. So he had Robin Voss's absentee ballot sent to him. And of course, he paid the piper for election fraud. When they won't prosecute real election fraud that has been found everywhere else, they went after him. But I'm not trying to make anybody pessimistic. You need to go vote. You need to register people to vote. You need to turn it out. Because in doing these things, we will continue to shed light on this problem. We can't expect that we're going to reverse 30 years of electoral corruption or more in just 3 years. And why do I say that? Because in the 1990s, that is where we had the advent of motor voter. Now, we didn't have it as automatic voter registration. That's a recent thing. But motor voter started being introduced in the 1990s. And Oregon introduced the mail-in ballot. And I think they rolled that out in 1998, and their first presidential was in 2000. So we've had 30 years of the system taking on water. And now it's reached a fever pitch. 24 states have automatic voter registration. More and more states, 8 of them operate mail-in ballot only elections, and only 1 of them is a Republican state. Out of 20 states that operated automatic voter registration in 2020, President Trump won just 2, Alaska and West Virginia. The total electoral vote count between Biden and Trump in states operating automatic voter registration was 243-9. And since the 2020 election, Minnesota, Delaware, Hawaii, and now Pennsylvania have put in automatic voter registration, and all 4 of those are Trump trending states.
Last time you said the 11 million votes, that enabled us to see what was happening. So this time around, if let's say instead of 75 million, he gets 100 million, that won't. I mean, they would have to shut down the elections for how long?
Correct. So they would have to make a choice of, do you delete Trump ballots? Because they know already how many votes Trump will have. You can deduce that by looking at the state trends. I can tell you right now, President Trump is going to have north of 3.7 million votes in Pennsylvania. And that is based on a very clear trend assessment of his 2 performances there already, and voter registration by party over 67 counties. So the decision will already be made about what sort of plays are in place, just like they were in 2020. What happened in 2020 was, I believe, North Carolina was supposed to go to Joe Biden, and Florida and Texas also. But President Trump ran so far ahead in Iowa, Ohio, he won North Carolina despite substantial mail-in ballot fraud. He won Florida thanks to the South Florida trend with the Latino voting population. And in Georgia, he also won Texas despite substantial fraud. And in Georgia, he was ahead by 7+ points on the New York Times tracking needle with a 90+% chance to carry the state. And what happened was Arizona became a must win. And that's why you got the call of Arizona with no vote, almost none of the vote in. Just to put into perspective how stupid that is, that would be like the news media calling Minnesota for the Republican nominee after 1% of the vote. Minnesota hasn't been Republican since 72 presidentially. Arizona was Republican in every single presidential election from 1952 to 2016, with the exception of Bill Clinton winning it in re-election in 96. And even in 96, Bob Dole won Maricopa County. President Trump won Maricopa County in 2016 with fewer votes than Mitt Romney had 4 years before. So that's the call of Arizona. And President Trump's gains in Arizona were Republican records for one cycle, 400,000 plus new votes in one cycle. And that's the year it gets lost. So Arizona's a must win. That's the signal to stop the count everywhere else. So where am I going with this? In 2024, somebody's going to have to make a call on how many votes is too many votes to put in there. So do you let President Trump win 2 states, Arizona and Georgia, make the most sense, that he didn't win in 2020 supposedly, and then rip something out of his hands that he did win in 2020, like North Carolina? That would be something that would make sense, given that we've never had a duplicated electoral map in consecutive elections.
So is there a point where they won't be able to cheat with the number of votes coming in, where they say, okay, there's just too many people voting for Trump, and we just can't, cheat on a scale where we can actually produce enough to convince the population that this is really happening? So let's take, for example, you said you already know the results of certain states. I mean, let's say he's getting, 125 million, 130, like whatever the number is there going to be a point where they say, okay, we just can't cheat because this is not COVID. We don't have the mail-in ballots like we used to. A lot of the states also put laws into place where there's no drop boxes, no mail-in ballots. Is there a number where they won't be able to cheat the way they want to cheat? Does he have to reach a number?
If they have all the means of controlling and shadowing transparency, then there's nothing off the table. You would never know. There would be re-adjudication of ballots. And this is not to say that this is going to be in effect. But the point is, transparency is necessary for us to be able to believe any election result. And
this brings me back to what Trump is going to show the people. If he shows the people how they cheated in the election and he produces it during court, then the people know how they cheated. And now the people see the transparency, they see the tactics, they see what they've done. So what do the cheaters do at this point? Because once you make something transparent and people know how it's done and people see it all, they're going to have to change their tactics, won't they?
Well, that's exactly right, Dave. In fact, we know that we're onto something here because all of a sudden, over the last several months, we have seen a massive move towards ranked choice voting.
Okay.
That is essentially the coup de grace of a free and fair election system, because what it's doing is it's reapportioning ballots towards candidates that, quite frankly, didn't win. Second place, third place could be the person who is ultimately the winner of an election. So the fact that the uniparty, I'll call them, are now calling for ranked choice voting in many states. They've been trying to push this. It is a George Soros priority. This is proof to me, and I don't know if Seth would agree, but this is proof to me that our efforts to highlight how they're cheating, bringing that level of transparency, that's what's driving this desire to say, okay, they're on to us. We're going to have to shift gears and go to a different direction. Now, if folks want to help us with even more transparency, they can send us an email to mapping, that's MAPPING, at goefi.org, and sponsor your county for a map. It's fairly inexpensive, depending upon how popular or how much population and how many precincts you have in your county. It can range anywhere from $175 to $800 for the really big counties. We've got people who have sponsored counties from all over the country. But when we start to look at those crimson red problem areas, those problem precincts in major counties around the country, that brings into focus for the gangsters, if you will, the sovereign fraud committers. They're going to know that we're looking. And this is one of the things that happened up in Wisconsin. A fellow by the name of Dan Eastman informed a number of county recorders and said, look, we're on to you. We're on to somebody is going to be pushing votes coming from these addresses. And if we see those votes come in from those addresses, we're going to sue you. Lo and behold, those individuals didn't vote. Those ballots didn't come in. And as a result, Ron Johnson won his election, his re-election back to the U.S. Senate. So are there things that we can do? Yes. We are not going to solve the problem between now and November 2024. But if we can move the dial just one click, if we can affect 10,000 votes here, 5,000 votes there, the fictitious, the phantom voters, the phantom voter addresses, if we can move the dial just one click, we do begin to move more in the direction of a legitimate election, even though it's going to be polluted with election fraud. And to the fraud deniers out there, you better wake up, because we'd really prefer that you be a witness, not a suspect.
So, I mean, how can people help? What can they do to help you and help both you and Seth with this mission here?
Well, they can visit goefi.org. There's a number of opportunities to help us fund the various projects that we're doing. If you want to earmark something, you can just put in the memo field. If you're making a contribution, put in the memo field what project you would like to help us with. But if you want to do mapping of your county, in the memo field, write in your county name and make a contribution, and we'll pair those up with perhaps other people that are making contributions for the same counties. And if you want to pay for your entire county, or you have a group that wants to pay for the entire county, just send us that email to mapping@goefi.org. Seth?
I was just going to underscore what you said about the contributions. Now, like you said, on recurring contribution lists, anything extra that we have coming in is going into our legal fund. One of the bigger problems we have with the elections, the state of elections today, is finding people who want to challenge these obvious issues of fraud in courts and the expenses associated with them. That is the most important thing that EFI can do for anyone, is to shed transparency and put transparency and light onto the issue.
Great.
Dave, to that point, Dave, you brought up Carrie Lake's case,
right,
where Judge Thompson's outright ignoring of the evidence was on full display for the world to see. In my view, he has become the laughing stock of the bench, because he willingly put blinders on and stuck earplugs in his ears.
Yeah.
That's the kind of pressure that we have to bring upon the judiciary when we bring good cases. And the case that Kerry brought was a good case. This new filing from September 14th, it's a good case. And when you highlight that the judges are not doing their job, when they're falling back on, well, you don't have standing. Forgive me, but if Kerry Lake and I don't have standing on challenging election process in court, then who the hell does?
Mark, Seth, thank you very much for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. Mark, if people wanted to see your work, where should they go?
Well, they can visit my Substack at markfincham.substack.com. We put as much as we can out on the goefi.org website, but I'm not quite as prolific a writer as Seth is. He is probably putting out 2-3 pieces a week, which are, I highly recommend subscribe to his Substack. I take a little bit different approach, but they can see that at markfincham.substack.com.
Great. Seth, if people wanted to see your work, where should they go?
I've got the standard social media channels almost all under the handle at Real S. Keschel, and my Substack is one of the most widely read in this field, and it is skeschel.substack.com, called Captain K's Corner.
Great. I'll put all the links at the bottom of the video. Thank you both for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, don't even sweat that troll. It's don't even sweat him. It's he's been removed from even being able to comment further. So don't even sweat him. You know, we know where accurate information comes from, where it's come from for the last 4 years that we've been doing this now. So I'm not even sweating it at all. So don't you guys let it sweat you. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just people trying to get underneath your skin, so on and so forth, and try and create some drama. So and we just ignore the drama here, right? You know, I try to give everybody the opportunity of free speech, but you know, when you come in and you try and dissuade people from listening to the truth, then you got to go. Sorry, that's just the way that goes. Okay, on to our next one. We have Patriot Underground up next. Here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Patriot Underground. Today is November 16th, 2023. Thank you so much for joining me, folks, to discover the truth beneath the surface. I really do appreciate everybody out there taking the time to listen. So tonight, I'm going to provide a situation update, and we're going to talk about some of the latest developments and connect the dots, as we typically do, to once again demonstrate that indeed all of these puzzle pieces are coming together, even at this late stage of the war, when so much remains cloaked in mystery and so many questions loom about the timing and sequence of events. But this is indeed an event-driven war, as we know, and we find ourselves rapidly approaching the precipice of destruction, not just here in America, but worldwide, as consciousness rises and the enemy desperately seeks to continue to suppress and prevent the inevitable ascension of humanity. So where to begin tonight, given all that's transpired in recent days? Well, let's start with the narrative prep that we've been witnessing ramp up right alongside the war in Israel. Of course, we recently saw Netanyahu come out and announce that America is next if Hamas is not destroyed. And so as this war rages on, certainly we know that a major false flag is coming. We just don't know when exactly and in what form. However, it seems increasingly likely to me that the activation of sleeper cells comprised of individuals who have crossed the border illegally will come to define the precipice of destruction that we've long anticipated, that will trigger an overt military response. Now, when we examine this threat vector, we quickly come to the realization that when these attacks take place, it's quite probable that they're going to be perpetrated by foreign deep state operatives cloaking their identity as terrorists, either out of the Middle East or homegrown MAGA extremists, whom the FBI and the DOJ have repeatedly said constitute the largest threat to national security. But certainly with regard to the situation in Israel, the enemy knows how unpopular this war is. And people can recognize that this was a clear stand down order false flag. Certainly the Israelis know it to the tune of 9 out of 10 people who all despise Benjamin Netanyahu. And so the deep state is doing what they always do. They're resorting to the playbook of fear, which historically has worked to suppress the consciousness of humanity. This is the same recipe that they cooked up to get us into the Middle East post 9/11, to set up what they intended to be a permanent shop for U.S. military forces in anticipation of the false flags we're now experiencing to get us into World War III. And so in my view, the White Hats are allowing the deep state to further expose their problem, reaction, solution playbook, with both the US and Israeli governments warning of increased terror attacks to prep the narrative. So that when false flags are carried out, they believe that not only will they have plausible deniability, but also that they'll be able to use it as a basis for more draconian suppression of we the people, while blaming Hamas or blaming MAGA terrorists. But the problem for the deep state is that consciousness has risen all around the world. And a perfect example is the Jerusalem Post poll that I referenced a moment ago. And even here in the US, most Democrats disapprove of fake Biden's handling of this war. And so when the sleeper cell false flags begin to occur on a level that we've never seen before, I do believe a large majority will recognize that our open borders enabled it to happen. And by extension, fake Biden's administration and all of their policies. The stand down at the border in Israel, which 90% of the Israeli population recognizes as such, mirrors the policies here in the United States with regard to border security or lack thereof. And if the enemy attempts to blame MAGA patriots, I do believe this will backfire as well, considering Trump's ever-increasing popularity in combination with the rising consciousness I just spoke of. I certainly think that it's possible that we might see the deep state run false flag operations in response to Trump's live stream trial, which very likely will be yet another miscarriage of justice. Imagine a scenario where Trump and his legal team introduce all of the classified documentation proving the election fraud that this military sting operation set out to do, and the powers that be at the DOJ shutting down this information or somehow rejecting it as adequate evidence and finding Trump guilty of the J6 charges. And under these conditions, it would be easy to go with the MAGA terrorist narrative. The deep state would dress up as Trump supporters and carry out some sort of horrific atrocity in an attempt to distract the public consciousness away from the evidence presented. The deep state could then use this false flag as a rationale to impose even more tyranny on the people, leading us to the brink of civil war and necessitating military intervention. So this is one possibility. And I also think that it makes sense to examine their playbook in a geopolitical context to connect the dots between what's playing out here domestically in the United States and the events that we've seen unfold all over the world, as we appear on the surface to be heading into the next world war, which again, I do not believe is going to happen. Keep in mind, the deep state endgame is global depopulation, i.e. genocide, and enslavement of the 10% of the people that survive through implementing this new world order. And to that end, we have to consider their primary obstacle in terms of implementing that agenda. And that is the existence of the United States in its current form as a constitutional republic, or at least the remnants of what used to be a constitutional republic. And so despite everything else that we're seeing unfolding in the world right now, we need to resist the deep state attempt to divert our focus away from the primary attack vector, which is right here in the United States. This is ground zero. Now, that's not to suggest that the Middle East conflict is inconsequential. We know that there are massively significant infrastructural targets and criminals that need to be dealt with, just like in Ukraine. Think rescuing human trafficking victims, elimination of biolabs, neutralization of money laundering centers masquerading as banks. All of these operations, including these supposed earthquakes in Iceland, to eliminate DUMBs, as we all know, and engage in subterranean combat with enemy forces, both human and non-terrestrial, are of the utmost importance. I talk about these things quite frequently. However, particularly from the deep state perspective, we have to keep in mind that America is the primary target and freedom itself, because that's what's standing in the way of their complete takeover of the planet. So with that in mind, let's discuss what the enemy is attempting to do to bring America down. And this is where we connect the dots between the border crisis, de-dollarization, and the push for World War III. Now, it's becoming increasingly clear that the primary threat vector is the situation at the border, which is why Trump made the border wall a central issue and a central priority during his first administration. We've already seen a barrage of fifth-gen attacks. And as we know, some of these attacks have been carried out with advanced weaponry, HARP weapons, direct energy weapons. And yet this has been but a precursor to what's coming. Folks know that I've provided commentary on Cliff High's most recent prediction of an event of such emotional intensity that it will pale in comparison even to the attacks of 9/11. The latter being a 5 and the former being an 81 on his scale of emotional output by the general population in response to this false flag stimulus. I just mentioned the additional millions that have crossed the border illegally since this pantomime administration began. And at least half are military-age males. We know all about how they're bussed and flown around the country, how they've been given debit cards that get reloaded every single month, along with cell phones to await UN instructions to carry out false flag events. So clearly the enemy has been cooking up something major, which really begs the central question of whether the border crisis is going to spiral out of control and lead to a civil war situation. Now, I will say that I do believe the White Hats have always known that this attack was coming by way of the open border. And therefore, they put significant countermeasures in place. I mean, certainly it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what the deep state was planning at the border. So these countermeasures are in place, including tracking through the cell phones that I just mentioned, the cell phones that they're provided with. Not only that, but there's also deep level infiltration by military assets to both monitor and sabotage enemy operations associated with the border. So we have this situation going on, and as we know, they've been priming the pump for quite some time now. And yet, isn't it curious that the mainstream media continues to divert our attention away from what's going on at the border? And now, all of a sudden, since the false flag attack in Israel, the MSM, once again, is doing what it always does, functioning as a means of distraction, diverting our attention away from the primary threat using fear porn and propaganda. Now, I need to clarify before I go any further that I'm not suggesting that the events unfolding in the Middle East are in any way irrelevant or unimportant, much less disconnected from the cabal's primary objective, which, as we've established, is the takedown of America so that they can roll out their new world order. Indeed, all of these puzzle pieces are connected. We all know that the limitless support of Israel by our government, which is the same propaganda endlessly spewed by the mainstream media, has been an ever-present ideology in our culture since the State of Israel was established, going back to the Balfour Declaration in 1948, which, by the way, is now expired. And now we see that propaganda emerging like never before in the wake of this stand-down order, which everybody knows enabled this attack to occur. Anybody with a functioning brain who knows anything about the border, technology, and surveillance capabilities of the State of Israel and the IDF. And we've got all the usual suspects out there in opposition to a humanitarian ceasefire. We've got marches for Israel that are all over the TV in an attempt to gaslight the public yet again with regard to this Zionist cancer, which, by the way, has been fully recognized by the Israeli population. We're seeing massive demonstrations of support of the Palestinian people all over the world, but most importantly, even in Israel itself. There are massive crowds gathering around Netanyahu's residence, calling him a murderer. And when we look across the world, we can see that there's almost universal condemnation of the war crimes that are being committed in Gaza right now. And what adds fuel to the fire, of course, is the fact that everyone can recognize that this was a false flag. So what's happening is that the deep state is using all of its available assets to get everyone's attention focused on Israel, and for the U.S. to commit its military assets to the region while they prepare for the main assault on America through our open border. And I happen to believe that the main assault is going to be the sudden activation of sleeper cells to carry out hundreds, if not thousands, of simultaneous attacks on the American people. I do believe that that's their plan. I'm sure folks will recall the famous words of Japanese General Yamamoto, who said, "You cannot invade the mainland United States. There'll be a rifle behind every blade of grass." And then, of course, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, he said, "I fear all we've done is awaken a sleeping giant." And why do I bring this up? Well, I think both of these quotes are perfectly relevant and germane to this analysis. Remember that the deep state goal here is to bring down the U.S. from within by employing secrecy and by way of infiltration. The cabal knows that no army can invade and defeat the United States because we're an armed nation. We, the people, our militia dwarfs the size of any standing army in the world. And we have a very proud tradition in this country of fighting to the death for our freedom. A lot of things change, folks, but some things don't. And that's one of them. This is why they've spent decades infiltrating every aspect of our free and open society to gain control over as many levers of power as possible, and then use that authority to lower the drawbridge and to allow our enemies to cross into our territory unchecked. The cabal also determined that the only way to defeat America was to pit its citizens against one another, politically and ideologically, ahead of their main attack. And this is, of course, consistent with their tried and true strategy of divide and conquer. They made the border a political issue, and they used mainstream media propaganda to pull at the heartstrings of an inherently empathetic and moral people, to convince the masses that there's virtue in letting our guard down and ignoring basic survival instincts. This created the political landscape which enabled open border policy to begin with. And so this really brings us back full circle to the attack which was allowed to happen in Israel. The question is why? And I do believe that it's very important here that we pull deep state financial and economic considerations into this analysis in order to put this false flag in its proper context and realize that there's a lot more smoke and mirrors going on than most people perceive at this point. This entire operation in the Middle East is directly connected to the deep state plot to destroy our currency, which derives its value from the most heavily traded commodity in the world, which is oil. We have to keep in mind here that all of this discussion that we're hearing about CBDC, whether pantomime or whether it's not, in terms of its actual viability and implementation, it's the end result in many ways of what the cabal had hoped to accomplish economically by sparking World War III. What's so key to understand is that the petrodollar is backed by the guarantee of U.S. military protection of energy commodities procured out of the Middle East. And this started in 1971 at a time when the deep state needed the United States to be an enforcer of its global policies, which has continued for decades. And at the same time, deep state politicians have crippled our energy manufacturing base here in the United States, despite a vast abundance of energy, of oil, because they don't want us to be energy independent, like Trump made us in less than 3 years. We weren't just energy independent, we actually became an energy exporter for the first time in decades. After this stage, however, when the deep state had consolidated enough power by using our military and advanced their agendas significantly enough across the world, the military might of the United States was then sabotaged in terms of funding, morale, and of course, as we're seeing now, the overall stretching of our forces entirely too thin to be effective. They always planned on moving toward the World War III agenda by whittling down the might of our military at the appropriate time, in conjunction with destroying our petrodollar ahead of the outbreak of hostilities between the three major world religions. So what's happening in Israel is that the fake Biden administration is moving forces into the region, not to stabilize the situation in an effort to reinforce the petrodollar as it appears on the surface, but rather to prompt an escalation that will trigger World War III and then crash the dollar and provide the conditions for a central bank digital currency that would enable them to take control of our lives. That's what the plan has always been. Keep in mind that destabilization of the region and exposure of the U.S. military's inability to assure safe passage of oil, which is the essential backing of the petrodollar, will accomplish the goal of crashing the currency, which would in turn enable the cabal to roll out some new digital form of fiat money. And we could see this happening in many different forms, especially now that our military has sent so many assets into the region. This could come perhaps in the form of some false flag attack on our naval assets in the Strait of Hormuz, for example. It gets rather complex, I'll admit, because on the one hand, it makes sense, or it stands to reason, that the cabal would want to prop up the petrodollar because it's the source of their power. But on the other hand, not only did they see the inevitability of the takedown of the king dollar, especially with the BRICS alliance, the de-dollarization process that's rapidly expanding, but also it's critical to understand that they stood to gain far more power by rolling out a digital currency over which they have complete control. So there's multiple different levels to what's happening in Israel. On the surface, the United States is moving forces into the region to stabilize the situation in order to stabilize the petrodollar, which historically has been why support of Israel is at the center of our foreign policy. But this really is an illusion. because the ultimate aim of the cabal at this point isn't to stabilize the dollar, but rather to hasten its downfall so that they can roll in an entirely new system, which will give them complete control over society. To be honest, folks, it took me a while to understand the full paradigm, but context is extremely important. And once you begin to understand that the cabal rolls out their operations strategically in order to create the illusions necessary for them to hide behind plausible deniability, rooted in a pre-established set of norms that they've already gotten us to accept. Once that happens, it becomes clear to see how they maneuver and how they play both sides against each other at the same time while maintaining their power, hiding in the shadows. All of their current objectives are intended to set up future operations toward the long-term goal of worldwide enslavement and genocide. The complexity and the scope of how the enemy plans multiple generations in advance entirely escapes the consciousness of the masses, particularly because we've been programmed to only think strategically in terms of our own lifespans. And they did this on purpose for what I think are obvious reasons. And so understanding that, you can see very clearly that the stabilization of the petrodollar was only supposed to last long enough to create the conditions to not only crash the entire economic system and roll in a new and improved debt prison of complete social control, but also to decimate the world's population in the process. We always have to think in terms of the puppet masters behind the scenes, pulling the strings of world leaders that they control, and in many cases are compartmentalized in terms of what they even understand about the grand plan, in order to create a divided world that will conquer itself and allow them to rebuild the world on its ashes in their own image. And of course, this is how the economic theater of this war connects to the satanic agenda of the enemy, to have dominion over the earth. Remember that the deep state at this point wants our forces there so that World War III can break out. And at the moment our military is sufficiently bogged down all over the world, they plan to attack us with sleeper cells of individuals that crossed the border illegally into our country. The idea is to focus all of our attention on Israel, while the real object is to bring America down from within, because we really are the final battleground, the only domino left to fall before the implementation of the New World Order. The deep state wants U.S. forces in the region to involve us in the next world war while our border is wide open. That's what it comes down to. And quite frankly, I don't think that it's hyperbole to say that U.S. involvement in Israel is a distraction from the border invasion, which brings us to a conversation about that very issue. Now, this raises a few very important questions. Number one, what have the White Hats done to counter this agenda? And number two, why are they seemingly intent upon allowing the sleeper cells to activate and attack us en masse prior to the triggering of the EBS? Why not just trigger the EBS right now and stop this plan in its tracks? And who knows, that might happen. But let me offer this as a bit of analysis. I believe the answer to that question that I just posed is two-pronged. To allow the people to wake up by seeing the end result of deep state policies, open border policies. And once they become aware, the vast majority are going to cry out for military intervention, thereby averting a civil war. Ask yourself this question. If the alliance interceded right now with the public, so much of which is still stewing in their confusion and in their relative ignorance by MSM gaslighting? Would the public believe that a right-wing military coup was taking place? And would that lead by degrees to civil war, even at this stage of the game? Would people believe the realities of the deep state plan if they didn't have to live through them, at least to an extent? That's a fundamental question. And obviously, people have different perspectives on it. I guess another way to put it is quoting BioClandestine, who actually posted just the other day, quote, theoretically speaking, if you had to unbrainwash billions of people who've been propagandized for decades, how would you do it? Would you abruptly tell them that they've been brainwashed? Or would you slowly introduce this reality to them and show them proof along the way? Of course, these are all very interesting questions. And I dare say that the audience knows that ultimately, I support the tactics of the alliance, even though they can be very difficult to accept as we continue to see lives lost. I firmly believe in this plan. But as I've stated many times, certainly this can't go on forever, which really brings me to the examination of the flip side of the coin. And that is, how many more people are going to have to die by taking this approach? And is allowing these attacks to move forward by not intervening now ultimately going to save more lives than intervening would cost? And that question really centers around the degree to which the enemy is still holding cards sufficient enough to basically force the White Hats to allow them to move forward with their agenda while having hidden assets in place to mitigate the number of casualties, as opposed to being preemptive and perhaps risking an attack far too destructive in scope by triggering the EBS too soon. Timing is everything. Keep in mind that this is still an active military operation all over the world. And obviously, the military is always going to prefer operating covertly, especially given the extremely sensitive nature of their missions. Clearing out dumps, rescuing children and human trafficking victims, battling non-terrestrials and cyborgs and God knows what. And I do happen to agree with Dr. Scott Young that Trump and all of the top white hat generals are trying to perform what is in essence a balancing act for as long as they can between providing the military what they need for operational success, while at the same time managing the financial unraveling that goes hand in hand with the ongoing suffering of the American people, and indeed, people all over the world. The simple reality is that once the economic situation becomes completely untenable, and we see the long-awaited black swan event that we expect will be the onset of a financial apocalypse, that only the rollout of the quantum financial system along with NESARA and GESARA could remedy. Trump and the White Hats are going to have no choice but to trigger the EBS and essentially force the military to transition into overt contact with the enemy. Eventually, this has to happen. It's inevitable. And this is not just going to be in terms of making mass arrests, but also continuing to battle this evil in subterranean engagements. This is a process that I do believe is going to go on for quite some time after the emergency alert and the full takedown of the cabal on the surface is complete. So I happen to believe that we're getting extremely close to that tipping point that I just described, when the White Hats are no longer going to have any choice if they intend on ensuring that civilization doesn't completely unravel in the process of continuing to wage this war in silence. And of course, we know that a major aspect of this conversation is what we're likely to witness when this critical moment finally arrives. And we get to bear witness to what justice is going to look like beyond the speculation that we've been engaged in for the past few years. Now, I happen to believe very firmly that there needs to be truth and reconciliation. If there have been tribunals going on in secret, as has been reported by Jan Halper Hayes most recently, then I'm of the viewpoint that the alliance needs to unravel this web of deception so that we, the people, can finally wrap our brains around the full scope of what's been happening behind the scenes and beneath the surface. Now, I fully understand that this may not all come out at once, and I don't even think that it would be a good idea to expose and disclose everything all at once. It's too much. But I also stand firm in my contention that there's no way for us to move forward as a people unless and until we know the full truth of what's been happening, of what we've been lied to about. They need to explain and disclose everything, because that's really the only way that our collective demand for truth and for justice is going to be satisfied. And that is a prerequisite for rebuilding society on a new foundation. Those of us who are awake understand very well the need for the fog of war. And I certainly touched upon the military's preference for covert operations in the course of tonight's show. I respect that completely. But if we're going to present the public with military tribunals and executions upon the initiation of the emergency broadcast system, I do believe that at that point there needs to be a dissipation of all of these storm clouds, of all of this fog of war, so that we can begin to see with clarity what has occurred, why it had to be this way, and allow these truths to be fully processed by the entire world. Now, before we close out the show tonight, I wanted to take a few minutes to discuss where we are right now financially and provide some perspective on what we've already seen transpire in this economic downturn, which has been accelerating quite dramatically in recent weeks. Clearly, the dollar is in trouble, even though on the surface, it's continuing to increase its valuation in relation to other currencies. And the reason for that, as we've well established, is the dumping of the treasury bonds by foreign nations who are de-dollarizing and acquiring gold in an effort to isolate the king dollar on the world stage. And the dollar's increase is really an illusion. It's only because the dollar has always been the world's reserve currency. So every other currency has the treasury bond as its basis. And so even though these foreign countries that are dumping their treasury bonds are adversely affecting their currencies in the short term, this global alliance being spearheaded by the BRICS nations is systematically exposing the insolvency and toxic debt of the US government. So ultimately, what's going to happen is that as this process plays out, the dollar will be made obsolete and irrelevant on the world stage. And keep in mind that both the deep state and the white hats want the current system to fail, but for different reasons. The enemy is just planning on rolling out the next iteration of a fiat debt prison in the form of CBDC, while the white hats are poised to roll out Nasara and Jassara in the form of the QFS. We already have a massive trade deficit. And of course, that can be traced back to NAFTA in the 90s, which steadily eroded our manufacturing base to the point where we rely almost solely on imports. And because of that, the treasury bond, treasury bill rejection at our ports constitutes a wide-ranging problem. If we rely on imports and don't have much of a bargaining chip as far as exports go, the nations that we depend on can set the terms. And indeed, they already have been. And this is why we're seeing all of these cover stories about labor union strikes. It's to conceal the fact that we have a massive problem settling our trade at our ports because our treasury bills are being rejected and goods aren't getting in. And that's part of the reason why prices are skyrocketing. And at the same time, we're experiencing both massive inflation and interest rate hikes as the Fed chases its tail. On the one hand, being forced to monetize its debt, while on the other, attempting to control inflation by limiting the availability of capital. And this is why we're experiencing the same levels of credit contraction we saw preceding the 2008 crash. The simple reality, folks, is that the Fed and its tentacle banks can no longer engage in lending because they don't have the money. And this is exactly the reason they're trying to implement a digital dollar in the form of CBDC, which would not only enable the deep state to control our spending, but it would also create the conditions to make it easier to steal your money, not to mention control every aspect of your life and turn you into a digital slave who requires government approval of your ideology and of your behavior and of your speech just to meet your basic needs and your family's basic needs for survival. That's their plan. Folks, all of the warning signs of an economic collapse are right in front of us. A perfect storm has been forming. And people who are paying attention, like this audience, can see it with increasing clarity. We've got the biggest credit contraction that we've seen in 15 years. The big banks are selling off their physical assets just to stay afloat. It was just reported that Bank of America, Chase, and Wells Fargo have been unable to process direct deposits due to what they call glitches in the ACH. Although my suspicion is that they're trying to avoid getting caught with their hands in the till. Let's just say that I've heard that off the books, after hours shenanigans with your money is a major aspect of this fiat Ponzi scheme. And the white hats are in the process of exposing the vulnerability of the system to further prompt people to wake up. And as we know, losing access to your money is one heck of an alarm bell. Not only that, it was recently announced in the UK that Russia is using gold to evade Western sanctions, which proves that gold and silver destroy the base of the deep state power structure, because the sanctions themselves are based on the viability and continuity of the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. And indeed, that is being steadily eroded by the BRICS alliance. The fact of the matter is that regardless of how you interpret the economic realignment that's happening in terms of whether the enemy is attempting to insulate the dollar or to hasten its downfall, the simple reality is that the crash is coming. And we only have a short window to reallocate our financial resources, our wealth, our hard-earned money ahead of the black swan event or events on the horizon. So my advice to everyone out there, not being a financial advisor, but actually just being someone with common sense who has eyes to see and ears to hear, is that you should make the transition now into holding your assets in precious metals. The entire world is de-dollarizing. And when the EBS goes off, well, quite frankly, folks, you're not going to have the same options available as you do right now, because everyone is going to be running for the exit of the stock market casino. So again, I advise everyone out there, just based upon what I believe, my personal advice, not financial advice, but my personal advice, that's backed by many, many people that you've heard on my show and on many other shows, is that you take the prudent measures to protect your wealth now while you still have the chance. So click the link in the description for patriotundergroundgold.com, or you could click on patriotundergroundsilver.com. It'll take you to the same landing page, and you'll discover how easy it is to roll over your 401k and your IRAs to brace yourself and your families for what's coming. Don't wait, folks. All right, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed this podcast. Do me a favor and hit that like button if you did, and let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. Also, folks, check out those links in the description. Of course, I just mentioned how to roll over your 401k and IRAs at Patriot Underground Gold and PatriotUndergroundSilver.com. But I also would encourage folks to check out the other links as well. First, I'll mention my merch store. That's PatriotUnderground.shop. You can pick up a hat, you can pick up a hoodie, a t-shirt, a beer mug, a sticker. I have a wide variety of options there, high quality, affordably priced. I highly recommend folks pick up an item or two, and God bless to everyone out there who already has. I also want to mention my rapidly growing locals community. You'll see a link in the description. You click on that link. It's patriotunderground.locals.com/support. And you have two options. You can become a monthly supporter for $5 a month. You'll get first access to all of my new content, and you'll get access to my live Q&A sessions, as well as the Patriot Underground chats and more bonus content that I'm going to be rolling out in the very near future. All of that for $5 a month. Or you can also click on Give Once and make a one-time donation. This is massively, massively helpful to me, folks. I am trying to spearhead this new career as a full-time podcaster so that I can do this and devote all of my time and all of my energy professionally into bringing all of you the truth. So please consider becoming a monthly supporter or making a donation. And finally, before I leave you tonight, I just want to remind everyone how important it is to switch stores and to shop with a patriotic company that supports your political ideology and that's standing shoulder to shoulder with us in this war against evil. Click the link for switch-stores.com in the description. This is the best way to fight back against the big box conglomerates that take all of your money, places like Walmart, places like Target, and funnel it to individuals that have one goal in mind, and that is our downfall. We have to fight back. We have to reallocate our financial resources, folks. We've got to realign them with what we believe and what we're fighting for. And I should also mention as well, when you switch stores, you're not going to be spending money that you're not already spending at these big box conglomerates. I'm not presenting you with an opportunity to spend more of your hard-earned money. I am presenting you with an option of a different place to spend what you're already spending. And in many cases, folks, you're going to save a significant amount. These are top-notch products, non-toxic, manufactured in the United States. They have the best essential oils, the best vitamins, the best hand lotion that I've ever used in my entire life. The products are absolutely amazing. Click that link in the description today, folks. All right, everybody. I'll be back soon with another report. Thank you, everybody, for listening. God bless and Godspeed. Patriot out.
All right. That was Patriot Underground. Yeah. Okay. Up next. Actually, I got two things I got to do here. Let me go ahead and get this pulled up. Just because. Yeah, I got to pause it real quick so I can change the video around. Hey, stop already. Stop. Because, whoop, nope, that wasn't it. Dang nabbit, I clicked the wrong one. If you guys are seeing me click buttons here like crazy, it's not fun at all. I hate trying to have to switch things around. I don't know why my phone is only recording in that upright mode like that, but then I got to click the rotate 3 times in order to get it back to where it needs to be. So let me make it full screen, and let me get rid of the banner. There it goes, full screen. There you go. You ready? Are you ready? Are you sure you're ready? Are you sure you're ready? Okay, here we go.
Aren't you guys something now? Hi. Oh boy. Hi guys. Hi everybody. Oh, I know. I know. Oh. Hi. 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 Everybody knows how to make noise now, don't you? Yeah, you guys know how to make noise now. Oh. Okay. Really? You have anything else to say? How about you?
All right, that's it. Your puppy fix is over. Yeah, they're doing well. They're doing really well. Yeah. And driving me nuts, but yeah, they're doing well. All right, here we go. Let's get into our next one. And we know.
Clay Higgins was on fire this week. The FBI is in trouble. Folks are getting arrested for trafficking. The media and celebs are making it known that they are scared of Trump. The momentum is swinging more and more towards waking up the masses, yet they want to control everything on the internet. We're going to look at this and more. Stay tuned.
Capitol. Can you confirm that the FBI had that sort of engagement with your own agents embedded into the crowd on January 6th?
If you are asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and or agents, the answer is emphatically
You're saying
not.
no?
No.
You're saying no?
Not
Okay.
violence orchestrated
Let's
by
move
FBI
on.
sources or agents.
Are you familiar with you know what a ghost vehicle is? Director of the FBI certainly should. You know what a ghost bus is?
A ghost bus?
Ghost bus.
I'm not sure I've used that term.
Okay. It's pretty common in law enforcement. It's a vehicle that's used for secret purposes. It's painted over. These two buses in the middle here, they were the first to arrive at Union Station on January 6th, 0500. I have all this evidence. I'm showing you a tip of this iceberg.
Mr. Chairman.
These two buses
Mr.
are
Chairman.
painted completely white.
Point of order.
Point of order. Sure.
Just run over the time.
I understand, but you'll recall that Ms. Jackson Lee's been allowed to go 2 minutes before. I've been very fair in letting people finish their questioning throughout my tenure as chairman, and I'll continue to be fair on that regard. But I will make a note to the members, if you could stay as close within your time as possible. We have a lot of people that want to ask these gentlemen questions. So with that, the gentleman yields. But your point, I've been very fair in this, Mr. Ivey, with everybody on this side of the aisle just as much.
I don't think I accused you of being unfair, Mr. Chairman.
You're making a point. Okay, thank you. I now recognize Mr.
May I
Gray.
close this statement, Mr.
No,
Chairman?
I think your time is expired, Mr.
I note that other members across the aisle have been granted time, and I object to my question being closed. This is a very significant hearing, Mr. Chairman, and these buses are nefarious in nature and were filled with FBI informants dressed as Trump supporters. and deploy it onto our capital on January 6th. Your day is coming,
Made your
Mr. Ray.
point, Mr. Higgins. I now
Your day is coming, Mr. Ray. Your day is coming, Mr. Ray. They can't shut the internet down fast enough or control all of the speech fast enough. They're trying. They're hard at work trying to make sure that they can control all the companies putting out information, because the exposure of their satanic rituals, the exposure of their demonic activity, and the three-letter agencies, they are being exposed, as many people for the years have said. I think you're going too far, LT, with Satan involved in all this, and I don't think I am. I think many people are worshiping a false god, and they're getting caught. And what does Clay say? Tip of the iceberg. I've got it all. He's only pointing to one bus, 2 buses. Who knows how many ghost buses were out there? But I'm glad for a few things. Number one, thankful that this information is still being put out to the public to wake up the people, the parents that are mad their kids went to J6. The kids that are mad in college of their parents who went to J6. The brothers and sisters who won't talk to their family members anymore because of J6. It needs to be exposed. Too many people have been hurt. Too many families have been separated because of this one day, this one subject that we keep bringing up since the day after J6. If you go back to my J6 coverage, we covered this all a couple of days after J6. We got it out. We took a lot of information that we gathered and we saw us all play out. Here's one of them.
Unmarked state trooper vehicle, 2 black SUVs. There's 3 state vehicles, state trooper vehicles escorted 4 Antifa shuttle buses right here front and center.
Right here front and center. Shuttle buses. Antifa. And he's showing you on his phone all of the shuttle buses going by, that went by. And they're unloading. And then they head over. Let's see. They start changing their clothes. So I'm going to bring this over. They start changing. Changing clothes. Red and blue in the bushes at the end. She yells, delete that. They were caught. We showed all this. We got this coverage because all of this information was plain as day out there for everyone to gather. We covered it. Tony Saruga says, my partners and I have been lifetime data scientists. We own the digital ID of every mobile device computer in the U.S. and have indexed and archived every IP address in the world. Our extensive experience in big and deep data, including geotracking and geolocation, makes our dozens of data companies the top authority for providing data to corporations, law enforcement, and U.S. government agencies like the CIA, NSA, DOD, DIA, NGA, FBI, as well as Interpol and foreign intelligence organizations. There are a number of videos documenting these ghost buses as well as a number of mostly nondescript DOJ vans that dropped off ninja-wearing individuals that appear in other videos to have breached the Capitol, cutting fencing, removing barricades, opening doors, and other nefarious behaviors. We also tracked the infamous J6 pipe bomber from one of these vans. We eventually tracked them to Virginia Metro Station, where a perfect capture of their vehicle license plate was made. The FBI has all this information. Shortly after they were alerted, however, AT&T mysteriously accidentally corrupted that and only that particular cell phone user's data. Get out of here. And so I've been showing you this video because I love it, from Woo's News. And you know what's really cool? When I was scrolling down on the comments, I came here from And We Know, says J1976. This video is very informative and so hilarious. A lot of folks put in here that they got here from And We Know, heard about it from LT. For some reason, he cannot follow. Well, I can follow now. I just wasn't logged in properly. I changed my password. And We Know sent me. This is brilliant. Yeah, there's some language in it. Hopefully, we're able to edit it out. But you know, these guys were all part of the whole plan. Every single person, everybody that you see, he shows them. He goes through it in detail. It probably took him, I think he said it took almost 6 months to 8 months, I believe, gathered all this and put together their whole scenario. The whole thing was put together. It was all fake. Here we go. Some more for you.
Like he's Santa Claus.
Ugh, just ginning up the crowd with empty promises. Per usual. Question: how many bodyguards does it take to lift a beach well from a stage made of folded chairs? Now let's check in one last time with Angel Walsh over at the Southwest Channel entrance.
I had to run away because there was a big loud boom and then there was some green gas.
See all those people in the background? In line, waiting for their turn to go. Have any of y'all ever been a background actor? Yeah, it looks just like this. All actors, not recording. Now these are our filler characters. They're mostly here to chant and take up space. So that's one group. Now another group comes in. You want to bring them in organically, in waves. So if you are an actor and you see a camera on, you're going to do what this little girl does. You're going to show off your little sign. Creepy. Oh, you don't think they would employ children? Okay, you've got a lot to learn. They're all just standing there, waiting for their turn.
And they just keep on coming.
Notice how they're all coming from the right, instead of cutting through where this gap is. Because we want to make it seem like these people walk from Pennsylvania Avenue. And nobody's going to get into character until they arrive. That's why they all look so dead inside. Remember how we said earlier the summoning was part of the show? Well, it isn't right here. And look what the crack dragged in. It's Mike Cernovich.
Going over the lawn and push forward as far as you can.
Now before we go, let's take a closer look at our line of background actors that extends north from the Garfield Monument to the Ulysses S. Grant Monument. And remember, the street closest to the Garfield Monument, First Street Southwest, and Southwest Drive have been restricted from our public for years. Yep, all these folks still waiting to go in. These are all paid protesters, people. Look at the line. And that concludes our Southwest analysis with Angel Walsh. We were very grateful to find this footage. And we thank you and your husband for capturing it. Back on the east side, oh, we've got a little commotion. And what, pray tell, do you think was carried on this truck bed? Notice this cardboard tube for later. And they just pull the barricades down here on the South Terrace while the cops do what they do best, retreat. It's not every day that you see Chinese grandmas contributing to your mass programming.
Wow. I'm gonna go ahead and guess stop being so gullible wasn't anyone's New Year's resolution for 2021. How the hell do of the kerfuffle that happened between the protesters and the cops when they got past the barricades?
Police are squabbling with protesters. Oh, there we go.
Squabbling? Maybe they stormed it. Maybe they walked right in.
And that's exactly what they do. From the northeast to the southeast plaza, obstacle 1 is complete. Push those barricades. See this cop tugging on a Kool-Aid man, drops his flag, never to retrieve it, just to slow it down, to whisper sweet nothings. While these cops fake retreat, notice this massive stash of water. Yep, as they keep pouring in from all sides. Retreat, retreat, at the same.
Absolutely amazing. Pausing it there. I put it in the description box below. I leave it there. Everything wrong with the Capitol riots in 889 angles. We need this information out. We've got to continue to share it. So folks need to know. Of course, they say that self-proclaimed journalist John Sullivan, convicted on all charges in January 6 riot case. Yeah. He was found guilty on 7 counts, charged with 4 felony counts, including 2 for carrying a knife into the Capitol, along with multiple misdemeanors. After hearing the jury's verdict, U.S. District Judge ordered Sullivan into custody to wait sentencing. How much time do you think you get? My thought on all of this, just to be honest with you, is he's low-hanging fruit. And I really don't know if they're going to do anything to him because he was part of the entire setup. Maybe they're just doing this to make, thousands of people happy that somebody on the wrong side got brought in and arrested. I don't know. I'm just not falling for it all. With all this happening, it kind of reminds me of some of the tools that we have to have, and we need things to carry them in. Check this out.
Well, adventure awaits. Are you ready to embark on your next journey? Introducing the And We Know Backpack, perfect companion for all your outdoor escapades. Crafted with premium materials and meticulous attention to detail, this backpack is built to withstand any adventure. With its ample storage space and smart organization, you can easily pack all your essentials and keep them within reach. From rugged trails to urban explorations, this versatile backpack is designed to adapt to any environment. Experience unparalleled comfort with padded shoulder straps and support back panel, allowing you to carry your belongings effortlessly. That's not all. Our backpack comes in 2 colors, camo and black. So go in that description box below or go to shop.andweknow.com. Click on that ad and it will take you straight there. You'll get this backpack, a game changer for my outdoor adventures. I love how organized and comfortable it is. It's my go-to travel companion. Check it out. That's shop.andweknow.com.
You need people with titanium spines to stand up to the FBI and the DOJ.
Young man, I'll meet you on solid ground anytime, anywhere.
I had a flight that I'm supposed to be hightailing to out of here.
Makes no difference to me. You won't walk away.
I tried to make my break as fast as I could.
My. My colleagues across the aisle will find themselves in a bind this year because we're going to investigate. We're going to investigate what exactly did happen leading up to January the 6th. You'd have had to be living under a rock in America to not know that there was potential for violence on January the 6th. Mayor Browser. My goodness. It begins with a request from the mayor. The mayor made that request on December 31st. The president authorized it on January the 3rd, but on January the 5th, Mayor Browse of D.C., who's deeply connected with my Democratic colleagues here in this body, he had a change of heart, sent out a letter. We don't want any National Guard. So what happened? We're going to find out. I promise you. Director Ray, you explain to my colleagues in law enforcement what a show of force deterrence, how meaningful it is, and how effective it is as we deal with potential for violence, mob behavior, rioting. Briefly, how effective show of force is.
Well, Congressman, with the caveat up front that the FBI, of course, doesn't do crowd control.
Right, but you're my thin blue line brother on this panel because the chief couldn't come. For some reason, the chief we invited is not here. So you're the man on the panel with law enforcement experience. Just share with my colleagues in America just how effective show of force is as a deterrent if you're facing potential violence.
My understanding is that a visible show of strength is a very, very significant factor.
A very significant factor. I concur. Why do you think, America, why do you think that show of force was canceled? We will know exactly what happened. And some in this body are not going to like it. Show of force is a peaceful deterrent. Who could possibly benefit? Let the world ask that question. Who could possibly benefit from the removal of a show of force deterrence on the eve of January the 6th? I'll leave America with that cliffhanger.
Leave them with that cliffhanger, man. Just, folks, I know sometimes I warn you that some of these guys that have big platforms, big boom, sound effects, and more, you watch out for them, make sure that that they're on our side. But man, everything that I've seen from Clay Higgins has just been pretty powerful. But again, we don't want to be deceived. But I tell you, when I see him walk down the hallway and make comments about this battle that we're in and the seriousness that about the way he puts it, it's absolutely brilliant. Other things out there, Louisiana, there's a big and very important election on Saturday for Attorney General, State Treasurer, and Secretary of State, says President Trump. Our Republican nominees, Liz Murrill for Attorney General, John Fleming for Treasurer, and Nancy Landry for Secretary of State, are outstanding in every way and have my complete and total endorsement. With my strong endorsement, Jeff Landry made history by flipping the seat of Louisiana's two-term Democrat governor without a runoff. Jeff will be a great governor. We need Republican leadership in the great state of Louisiana, so please get out and vote Republican on Saturday. Another thing that came up recently was the federal 9th District Court Judge Amy Totenberg has ordered Georgia's Secretary of State into court to explain Georgia's use of Dominion's computerized electronic voting systems, concurring the 2020 election was not secure. There is sufficient evidence to believe that these machines used by the state of Georgia have substantial flaws. A non-jury trial is scheduled for January 7th. Imagine that. Good old Dominion voting. Can you imagine all of their machines being ordered, taken out? Can you imagine the reaction from China, all the money they made from those, the investment of getting the ballots in and all trying to get all of this thing stolen so that they can stay in power? Can you imagine Dominion being exposed on national television for all to see as they get whisked away after they're found guilty and sent down to Gitmo for treason? Can you imagine? Can you imagine their fear day in and day out, wondering what's going to happen next as these judges start getting the guts to stand up against these guys? I certainly hope, and I hope we're praying for Amy Totenberg and her protection. Everywhere she goes, day in and day out, she's going to need it, because we know these snakes, they'll do anything to have her accidentally removed. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of seeing these folks getting taken out, and they need our protection. If anything, we need patriots to surround her constantly everywhere she goes and say, hey, I'm on watch duty for you. Do you mind? Can you hire me? I don't know, for free. I'm retired. I just want to make sure that you've got somebody on duty 24/7. We've got your back. Stay strong. Well, they probably already have people set up for that. I'm just saying. Imagine our country waking up and finally protecting those who need it. So here's a little comedy from old Manchin himself.
Are you seriously contemplating a run for the White House?
Here's what I'm seriously contemplating. And I've said this very clearly, but people always want to say, well, are you going to run? I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure and mobilize that moderate, sensible, common sense middle. It could be a center left, center right. So it could be a person who is involved in the grand old party forever. But they basically say, well, you know, my Democrat friends over here, the old blue dog Democrats, the middle's gone. There's not many of us centrists left. And if I can reinvigorate that, and I said, I will do everything that I possibly can. I'm totally, absolutely scared to death that Donald Trump would become president again. I think we will lose democracy as we know it. And my reason for saying that, you can't normalize this visceral hatred, calling people names and attacking people. You can't basically think the only fair election is the one you win. And the only laws pertain to everybody but you. That's not the country we are. That's not how we became the country. And I'm afraid that Joe Biden's been pushed too far to the left. Can he come back? We'll see. But the bottom line is that's not the Joe Biden that we thought was being elected, to go that far left.
Just to clarify, just to put a fine point, I know you haven't made any decisions, but are you considering running for president?
I will do anything I can to help my country.
Is that a yes?
And you're saying, does that mean you consider it? Absolutely. Every American should consider. If they're in a position to help save the country, I think we're on the wrong course. So I will do everything possible.
They're setting them up, trying to get everybody ready. It's all funny. Ultra Pep Lives Matter. Comical coming from Manchin as his party has basically embraced open borders, child mutilation, sexually propagandizing children, zero medical freedom, and infinite war for the military-industrial complex. Their party is imploding underneath Biden. Imagine if there was no cheating involved in elections. Landslides. Why is everyone so scared of Donald Trump's next term? The fear is palpable. We're starting to learn, and I think most of America is starting to wake up to the fact that most of these elections have been rigged for years and years. If we had real elections that were on guard by the military, being checked, every single one of them, and they counted, I've said this before, I'll say it again, I think Donald Trump would win 85% hands down of the vote from America. Only American citizens day of the vote, paper ballots, even have them stick their thumb on a purple or red little ink deal and put their thumbprint on it, put their fingerprint on it, just like you saw overseas when they had to have the elections over there. They're sick. Who else is crazy? Well, this guy, Rachel Maddow, that goes by Rachel, he wants to build camps for millions of people, but camps for millions of Americans, he says. This is him on a talk show. He's talking about President Trump. Quote from Rachel. He also wants to invoke, he's talking about President Trump. Trump wants to invoke the Insurrection Act, which would allow him to use military force against American civilians at home. And he says he's going to invoke that on day one, which would give him the ability to use the army against us. Rachel Maddow. Is it me or just a lot of politicians and media pundits absolutely terrified that Trump would use the military against them lately? They're losing their mind. They weren't really doing that back when he won in 2016 or prior to his win. Now all of a sudden, it's like they see he's about to take over. Wall Street Apes shared this. Update, the FCC approved. I told you this earlier. They approved the plan to give the federal government complete control of the internet. This plan eliminates what they say is digital discrimination. It makes the internet equal for everybody. But what it also does is it gives the government the access to all the companies to implement rules. And that would include Rumble. The problem is those rules are very vague, and a lot of people are worried that those rules will censor free speech, get the government involved in a lot of areas that you probably don't want the government involved in. The plan passed by a 3-2 margin. How are we going to stop that? Do we go to our elected officials who are all for us and support us? Do we go to our rhinos and our Democrats and say, you guys need to pull these guys in and you have a talk and ask them why they're doing this? My feeling is until everything gets completely changed and all the folks are arrested for their hatred of our country and our freedoms and trying to get by with murder, we won't see it change. I mean, they're crazy, folks. Dr. Jan Halper-Hayes, and I owe her an interview. And if you're listening, Dr. Hayes, I apologize. It's been busy. But anyway, she says, do you doubt that they can't stoop any lower than their evil, vindictive efforts? Time to rethink. What is she talking about? Infant son of a J6 defendant placed on Quiet Sky suspected terrorist watch list. It's pure revenge stuff here. An 8-week-old infant placed on a secretive terrorist watch list. The only suspected but not so reasonable explanation for the designation is that Fisher is a J6 defendant and the infant's father. Most alarmingly, it was not even Fisher who booked the ticket for his child. Fisher's fiance booked the ticket for herself and the infant. Neither was anywhere close to DC on January 6th. They have the stamp SSSS to indicate they are suspected domestic terrorists. Craziness. We're seeing it play out.
The same time that we've had these leaks, kind of official leaks from his campaign, that he wants to build camps for millions of people, that he wants
professional camps, though.
Professional looking camps. I like the no Crocs
exactly.
element. It just classes it up a lot. Yeah. But camps for millions of people and Americans. He also wants to invoke something called the Insurrection Act, which will allow him to use U.S. military force against American civilians at home. And he says he's going to invoke that on day one, which would give him, from that day forward, the ability to use the army against us at home. So floating all of those things at once and calling his opponents vermin, he's deliberately inviting the criticism that he is behaving like a Hitler or Mussolini-style fascist dictator.
Well, he must.
Day in and day out. And folks, that's why it's important that we stay in touch. You can continue to look us up at andweknow.com. There you can find the AUK podcast, the AUK Cruise, AUK Partners, shop, contact, and about and join, and all types of good things there. You can also find our Patriot Light. The site was redone by my son, Brandon. He put this all together. You guys have seen him before. You've seen him on stage talking. And we're just super excited because this right here is updated constantly for you. It's got some mainstream news stuff for you so you can gather information and compare it to those things out there on the truther side and say who's lying, who's not. How are we going to figure all this out? So we've got home, politics, world news, markets, faith. We got the faith there, social news, and resources. All for you guys to just go through. It's almost like our own type of Drudge Report, right? Where you can go there and get everything you need. And other things that we have for you would be our podcast. You can go there and subscribe. Just click on the OC podcast. You see it right here. Right here. When you click on it, it's going to take you to Podbean. When you go to Podbean, I'll just show you right now since I've got a little bit. I wanted to make sure you guys see this. If you're looking at your screen, you can check on OC podcast right here. And when you check on it, it'll have a little red line under it, and you'll have the latest. All you have to do is click on that follow button right there. Click on follow, and you'll see you can download these episodes and listen in whenever you want to. It's absolutely amazing. I'm actually going to be putting stuff on there exclusive just to Podbean. One of those I'm considering is where we do the Bible study. We'll keep you updated on that. We're also on Instagram at OC_828, and we're on Facebook, OC Updates there. Pretty amazing. Also, don't forget, we've got shop site, our merchandise, shop.amweknow.com. You can find all of our gear there, our hats, our bags, shirts, all the stuff that you need for your winter attire and more. It's just absolutely amazing. I encourage you guys to go there. When you wear it, folks will walk up and say, I watched the show too. And before you know it, you've got new friends. Absolutely amazing. Here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear.
In the end, most governments are run by a small group of people for their own benefit without reference to what the majority wants. And I hate to believe that that's true in this country, but all the evidence suggests that it is. In fact, it's provable. You know how you prove it? Public opinion polling. Take a look at the latest Gallup poll. Pick a poll. What are the top 10 issues for people in the United States? And then compare those to the priorities of your leaders. So people are leaving Michigan because it's very hard to make a living here, and you're constantly hassled by a government that never stops growing and that is leeching off an economy that hasn't grown in decades, okay? That's the truth. Take a look at the priorities of the low IQ lunatic who's running your state, Gretchen Whitmer, who deserves zero respect, no respect. Her priorities are what? Putting you in jail if you, quote, misgender somebody? What percentage of the population of the state of Michigan, even southeastern Michigan, is on board with that as a top concern? It's like roughly around 0.1%, okay, in that range. The things that people care about, Gretchen Whitmer couldn't care less about. Because democracy isn't functioning. If democracy was functioning in America, in Michigan, in California, the District of Columbia, where I live, the state of Maine, the state of Texas, how many Texans do you think are all on board with letting 7 million people cross into their state illegally? What percentage? Zero. I don't care what your race or national origin. Nobody is for that. That's insane. Has the governor of Texas done anything meaningful to stop that? No. The Republican governor? He's got a National Guard. He's the commander-in-chief of the National Guard, and it's Texas, so they're all large. And they have double-stack magazines in their sidearms. You think they couldn't stop that in a week if they, of course, just assemble along the border. We're not doing this. No, he refuses to do that. He won't do it. And it's not like no one suggested. I've suggested to him 3 times, including in private at a cocktail party in Dallas last year. What are you doing, man? Don't you have a National Guard? Why don't you seal the border? Oh, it's very complicated. No, it's not. No, it's not. If someone's trying to break into my house, it's not complicated to repel the person. Do you have a firearm or don't you? Are you willing to defend your house and your children, or aren't you? Well, it's more complicated. Really, tell me how. Speak slowly so I can understand. It's not more complicated than that. It's more dishonest than that. You're lying to me. You don't want to do it because your donors don't want you to do it. It's that simple. Greg Abbott. Liar. Liar. And worse than liar, betrayer of your own people. That's what that is. I was polite at the cocktail party, so I didn't say any of that, but I fumed internally like an Episcopalian. I thought those things. But the point is, if you assume that just because everybody wants something, you're going to get it, think again, pal. It's very likely that, in fact, you won't get anything that you want. You will just pay for what a small group of other people want. That's the way it works. Boo! Boo is right. Boo is right. It's not just frustrating. It's a betrayal of the core promise of the country, which is the people rule. That's a criminal act. That is a criminal act. Let's just put this in context. It's not just like you have boutique, weird right-wing views and that's how they want you to feel. Like, oh, you're an extremist. Really? I'm an extremist? I'm the one who let 7 million people into our country illegally, whose names we don't know?
Yeah. We're extremists. We're the terrorists, the ones that stand for truth. They've reversed it all. They've used the movies, propaganda. They've used television, TV series to basically brainwash all of our youngsters. And then they bring in other folks to destroy us. If Trump actually did even half of what he's been accused of, he could run as a Democrat. Ultra Pepe Lives Matter, the status quo that Joe Manchin and so-called moderate Democrats and Republicans produced over the last 50 years included war crimes produced by never-ending wars in foreign countries, the CIA overthrowing duly elected governments, biolabs and experiments on our own people, a comatose people asleep to the corruption staring them in the face, and a satanic cabal controlling politicians through Epstein Island, and blackmail galore. If being moderate means we continue with these atrocities and stay chained to Babylon, then consider me an extremist, someone who can never go back to being asleep. Never go back to being asleep. Right here. And I was thinking about this when I was reading this today, putting this together. And I was thinking about the time when Israel was freed out of bondage from Egypt. And God was sending them to their promised land, the land of Canaan, where all the stuff that keeps happening over and over again, day in and day out, over and over, we keep hearing about whose land is this, whose land is that. God led them to the promised land. And while they were on their way, how many times did they complain? What do you think is the number one thing, as I've taught many, many men, new believers, the number one sin that I see that God can't stand is the sin of complaining. Complaining. They complained and said, we want to go back to our spices and the way that we had our food, and it was so delicious. We just want to go back to Egypt and our slavery. We had great food. All we're eating is manna every day. All we're eating is heavenly bread. I'm tired of it. And he sent them enough birds to choke on, make them sick. He gave them their meat that they wanted. They complained because they wanted their golden calf god. They wanted to go back to their old way of worshiping. And what happened? I think around 3,000 were swallowed in the ground. They complained, oh, we can't go into Canaan. There's giants over there. We're like grasshoppers. We're going to die. They complained, and he said, all those 20 years above, You're not going to make it. I think it's 20 or 21. Forgive me if I'm a little off by a year. But you're not going to make it. You're going to wander for 40 years and we're going to bring you back. I think we've been wandering around. I think that folks are starting to say, okay, enough complaining. We're going to start seeing this over and over again. We have to see it and realize what we're about to lose. One of those things was the visit from China. Xi Jinping comes over. And look at this. James Wood shows us this clip. My father fought in the Korean War. I miss him with all my heart. Yeah, I'm grateful. Yet I am grateful he never had to see an American serviceman holding a communist Chinese flag. What in the world are they doing? How dare they have us hold a communist flag? How stupid. And then you see this guy right here named Blinken going crazy because Biden is explaining, this puppet, this actor, whoever he is, this Chinese guy is a dictator.
President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that we used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country.
You can barely hear him, but Biden's saying he's a Chinese dictator. And old Blinken's going crazy. He's looking down. He's fumbling around. He's just looking left and right. He's going crazy. Then over here, as they're having lunch, if you guys can see your screen, thanks, guys. They're sending the press away. And Blinken, if you look at his eyes, he's darting left and right, and he looks like he's about to cry. He looks nervous as all get out, as if somebody told him something like your life is going to be required of you. You're going down for treason. And somehow he heard that, and he is losing his mind. That's the way it looks to me. I don't know how to read bodies language, but boy, I can read my kids. And man, when things start going wacky, you can read it a mile away. Also, BioClandestine showed us the right are convinced that Biden and Xi are aligned, but the actions of these players don't reflect that whatsoever. China literally accused Biden's own biolab company, Metabiota, of making biological weapons in Ukraine. I wonder if this topic will come up at dinner. Well, what clip do we have for that? Well, this right here. Let's see if we can read it while he's talking. According to open sources, dozens of biolabs in Ukraine operated under the U.S. Department of Defense's commands. These U.S. activities severely lack transparency while having undeniable safety risks. Previously, many locations of the U.S. overseas biolabs saw outbreaks of rare infectious diseases, which triggered protests and questions. These are important reasons the U.S. biolabs in Ukraine arouse broad concern in international society. What is the real intent of these U.S. research projects? Why doesn't U.S. disclose details related to these research projects? What's the relation between U.S. overseas biolabs and its Department of Defense? If the U.S. did nothing but scientific researches and disease surveillance in the labs in Ukraine, why is the Department of Defense deeply involved? Interesting that China would put this type of message out. Huh. Let's see. Wait, here we go. It's time to end magical thinking about Russia's defeat. Speaking of Ukraine, Wall Street Journal essay now claims it's time to end magical thinking about Russia's defeat in Ukraine. Ultra Populist Matter. Wait, you mean Anons were right about Ukraine this entire time and the mainstream media was lying to everyone? Who could have possibly imagined this would be the case after they lied about Trump, Russia collusion, they lied about the vaccine, they lied about masks, they lied about Michelle Obama's. You know what? I could never have seen this coming. What else? The rumored internet takeover by Biden and company is 100% true. We just talked about that. Remember when they cut people off from the bank account, says Truth Hammer? What happens when they declare individuals terrorists and deny internet to companies who employ them? The deep state was never just going to accept Twitter being taken away and letting us speak again. They have no choice but to double down and try again to make us shut up, or they lose everything, especially the ability to keep hunting children. the ability to go after our children, the ability to steal our children, the ability to harvest adrenochrome. I'm adding to this if you're listening in. I believe that's what this is all about, getting taken out. Billions of dollars being thrown away, their money, because they used everything they could in their power to stop us from finding out. Even hell froze over as Michael Rappaport announced he's voting for Trump. You got to be kidding me. All of this coming up and more, making us wonder about our money. Yeah. We've been talking about this. As a matter of fact, I had a new interview that we pulled up earlier, and I was just about to pull it up, and I'm going to bring it over now, but we had a great talk. Great talk. And we're going to release this on Sunday with Dr. Kirk Elliott, because everything we said, we say it's conspiracies and more, but everything that we brought up in this interview has come to fruition. We talked about Citibank, and they're laying off so many hundreds and thousands of people. We talked about Project Bora Bora and how it's coming apart. All these people losing their jobs. Let's see, I've got the title right here. Silver up 100% in 3 years. Big stores slowing down. Huge bank layoffs. Yeah, we're going to see this Sunday. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss this interview. And any moment that you want to reach out to him, you can reach out to andweknow.com/gold. It's in the description box below, and they'll help you.
Right? So we could go back farther, but it doesn't make sense to go back farther when you're looking at a trend, because trends tend to be more intermediate. There's policy changes, there's legislative action, there's all kinds of different things. So you never want to look too far back on a trend. I would say do the intermediate and short term. The last 3 years, last 1 year, silver is starting to accelerate, which is really exciting, because this is why we allocate into it, was to take advantage of times like this.
Yep. Many folks are starting to realize this and more. And to tell you what, it's your chance to get in there now. It's very, very important for all of us. So here's something else as we head back into this world of biolabs and more. I just couldn't get enough of Clay Higgins. I think most of us just love it. He doesn't trust Fauci, and I'd love to play him. Here we go again.
I didn't trust him from the moment I met him. And I began to have, I'm suspicious by nature, perhaps, because of my background, but I generally don't trust the government. And the COVID pandemic appeared to me to be born of a weaponized virus. It was sticky. It injured, weakened, and sickened as opposed to kill, which is always a goal for a biological or chemical weapon in military conflict. Is one dead soldier is one dead soldier, but one weak and sick soldier requires a couple of soldiers to help them. So you decrease the impact effectiveness of that force with a chemical or biological weapon that's designed to cause weakness and fatigue, illness, sickness for a long period of time. And COVID appeared to check all those boxes to me, just as a reasonable man with 6 decades of life. It appeared to me to be weaponized. And then studies, began to be completed across the world. And there was further suspicion behind this thing, just before the vax. And we began to really question exactly what was the connection between the massive entities, the pharmaceutical giants that were going to create the vax in a few different forms. And you had a population that was being groomed across the world.
All being groomed to get this vax. And sure enough, Steve Kerr showed us You can now sue the mRNA COVID vaccine manufacturers for damages, and the FDA is required to take the COVID vaccines off the market. Why? Adulteration. The plasmid bioactive contaminant sequences were not pointed out. So, another thing, Truth in Media showed us, an Orange County toddler died 2 days after receiving 3 routine vaccines. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. The child also suffered organ failure. Trust your gut and don't let them push anything on your children, says her mother. I hope that we're learning, folks. I hope we're starting to learn, and I hope we're starting to go out there and find remedies for any type of illness that we have that comes from God Almighty. Man, I've been learning so much. I learned about bendazole, how it helps get rid of, can fight cancer, ivermectin. We've learned about hydroxychloroquine. I've learned about using ginger for ailments, potatoes, garlic and honey mixed for sickness, and so much more. I hope to have an interview someday with somebody out there that has all this info. Also, former Kansas City Chiefs player Devon Wiley is dead at 35. He played for the Tennessee Titans. I've showed this over and over again, and I'll show you again. COVID BC Vax sudden deaths. They have 37,000 subscribers. They don't know me. I don't know them. I just like their stuff because they keep pulling information from social media that's out for the public to see. 2021, I've had my COVID jab shared with everyone. Told the world, look at me, I'm so amazing. And then 2 years later, like we've been saying, suddenly gone. Just one day here, next day gone. You got so many of these social media posts. I got my jab. Another one. After the jab, all of a sudden you see my childhood friend passed away this week. The one that was bragging about it. The one that was saying, look at me, I'm amazing. I'm protected. Even though nobody died. Well, supposedly there was maybe 1 or 2% that died from COVID. But if you look at their ages and comorbidities, then you realize why. Another one. Trexena mourns the doctor who died at the age of 36. Gone. They're just young folks. They're here one day, bragging about their jab. The next day, they're gone. Can I show you this enough? We're probably tired of it. You're probably like, you know what? I don't want to see it anymore. I get it. But again, it's a reminder of our prayers. Check this out. A letter's going out to soldiers which says, former soldiers who are involuntarily separated for refusal to receive the COVID-19 vaccine may request a correction of their military records. This is from Samasor. Thank you for posting this letter from the Department of the Navy for one of them. It also says individuals who desire to apply to return to service should contact their local Army, Army Reserve, Army National Guard, recruiter for information. You got a Navy letter here too. According to Breitbart, only 43 out of 8,000 service members discharged for refusing the vaccine have returned as of October 5th. You think all 8,000 are just going to come running back after that? You think it's easy for us to send our sons and daughters to say, yeah, go ahead, go in there and serve. Everything's great. They're just, stay away from all those jabs. What if they change it and go back to its requirement after they served, after they go through 3 or 4 years, they're ready to get out and they kick them out 6 months before they get out? Can you imagine that? We need apologies. Then it goes back to these freaks of nature. Like this one. Peter Nygard acted out to achieve immortality. All the heinous deeds that he did to do that. Look at him now. A husk of a man that looks more zombie than alive. Man's attempts to play God end up becoming an example of just how weak they truly are in the face of death. He will have to answer to God one day, and that day appears to be soon. Pride comes before the fall. Thank you, Ultra Pepe Lives Matter, for posting this. They thought they owned the world, yet they were merely stewards of something they could not possess. All was vanity, and only what we do with and for God remains. What else is going on? Barbara Streisand once again making it clear that she won't tolerate another Donald Trump presidency. The actor, singer, and vocal Democrat appeared on Monday's episode of The Late Show to voice her sentiments and ongoing disapproval of the former president.
You've known and supported a lot of political figures. You're friends with the Clintons.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into you dating Pierre Trudeau, but you have politicians in more than one country, shall we say. What do you make of the political climate of the United States now?
Bad. Well, I like Biden. I like Biden. I think he's done a good job. I think he's compassionate. He's smart. He supports the right things.
How do you feel about the specter of a second Trump administration?
I will move. I can't live in this country if he became president.
But where would you go? Where would you go?
Probably to England.
Good Lord. There they go again. All claiming they're going to leave if Trump gets back in. It's almost like they know the writing's on the wall that he's stepping back in and they need to get the word out. Well, you guys, I'm going to leave. You better not vote for Trump or I'm going to leave. See you later. Expired ticket and get her out of here. What else is going on? P. Diddy has officially been accused of sex trafficking and assault. Mainstream media is years behind Anons since we knew of this shady connections to trafficker Rachel Chandler for years. Remember the Intel board, the one that, there's nothing on there. President Trump, you think that these people called QAnon, remember the question they had Q with Anon, they put QAnon, that you're going after, they're claiming that Hollywood's got satanic pedophiles. Cassandra Ventura alleges that she was trafficked, raped, piled with drugs, and viciously beaten by Combs. And there it is on the right. Rachel Chandler Guinness, I am 14 here. She's pictured with P. Diddy. Another guy, Thakun, says prime age, as if that's okay. Then you head over to the Cartoon Network. Anybody still watch that? Anybody have their kids or grandkids put in front of the TV and you say, here, watch the Cartoon Network. Look what they're showing now.
Oh. You found Jared, poor lad. And that's Winnie. Hey there! I am the great Winifred. She, her. Actor extraordinaire. There.
She, her. Actor extraordinaire. We Baby Bears introduces a non-binary characters. They, them pronouns.
New crew. This is awesome. Our crew also has a new addition, Beat Box. They use they, them pronouns, and they make an exceptionally good quiche. You're well met, Box. I use they, them pronouns as well. So, let's get this pirate adventure.
They're after our children. DC Patriot said, new report says Elsa will be a lesbian and have a wife in new Disney Frozen 3 movie. In news that probably won't stun most conservatives, but will leave some liberals joyful. Guess who's turning gay in the latest Disney blockbuster film? That's right. Elsa. Look one up. Verify if it's true or not. But I tell you what, they are going to the lowest levels. They're after our children. John Podesta's friend who debunked Pizzagate, arrested for raping toddlers November 16th, 2023. Fact-checked. Remember? No such thing as Pizzagate. They're crazy. These Q people, they're just out of their mind. Instead of getting balanced news on it to go back and forth with those that follow it and those that don't, they just accuse all the folks that follow it as crazies. Ridiculous. Terrorists. They're bad people for looking all this up and finding out who we really are. Company behind Miss Universe files for bankruptcy after transgender controversy. Is that right? Huh. And they continue to come after us. Kids are cute, but they're not really eco-friendly. One less baby helps the planet. This is from Times Trends. One less baby helps the planet more than giving up meat and a car. What's good for the earth, they say? Activity, not having babies, 58.6. Avoiding transatlantic flights, 2.8. They hate our children. They don't want the children around anymore. Evil. Evil, evil, evil. And then you head over to this scene. Thanks to Pepe Deluxe for grabbing it. Powerful scene where Satan tries to stop Job from praying in The Shift. The book of Job tells the story of a man who had riches and excess but lost it all. When Satan tried to tempt him, Job remained faithful to God. Satan not only tried to tempt him, he took away his children. He took away everything he owned. He actually was filled with boils all over his entire body. And you would think that he would curse God. Even his wife, Job's wife, said, curse God and die. They didn't just tempt him. He took him through hell on earth. And Job remained faithful to God. Check this clip out.
Heavenly Father, it's been a long time. Are you praying? I'm sorry. I need your help. Well, that's a first. I'm in trouble and I can't do this alone. Amazing. I love it. I love it. I love this. He's still praying. Now that I'm unworthy, Father, I also love my children. Do you honestly think that he will help you after what you just did? You are tainted goods. You're not even worth his effort anymore. Even if he did help you, do you think I will ever leave you alone? Ever? There is nothing that I won't do to you. No temptation, no low that you won't sink to. I know you, Kevin, and you are nothing. Nothing. I am greater than him. I am certainly greater than you.
The power of prayer is absolutely amazing. Gone. Our God is greater. We'll finish with this. Grasshopper put this out. The amazing connections at 2030 posted by President Trump, Fox News poll. Fox News poll, President Trump holds huge lead over GOP field. You had the 30-55 in there too. The end is near. There's a poll, POTUS Today poll. It matches all. 2030 is matching with polls as he puts out a poll. Do you think that President Trump doesn't know or is not using comms to let us know how this is playing out? We're battle weary, although this says every battle is won before it's ever fought. Are you awake? I'll say that one more time. As we're going through day in and day out information overload, a reminder, Clay Higgins, Ray, your day is coming. J6 is continually being exposed. They are not letting it go. A judge says, you know what? We don't like these Dominion machines. It's time to look into this 2020 election. We've got Manchin, Rachel Maddow, and others terrified if President Trump comes back in. We've got a terrified Blinken looking around wondering what he was told. I wondered what he was told. We got China exposing the Ukraine biolabs, the United States biolabs in Ukraine that we talked about, we exposed. We've got free speech with Tucker out there exposing Abbott as a liar and Gretchen Whitmer, low IQ. We got Fauci exposed by Clay Higgins. We've got more folks dying suddenly. We've got the military saying, oops, we'll let you back in, but they ain't coming. And we're reminded over and again, how great it is to have communication like this through these podcasts now with the truth, showing us over and over again, these guys are getting arrested, they're getting pulled in, and these films that they're putting out, we've had enough. Enough. And through prayer, we have the power to reach God, and through the Holy Spirit, the enemies pushed away, flees. Never forget this. The end is near. Every battle is won before it's ever fought.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, how wonderful it is to know that we have the ability to talk to you at any second of any day. We thank you that we have the ability to communicate through means like this, through an internet that's still open for us. We see how the enemy works and how he uses his forces to try to shut us off. But we know our greatest communication is with you, and our greatest communication back from you is through your word. Your word is more powerful than any two-edged sword. We know over and over again as we think about those scriptures, as Jesus Christ put out, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man goes to the Father, to you, except by me. We know we don't have to go to any man to get to you. We know we don't have to confess to any man to get to you. We know we have direct comms with you through your Son, Jesus Christ. And we ask, as anyone out there is listening, did you impress upon their heart through the Holy Spirit to give them a conviction of the truth of your Son who came and died on the cross for our sins and rose again 3 days later. May there be many out there who will say, I believe, and I turn my life fully to Jesus Christ. In the midst of all this battle, in the midst of everything that we're hearing, we are impressed more and more by the fact that we need to have saving faith. And so I lift up all of those on the front lines, those that need protection, that are fighting this battle, those that are having their own battles inside of their homes, at work, and more. We ask for complete comfort and rest, that they would call out on your name, and they would feel complete comfort and rest in their souls and their life. We thank you, Father. You are so good to us. It's the name of Jesus Christ I pray. Amen. Folks, thank you so much for tuning in. I ask that you would hit that subscribe button if you would, please. I would really, really appreciate that. And hit the like button too, if you would. Definitely helps us on the leaderboard and gets us up there on Rumble with more than you can imagine, where we get, shared more, right? That helps the algorithm. And also, like I've said before, thank you guys for subscribing to my son's channel, Bowling Bros. Raphael and Noah, they're doing just great work. He just did a video with his arsenal, with his ball, showing all of the bowling balls, bowling stereotypes, unorthodox styles. They're trying to give you guys more and more variety. They even have bowling progression. They're showing pictures and videos of them when they were smaller. So kind of getting in touch with my family. And I'm hoping to bowl with them someday on one of their videos, and we can have a blast getting that out. It's in the description box below if you need the link. So again, thank you for your support of our family. Thank you for your prayers and so much more. You guys are absolutely amazing. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi with them we know, signing out.
All right, that was LT. Yeah. All right, up next, we got our normal X22. Today's just released. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and it's episode 3214 AM. Today's date is November 17th, 2023, and the title of the episode is The Economy is Now Shifting, Layoffs, Inflation. It's all about 2024. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to anti-aging, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of the skin differently to fully combat the appearance of aging. Some supplements may attempt to reduce wrinkles, while others might bring back firmness to sagging skin. But believe it or not, I might have found a solution that removes.
Don't worry, Freedom. We're going to send you pictures of naked turtles. You'll go.
Thousands of five-star reviews back up the notion that this collagen is not only a modern-day fountain of youth, but that it also removes the need for us to use countless. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 53% off, free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled 14 Foods for Amazing Skin, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to healthwithx22.com. That is healthwithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private Western Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, every step of the way, it's all completely and utterly falling apart on them. And you need to remember something very important, that these players, these deep state players, the central bankers, the World Economic Forum, they're never, ever going to give up. Just because it's not working out doesn't mean they stop. Actually, what they do is they continue on with their plan. And that's.
See, now I'm going to really have to look for some. Now I'm really have to look for some naked turtles, because I got to figure out where to find them.
That's why the people of this world need to fight back every step of the way, especially when we're talking about the economy, especially when we're talking about the creation of currency, because the central bankers, they understand once they lose control over everything, and they don't want to lose control. But they are losing control. And yes, and every step of the way, they're going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing to try to take that control back. Now, once again, we can see the Green New Deal is not exactly going the way they thought it was going to go, because remember, hey, before I forget, X22 is launching the second official X22 merch drop this Black Friday called We the People. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to x22store.com. That's x22store.com, or visit x22report.com and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 store. It'll bring you right over to the store. Just enter your email. You'll get a 15% discount. Plus, you'll get a chance to win a free care package. It'll include everything from the site. Plus, during the launch, we'll be unveiling the mystery items. And these will be new products that we add to the drop. So head over to x22store.com, or just click the link in the description. They never thought everyone was going to be awake. Everyone was going to be out doing their business. Everyone was going to be paying attention to what they were doing. And now they're screwed in their agenda. And every time they move forward, people see the reality. They see the truth of the matter, that this whole thing is not going to work. And we could see out in Germany, because that is the template for Europe. Germany, once again, they are having major problems. First of all, their economy is completely imploding. They're losing their manufacturing. They're now paying for energy to be imported into the country, and it's a complete and utter disaster. And right now, Ostrad, Germany, and Heinemex, Germany pioneering hydrogen plant is canceled. Long-term operation of the plant to produce green hydrogen is not economically worthwhile, says the consortium in a press statement. So right now, everything that they were telling you they were going to do, we're going to make the world a greener place, it's going to be a lot better, it's all BS from the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum. And the studies that they refer to are never peer-reviewed, and they try to convince everyone. Remember, going back in time, everything that they have told us has not come true. If you go back in time into the 70s, they told us we were in an ice age. And then when they realized, holy crap, okay, the earth is no longer cooling, we're going through a warm period, and we're not going to see snow anymore, and that's going to end in 2020. And the world is going to come to an end in 10 years. And they said this in the 90s. They said this in 2000. They said this in 2010. And they continually say the same exact thing over and over. And nothing comes true. But the thing that is coming true is we can see their entire illusionary system is completely and utterly imploding on itself. And everything is about to shift. And remember, when they push their controlled demolition of their own economy to try to bring us into the Great Reset, to usher in the central bank digital currency, they're going to be at their weakest point. And this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. But think about what the people are seeing. The people are saying, wow, look at all these leaders that cheated in the election. The economies are failing. Actually, look at Brazil. Brazil's economy is completely imploding. And remember, we had Lula da Silva. He cheated in the election, stole it from Bolsonaro, and now the country has entered negative territory in the third quarter. And I do believe we're going to start to see this all over the world, because what is the central bank doing? They're actually bringing down their own system. Actually, out in the UK, what do we see? UK retail sales, they have dipped by 0.3% in October. Now, The Economist, they thought they were going to go back up 0.3%. Once again, they were completely and utterly wrong. Retail sales volumes now back at 2018 level. And what do we see happening throughout Europe right now? The economies, they are now imploding on themselves. Germany is leading the way, which is going to affect every other country out there. And we can see that all of this, as it completely breaks down, you're going to see the United States start to break down, which we're already starting to see. We are seeing inflation. We're seeing high fuel costs. We're even seeing layoffs, which we'll be getting to in just a sec. But Genevieve Roque-Decter put this out on X and said, deflation alert. After dealing with inflation for years, now the D word is showing up in earning calls. CEO of Walmart in the U.S., we may be managing through a period of deflation in the months to come. Prices of Walmart's groceries are higher than a year ago and sharply up on a 2-year basis. But the CEO says the increases are slowing and could even begin to reverse. Do we think he's right? Well, when we look at the situation, yes, just like fuel prices, they level off. But does that mean the prices are going to go right back to where they were? Most likely not. Wolf from wallstreet.com explains, he says, what we got today confirms what we've seen develop for over a year. Prices of many consumer goods are coming down from their crazy spike. I mean, prices are actually falling rather than just rising more slowly as inflation has moved from goods to services, such as insurance and housing. Falling prices are good for consumers, and they boost inflation, adjusted consumer spending, and real GDP. But they're not good for companies that sell these goods, though their own input costs are also declining. This is what we're seeing elsewhere in consumer goods. Prices are easing off their sky-high levels, but they're not plunging, and there is resistance by businesses to cut their prices. But it's happening. The drop in import prices of consumer goods reflect part of the input costs for retailers such as Walmart and Amazon. But everything now is shifting to services, and 65% of consumer spending goes into services, and inflation is hot in services such as insurance and housing, and that's where inflation now is entrenched. So everything is shifting right now, and we can see that people are still going to have a problem because now everything is just moved to a different location. And once again, it doesn't mean that prices are just going to drop back to where they were. Just like when the fuel prices went up, they didn't drop back to where they were. They're still very high. Prices are still going to be very high compared to when Trump was in the White House. So people are going to start to still see that, wait a minute, okay, the prices of Walmart, they've leveled off, but all of a sudden, my insurance payments, my housing, and everything else has gone up and gone up a lot. So I'm still in a pretty bad position right now, and this is going to be a complete and utter nightmare. But what's very interesting is that the fake news, they're already admitting that we have problems in the job market. Now, remember, we had Biden, we had the Treasury. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to anti-aging, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of the skin differently to fully combat the appearance of aging. Some supplements may attempt to reduce wrinkles, while others might bring back firmness to sagging skin. But believe it or not, I might have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple anti-aging products. It's a special type of collagen, and it's better at maintaining skin elasticity, reducing visible signs of aging, and promoting a youthful complexion that most anti-aging products I've seen typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that this collagen is not only a modern day fountain of youth, but that it also removes the need for us to use countless serums and anti-aging supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 53% off, free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The 14 Foods for Amazing Skin, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to healthwithx22.com. That is healthwithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Even the fake news telling us that the job market was strong. Now, remember, the job market was strong. Why? Because Trump created the job market. When we had COVID, what happened? People didn't go to work. It was artificially created. So they collected unemployment. So they made it seem like, okay, these people are all unemployed. So Trump, he lost all these jobs when he was in the White House, which is absolutely ridiculous because it was artificially created. And then when COVID was over and everyone started to go to work, the people went right back to the same jobs. And they're saying, oh, Biden created all these jobs. No, he didn't. These are the jobs that were already there. Actually, he lost millions and millions and millions of jobs. So now, what are we seeing? More Americans, they're filing for jobless claims. Applications for unemployment benefits rose by 13,000 to 231,000 for a week ending November 11th. And remember, this is the holiday season. They're supposed to be taking on more people right now. But economists, they're looking at the situation and they suggest that continuing claims are steadily rising because many of those who are already unemployed may now be having a harder time finding work, an indication that the labor market is looser than it's been in the post-pandemic era. You think? Of course it is. And what do we see happening? Well, it looks like Citigroup, they plan to announce major layoffs, tens of thousands at risk of being eliminated from the bank. So here we go once again. It feels like we're following in the same exact footsteps that we did in 2008, going into 2009. In the beginning of January, we had Bernanke out there, was the head of the Fed, and he was letting everyone know they weren't predicting any type of recession. But people were getting laid off in 2008. So now we're approaching the beginning of 2024, and we're already hearing the call for layoffs. Now, do you think they're going to lay off right now, or are they going to wait until 2024 to start the layoffs? No, I think they're just announcing it right now. And I think as soon as the new year hits, we're going to see many, many people get laid off. And it looks like we're heading down the same exact path. And once again, the whole job market is going to completely collapse under the pressure of the recession that we're actually in. Now, I do believe this is going to be leading up all the way to the presidential election. And as we approach the presidential election, the economy is going to really break down. And I think the people are going to see this. Now, of course, what are we going to have? We're going to have Biden. We're going to have the Treasury. We're going to have the head of the Fed. They're all going to tell us that everything is fantastic. Don't worry about it. We got it under control. Everything's being stabilized, so you don't have to worry about it. But I do believe in the end, the people are going to realize that nothing's being stabilized because especially when you see, and I remember this back in 2008, 2009, when you had your neighbors, your relatives are all saying, yeah, I lost my job. I can't find work right now. People were struggling. People just left their house because they couldn't afford it. They left everything in their house. So I think we're heading down the same exact path. And people, they're going to understand that there are problems because when you speak to your relatives, when you know friends that have lost their jobs, this becomes reality. It doesn't matter what the fake news is telling you. It doesn't matter what Biden is telling you. That becomes reality. And people, they know because the people aren't stupid. That's why. And the people, they realize, okay, the economy's breaking down. Fuel costs are very high. Inflation is still here, even though the food prices and other prices of goods aren't going up. I see services, they are skyrocketing right now. And we're in the same exact situation or even worse. And then you add on top of this layoffs, it's a complete and utter disaster. Now, I do believe at this point, when we start to head into this crisis, the central bank system, those people that are trying to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal, they are going to be at their weakest. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they're going to use this to their advantage. Because remember, the central bank at this point can't say, oh, yeah, if you don't do what we say, we're going to crash the economy. You're already crashing the economy. What else can they do? Yes, they can create an event to try to scare the people into their new system. But the problem with this is not 1971, where they said, oh, there's gold speculators in the market. Let's come off the gold standard. What do you think, people? People go, that's a good idea. Temporarily? Okay, let's do it temporarily. Well, it's been 50 plus years. That's a long temporary period of time. The people this time around, there's not just 5 channels on TV that you listen to, and you're not just reading the newspapers. People are getting their information from all different places, and the information gets out there, and the people understand what's going on. So this time around is going to be very, very difficult for them to actually push the people where they want them to go because the people are awake. Plus, we do have certain individuals in Congress that are not going to fall for this time around. And I do believe Trump does have his hand in this one. And I don't believe that the central bank is going to be able to push the central bank digital currency very far, because we already know there are bills in Congress that are saying absolutely not. We're not going to a central bank digital currency, because I do believe those people now that are in Congress, yes, it's a very small group, they understand what's going on. And this is why they introduced certain bills, because you introduce the bill and you wait for a certain event. Now, of course, I do believe there's probably D's and rhinos that they have something that's prepared and ready to go when the crisis hits. But I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they're going to have the advantage because they have the people. And if you have the people and the people are awake and they see what's going on, then you can move people where you want them to go. And I do believe the people are going to agree with this, because at this point in time, the people will accept these solutions that Trump is handing out, because they've been watching Biden, they've been watching the Treasury, they've been watching the Fed, and this entire period, they've been lying to the people. Think about it. When Biden first came into office and he was allowed to live at the White House, he's been telling everyone, look, we're going to the Green New Deal. It's going to be great for the country. I'm going to shut down the fuel, the pipeline, and everything's going to be fine. We're going to get everything into a good position, and people are going to see a new world. Well, what have people been seeing? They've been seeing a new world, but not the world that they want. They're seeing inflation. They remember Biden, the Treasury, the Fed. They said, no, don't worry. It's transitory. Don't worry about it. It's just going to disappear. It never did. It stayed here. Biden told us he was going to get the fuel prices under control. Well, he used these strategic petroleum reserves to get the fuel prices under control. And now we don't have the strategic petroleum reserves, and we're heading towards war. And now the fuel prices are going back up. So the people see a lie right there, and they remember what Trump did. So everything that Biden, Treasury, the Fed have been saying is turning out to be a lie, and it's going to continue to be a lie as we enter 2024 and the system completely and utterly breaks down. Now, as we enter this scenario, people are going to realize that the value of the currency, it's losing value every single day. And people are going to start to realize that, I must do something to protect myself. Because if I don't, and bread costs 50 or services go up by 50%, I won't be able to survive. And I do believe a lot of people are going to take this action. And once again, the entire story of that, gold is a barbarous relic or cryptocurrency is used by criminals, that is completely falling apart. Bitcoin Magazine put this out on X and said, U.S. Congressman says cash is king when it comes to illicit finance, not cryptocurrency. So once again, we have people starting to realize, something, the story that, cryptocurrencies, that's only used by criminals. Well, that whole entire argument is falling apart, because look at all the money laundering the banks have been doing. Look at the money laundering that Biden has been doing. And he's been doing this for a long time, and he's been using cash to do this. He's been using the Federal Reserve note to do this. So I think the people are seeing the reality of the situation now. And as we approach 2024, the election in 2024, and as the economy breaks down, we get closer to war, I think the people are going to start to see that these people do not have our best interest at heart. And they're going to see that they're driven by a completely different agenda than what the people actually want. And I do believe at this point, this is going to give the people the ability to take back the entire economic system and actually have the entire system restructured. And I do believe the Fed will cease to exist. A lot of the central banks, the private West central banks around the world, will cease to exist. And once we have a country that is operating without a private West central bank, and people see how fast the economy is growing, well, that's pretty much game over for the central bank. And this is what they're going to try to stop every step of the way, because they don't want people to see this. This is their worst nightmare come true. If they saw the United States without a private West central bank, and the people of the country were creating their own currency with no interest attached, and there was no taxes, income taxes like we see today, and we're funding the government with tariffs, and the economy prospers in a couple of months, like Trump said he's will be able to do. I do believe he will be able to do if you get rid of the central bank. I do believe the economy will bounce back very, very quickly. Once the people see this and the central bank knows the people see this, it's game over for them. They won't be able to come back, not for a very, very, very long time. And I do believe this is something that Trump and the Patriots want to show everyone around the world, not just in this country, but the people around the world. They want everyone to see it. So this way, the people of the other countries can rise up and remove the private Western Central Bank. And once this happens, the world is going to change. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and prosperous.
We're going to end that there because we are jumping right into part B right now. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3214 BN. Today's date is November 17th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Newsom in Focus at the Moment of Destruction. People find the will to change. Panic mode. Let's talk about our health. We're entering a new realm of tyranny. Our three-letter agencies, which were once symbols of protection and order, seem to have been weaponized against us, the American people. If your government does not use deadly force on people raiding into your country, they don't defend those borders, but they'll use deadly force to collect taxes to enforce unconstitutional laws. Then traitors have taken over your country and taken control of your government and is now tyranny. Now, let me tell you about NMN. This isn't just any supplement. It's a game changer. A recent Harvard study showed that MNN can help reduce weight, cholesterol, and even blood pressure in overweight adults. This thing has been dubbed the limitless pill to take 10 to 20 years off you. It's like the fountain of youth in a bottle, but the FDA, they're trying to keep it away from us. Why? Because a healthy, strong population is harder to control. The FDA is attempting to change the status of NMN supplements to be classified as a drug, which would allow pharmaceutical companies to control. This move is not based on the efficacy of safety of NMN, but is aimed at cornering the market and taking the supplement away from you. This stuff isn't cheap, so get 25% off using code X22. Black Forest Supplement is ready to fight for this. They want to ensure that people have access to NMN, but who knows? There might come a day when agents are at Black Forest door trying to stop them from selling this life-changing supplement. Go to blackforestsupplements.com/X22 or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are prepped and ready now to make a change. And you can see already they're prepared to remove Biden and to bring someone else in. Now, I do believe there's going to be many players that are going to actually run for president once Biden decides to step down. But of course, they're going to tell everyone to look at a certain individual. And it looks like the first individual is Newsom. It looks like they are now making a change of batter. Now, what's very interesting about this is that Newsom in California, his poll numbers are going down, and he has skeletons in the closet. And the people of this country, they realize they don't want the rest of the country to look like California. Why do you think the people have been moving out of California? Why do you think businesses have been moving out of California? Hey, before I forget, X22 is launching the second official X22 merch drop this Black Friday called We the People. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to x22store.com. That's x22store.com, or visit x22report.com and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 store. It'll bring you right over to the store. Just enter your email. You'll get a 15% discount. Plus, you'll get a chance to win a free care package. It'll include everything from the site. Plus, during the launch, we'll be unveiling the mystery items. And these will be new products that we add to the drop. So head over to x22store.com or just click the link in the description. California is a complete and utter disaster. So is this switch going to work? Most likely not. But do I do believe he's a placeholder? I do believe so. And I do believe they're already planning to do this. And we need to think about the 2024 election. Yes, they're going to try to use their cheating system. And I do believe Trump is going to counter their cheating system because he's going to show everyone how they cheated. He's going to be transparent. And once people understand the cheating system, this is going to make it very, very difficult. So I do believe once people start to see this, those candidates that really don't have a following, those people that aren't really going to get the votes, they're going to have a very, very difficult time. And I do believe from that person, they're going to have to try to sneak another individual in somehow, some way. And we'll have to see how this plays out. Now, everything that's been going on with Trump right now, where they're trying to remove him with indictments and having him gagged and everything, well, that's backfiring. Because once it gets out of these controlled courtrooms that you have the AG that's controlled, you have the judge that's controlled, and once you bring it to a court system where you have those individuals following the rule of law, everything that these people are doing is going to be reversed. And we're already starting to see this. The gag order already is being reversed. Even if they make a ruling against Trump, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to appeal. It's going to go to the appellate court. The appellate court's going to go, holy crap, there was nothing here. The judge should have never taken on this case. The judge should have dismissed this case. The AGs, they wasted everyone's time, everyone's money, because they knew there wasn't a case here. And that's what we're seeing. So all these indictments in the end are not going to work. They're not going to stop Trump. And I think they're starting to realize this. And remember, Trump is going to use this as leverage, because once they bring up the election fraud case, once they bring up the January 6th case, this is going to work in his favor. And that once the people start to see this information, this is going to be very, very difficult for the deep state. And as we go through 2024 and the economy breaks down, we're entering war, people are going to really wake up. And when people wake up and when people reach that moment where everything is being destroyed around them, this is when the people find the will to change. And we're already starting to see this happen. Remember, you really can't explain it to people. Even if you decide, listen, hey, we're going to be going to war. You know what? The people that you're telling really don't believe you. You really have to experience the entire atmosphere to actually understand what war and going to war actually is. It's almost like COVID. Go back in time. Think about all the people around you that were very, very scared, where people were panicking over this virus. You see, you could tell people these things, but people, they're not going to believe. They're not actually going to find that will to change because they don't have that fear. They don't have that worry. They don't have that feeling. And that's where everyone is going to be brought to. They're going to be brought to that feeling of, wow, if we don't make a change, the world is destroyed. The world that we know is going to be destroyed. So I need to do something I would never, ever do. I need to do something because I don't want the world to be destroyed. And we're already starting to see people reach that point without even getting to war. And the person I'm talking about is Michael Rappaport. But we're going to see many, many of the people. I'm sure there's a lot of people behind the scenes that aren't putting out videos like this saying, okay, I'm making a change right now. And if you talk to your friends, relatives, you know that in the very beginning when they were all for Biden, most of them, a lot of them today are saying, yeah, I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not even voting for the D's. This is a complete and utter disaster. I don't like where the country's heading. And we're starting to see a lot of people switch. Now, to reach the rest, you're really going to have to bring them to a dark place where they are right at that moment of destruction. And I do believe that's exactly where we're going. And remember, the deep state players, they never wanted a population that was thinking logically, that was awake, and that population was seeing everything that was going on, because that type of population they can't control. This is the population that they panic over. And actually, that panic is real, and they are panicking. But you could see there's a lot of people right now saying, you know something, this is the wrong direction we're heading in. I can't be with the D party right now. Actually, we have certain individuals that are not seeking re-election. Now, I do believe we're going to see a lot of people not seeking re-election because remember, when their system completely and utterly falls apart and they don't have control of the criminal syndicate, they're just going to leave. And we're starting to see a lot of rhinos do this. We're starting to see a lot of D's do this. And we have long-serving Democrat Michigan Representative Dan Kildee. He will not seek re-election. We also have Judge Brown. Chief Nerd put this out. Enough is enough, Judge Brown says. He left the Democratic Party. I'm an independent now. I can't stand the Democratic Party. And at some point, it's just enough is enough. You've got a thing right now where they're trying to groom children in school. They're trying to install a secular religion as the official religion of this country. And you can see that people, they reach the precipice at different times. And a lot of people reached it very early on. Throughout the 3 years, people have said, okay, enough is enough. I see the economy. I can't support my family. We need to make a change. The rest of the people, they're going to be coming into the fold as we go through 2024, because as the economy breaks down and layoffs start, which already Citigroup is planning to lay off and many other corporations are starting to lay off. And this is going to become reality for a lot of people, and it's going to hit them square between the eyes. And they're going to realize, holy crap, look what's going on right now. So we're going to see a lot of people wake up. And I do believe we're going to reach a lot of the country, a lot of the D's, I should say, during 2024, especially when Trump shows everyone how the deep state players cheated in the election. Of course, a lot of the D's, they might not believe it. So the other portion of this is going to be a crashing economy and war, which will wake up the population. And remember, you can't explain it to the people. For those people out there saying, well, you know what I'll do? I'll just tell my relatives, my cousins, my brothers, my sisters. I'll just tell them that the economy is going to crash. I'll just tell them that we're heading to war. Do you really want to go to war? Most of these people will not believe you. Why? Because they're not experiencing it. They don't have the fear, the feeling. They don't have what is going on around me. The atmosphere is not there, and they need this to actually see it and understand it. And this is why people have a very difficult time explaining it to people, because they don't have all of that. You need the feelings that come along with it. And I do believe once that is there, people are going to change the way they're thinking, even if they hate it. And it's going to be very, very difficult for them. That's why they're going to find the will to change. It's not that they're just going to make a change. They have to find it within themselves. And the only way to find it within themselves is to have that feeling, the feeling of dread. And that's when people will make the move. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and I think we all knew this, David DePape, he was found guilty of assaulting Paul Pelosi. And remember, he was in there. The police were knocking on the door. Yes, he broke into the house, and he was standing there with Paul Pelosi. Paul Pelosi was in his underwear. One hand was on a hammer. The other hand was holding a drink. So what was really going on here? Now, I do believe they're playing this up to make it look like this guy was MAGA and he was going after all these people, and they're trying to push this. But remember, where he lived in a bus, there was BLM flags and everything else around him. So this whole story is not working for the majority of the people. But I don't think anyone's really surprised that they found him guilty and now he's going to be put away. Because once again, the whole thing completely fell apart, and they had to create a whole new narrative around this to convince people. But I don't think the people are convinced with this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see nominee after nominee after nominee. The Biden nominees are as dumb as a rock. And when they're bringing in a judge or when they're bringing in an attorney general, they should know the law inside and out, right? Because that's their job. This is what they've been doing for a very long time. But it seems every person that Biden nominates doesn't know anything. Now, this is on purpose, because think about it. You need people that you can control. You need people in these positions that are easy to manipulate, because you need to manipulate them to go after your political opponents or to create certain laws that you want created, because these people aren't thinking logically. They don't have the smarts to say, you know, this doesn't make any sense. So it's very interesting. We had Residence Biden's district judge nominee, Sarah Hill. She was unable to explain Senator John Kennedy's the difference between a stay order and an injunction. How can an individual who wants to be a federal judge possibly not know this? Senator Durbin even congratulated Hill afterward for passing the Kennedy bar exam. Talk about grading on a curve. Take a listen to this exchange. Now, you need to really think about this. These people are attorneys. They went to school. They passed the bar. Some of them are judges. They want to be a federal judge. Shouldn't they know this inside and out? Can you imagine going to a doctor and you were going to get an operation and you asked them the difference between the body parts and the doctor didn't know the difference between the body parts? Wouldn't you be concerned a little bit? Of course you would, because this is what they studied and they don't know it, and then they're going to operate on you. You have a federal judge that doesn't know the difference between a stay and an injunction. They should know this backwards and forwards. This should tell you everything you need to know. Just like with Joe Biden, everything that he is doing tells you everything you need to know. Because think about it. Think about what has come out since he became the resident. 20 shell companies, money laundering, dealing with foreign governments, and he has burner email addresses. And yet another burner email account for Biden was just discovered. Molly put this out and said, VP Biden followed advice Hunter sent to his Champ 4 burner email. So once again, there are more and more email addresses. They use this to cover up what they're doing because they don't want to use their governmental email addresses. You got to use the private email addresses. And in the end, this is what's going to get them. Even the drafts are saved. They think that they were slick in keeping this out of government and using Gmail accounts and other accounts. But in the end, when you're doing an investigation and you're looking for the evidence and you see this, this hurts them in the end. Yes, they were in control before. They thought nobody would be looking at this. And if someone did, they'd say, don't look at it. It's none of your business. But now when you actually have people that are actually doing a little bit of investigating and they're actually looking into everything that they've been doing and they're showing the public, the court of public opinion, the people are saying, wow, what a cover up here. Look what they did. A normal individual as vice president or senator, they would not have these email accounts to do business behind the scenes. And the people now are seeing this. You know what else the people are seeing? The people are seeing the two-tier justice system. David Asman put this out and said, so it appears that while Biden illegally took classified docs home before he was president, he doesn't get a criminal charge because he was more cooperative than Trump in dealing with the archives, even if Hunter and the Chinese had access to the docs. Julie Kelly responded to this and said the following: Trump worked with NARA for months, and he was a former president, not a former senator or VP, and turned over 15 boxes in January of 2022. In June 2022, he let DOJ's Jay Bratt, now lead prosecuting a classified doc case, and 2 FBI agents to Mar-a-Lago to look for more documents. Trump told them his team would help with whatever they need. There were records produced under his presidency, produced 38 more files, still got raided by the FBI in August of 2022, and now faces 40-plus criminal charges, including obstruction. So once again, Trump actually, if you strip everything else away, Trump was the president. Under the Presidential Records Act, he can have all these docs. I mean, look, Clinton had him in his sock drawer. I mean, really think about this for a second. He's the president. He's allowed to do this. The vice president, no. As senator, no. This is a very easy case. But again, when you're part of the criminal syndicate, what happens? Nothing. But this is actually hurting them in the end, because now the people see what? They see the two-tier justice system. So no matter which way they go, they're screwed. They drop all charges. Wait a minute. Trump was president. There are no charges against him. Biden was vice president and senator. You drop the charges? Well, they dropped the charges with Biden. They press charges against Trump. Everyone sees the two-tier justice system. They see the difference. No matter what they do, they are screwed. Trump responded to this and said, wow, Fake news CNN, through a leak from the Department of Injustice, has just reported that no charges will be filed in the much bigger than mine, crooked Joe Biden documents case. We are living in a very corrupt country. And yes, that's exactly what we're living in. And the people are seeing it every single day. And the people are questioning this because it doesn't make sense. And as people question this, people wake up. And as we go down this path, it makes it easier for people to see everything else, just like they're going to see what's happening with the Epstein Black Book. Because I do believe eventually what's going to happen, these names are going to be released, and you're going to see that it's the same exact players that are treasonous against this country. It's going to be the same exact players that are involved in pedophilia. It's the same exact players that have been pushing all of this. And what's very interesting is that the Daily Mail put this out and said, Jeffrey Epstein's book claims he and Ghislaine Maxwell were Mossad spies who film U.S. politicians and power players having sex with underage girls to blackmail them. Well, actually, not really surprising if you really think about it. So when is the client list going to be sent out so everyone could see who is involved with this? Because you could see their entire narrative is completely and utterly breaking down. Remember that individual that was brought up in charges? He was the editor-in-chief at the recount and a friend of former Hillary Clinton and campaign chair John Podesta. His name was Slade Somer. Well, this individual who is close friends of John Podesta, who bragged about debunking Pizzagate, well, he was arrested on a sickening slew of child rape charges and having child pornography. So wait, the guy that is involved in all this was debunking the things that he did. So that should tell you everything you need to know, which means this is true. So everything that Liz Crokin researched is turning out to be absolutely true. And it's these people that didn't want to get caught that were telling everyone, I debunked it. Now these people are getting caught for the thing that they debunked. I mean, you really can't make this stuff up. This is how crazy it is. But I do believe the people are seeing all this, and the people are starting to realize that, yes, these people are treasonous. They're part of pedophilia. They're part of human trafficking. They're part of child trafficking. This is a complete and utter nightmare. Look what's been going on in this country behind the scenes. This is what they've been keeping from us. And what has Trump done? He's taken these people, brought them out of the shadows and into the light so you can actually see what's been going on. It didn't start yesterday. This has been going on for a very long time. The deep state players, the criminal syndicate, just didn't want you to know. Trump wants you to know. The military wants you to know. And this is why you're seeing it all play out right now. I mean, really think about this. Biden is in the White House. He's the resident. The D's had control of the Senate and the Congress until the Republicans took back control of the House. Do you really think all this information was going to be put out there if they were actually in control? Do you really think Biden's shell companies were going to be released to the public if they were in control, if the deep state had control? They don't have control. That's the whole point of this. And the people, they see the truth. They see everything that's going on. And really think about it. The people see the border crisis. It's an invasion. And of course, Mayorkas is out there that he's very upset that we're using the word invasion. See, he thinks he's talking to a stupid population. They still believe that they control the narrative. They don't. And that's why they're answering questions like this, because they believe that if they just give a BS answer, the people will just believe them. But no one is believing them. And we can see that this is continuing right now. We had Representative Michael McCaul. He called out the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over his complicity in the unprecedented border crisis. And what happened? Well, we had another representative, Dan Goldman. He decided to actually hit McCaul, I don't mean physically, but hit him with, hey, how dare you speak to Mayorkas like this? How dare you insinuate that, he's part of this and he's allowing this to happen? And that whole argument completely and utterly fell apart because McCaul said, listen, I live in a border state. I know what's going on there. I know that his policies caused all this. You see, they used to control the narrative. They no longer do. And the people are seeing it. The people are fighting back. And it's getting harder and harder for them to convince the population. And as this continues, they're going to lose the narrative absolutely, completely. And I do believe they already lost it with the Republicans, a lot of the independents, but they're going to lose it completely with the Democrats as this continues on. But what are they going to do? Well, they're going to try to censor people. They're going to try to gaslight you. They're going to use every method they possibly have. Because remember, we're in an information war right now, and they need to control the narrative. But they're losing control every single day, and especially with the fake news. Michael Schellenberger put this out on X and said, for months, BBC has demanded greater censorship of its news media competitors in the name of fighting misinformation. But now BBC has been forced to apologize for spreading misinformation. Should BBC be shadow banned, deplatformed, defunded? This wasn't the first time BBC has been caught spreading misinformation. Will at Marianne Spring resign in protest? Will at NewsGuard rating and CCD hate demand an advertised boycott? Will Stanford interns flag BBC and demand social media platforms censor it? Or is censorship only for independent news media? Are corporate and government-funded news media free to spread misinformation? Is that what this is all about? Think about this for a second. Because once again, the people realize that these fake news outlets, they've been spreading propaganda for a very long time. Now they're getting caught in their propaganda. And it doesn't take a year. It doesn't take 2 years. It takes just a couple of hours. And everything that they're trying to push gets debunked. So should they be banned? Should the advertisers leave them? Because this is what they're doing to Elon Musk. They're trying to say, oh, no, he puts out misinformation, disinformation. Oh, he's putting out anti-Semitic information. And advertisers like Apple and others are saying, well, we saw one of our advertisements next to an anti-Semitic, post or something like that. So we're going to drop X from our advertising. So you could see what they're trying to do with X. They're trying to control the narrative. They're trying to put a lot of pressure on X, just like they're doing with True Social. But in the end, this is not going to work. They've tried this before, and it has failed. And the people, they see the truth. They see the truth with what is going on now. And this is why DC is panicking. This is why the deep state is panicking, because they realize they don't have control over any of this anymore. And the more they do, the more the people get angry, the more the people see it, and the more the people push back against it. And it's just going to get worse and worse for them. Just like with Ukraine, the people see the truth. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect right now with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon? You need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzy panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. Forget about all those people that have their ridiculous Ukraine flag on their profiles and all these movie stars going to Ukraine and the politicians going to Ukraine and having Ukraine leader Zelensky, in the Oscars and all the other. Nobody actually really cares because people realize that this is not our problem. We don't want to be involved with Ukraine. And we could see with what's happening in Gaza, Zelensky now is panicking. He was speaking to the new British Foreign Secretary as he visited Kiev, and he actually admitted that the help of the world had been divided by events in the Middle East, meaning the focus is no longer on Ukraine, which means the focus now is somewhere else. Nobody cares about Ukraine. They never actually cared about Ukraine. People didn't understand why we were giving so much money to Ukraine. And now Biden is in a tough position, because the money's drying up. The focus is now off Ukraine. And this is going to be very, very tough for the Biden criminal family. Because remember, he's had many, many dealings in Ukraine. He's being bribed, blackmailed. And I do believe they're already making a plan to get rid of him, because they realize if they keep him in this spot, it's going to be a complete and utter disaster. And I do believe they're prepared and ready to make this move. And you can see around the world, everyone is starting to realize what the deep state, what Soros has done when they brought in the dregs of society from all the Muslim countries. Now, remember, every Muslim is not bad, but when you bring in the dregs of society and you bring them into the UK, the France, to Sweden, to Switzerland, and all these other places, and they are the worst of the worst. And when something happens, they are pushed to, create chaos and to actually show who they really are. You can see it as clear as day. And the people around the world, the people in this country are starting to see this. Radio Genoa put this out and said, in Ireland at Dublin University, a Muslim student threatened Jewish students. We will do what happened on October 7th again and again. Allah Akbar. These fanatics cannot live in Europe. They must be expelled in mass now. Yes, the only way to get rid of all these individuals is mass deportation. Because remember, they've been bringing these people in since 2014, 2015. Because when there was the war in Syria, they took all those people, all the refugees there, and they spread them all throughout Europe. And it hasn't stopped. And the same thing is happening right now. And it looks like most likely there's an event on its way here, because Andy No put this out and he said, extreme Palestine account, Wool Palestine, within our lifetime, who has over 120,000 followers on Instagram, posted a zone of direct actions map where followers can carry out attacks on targets. They list businesses, banks, media, and more. And they show a map of New York City, and they show the different targets: MoMA, Puma, Grand Central, Penn Station, BlackRock, and many others. So it looks like they're preparing, and every day that passes, I do believe we're getting closer and closer to an event now. When this does happen, and there is an event, and it's shown that it is an illegal that crossed the border during the resident's reign, the people are going to go, holy crap, open borders do not work. Now we had an event, people are hurt, and we need to actually secure our borders at this time. So the people, they're going to start to understand and realize, and I think a lot of people already are doing this, they're going to realize how important a wall is and how important a secure border is. Now, I do believe when Trump allowed the resident to live in the White House, he didn't finish the wall on purpose. Remember, he's a builder. He knows how long it takes. He could have finished this wall. But I do believe that if he finished the wall, you wouldn't be able to see any of this. You need to see their agenda. So if he finished half the wall, all Biden had to do was complete it. Now, since he didn't complete it and he let everything rust on the ground, remember, it was already paid for. The people then can see it very, very clearly. And I do believe this was part of the 16-year plan, because remember, Trump, the Patriots, they knew the playbook. They knew part of the 16-year plan was a failed economy, which is crashing the economy, having open borders, infiltration from within, going to war, and you're seeing all of this play out. Plus, you're seeing all these people that were installed in their positions as a governor, mayor. You can see they're part of the deep state, and it's very, very easy to see who they are. Gavin Newsom put this out. He says, a city in Tennessee has banned being gay in public. This is just the beginning. We have to call this out. Now, did a city in Tennessee actually do this? No. What really happened? The ordinance prohibits sexual conduct as defined in the city code. At the time, the city code did include homosexuality in this definition. However, in 2023, homosexuality was removed. Bill Grimmon responded to this and said, the law says you can't be nude or lewd in front of minors. Why does that bother you so much, Newsom? So it doesn't say you can't be, you have to stop being gay in public. It just says you cannot be lewd in front of minors. You can't be nude or lewd, like when you watch the parades. I mean, this is just common sense right now. And the people now are looking at this going, dude, you're wrong. And wait, is this the guy they want to run as president? Yeah, we'll be talking about that in just a second. But we could see that things are about to change right now when we look at January 6th, because we have the Patriots that are in control in there. And Jim Jordan right now of the House Judiciary Committee and the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government has issued a subpoena to Bank of America. The subpoena follows a series of communications between the Congressional Committee and the financial institutions, with the committee demanding transparency over Bank of America's data sharing practices. Documents from 2021 reveal that Bank of America voluntarily provided the FBI with details of individuals who transacted in the D.C. area from January 5th to the 7th, 2021. This action was taken without any legal mandate, prompting the committee's inquiry into whether the bank collaborated with the FBI to collect data on American citizens outside of legal boundaries. In 2021, Bank of America searched through customers' data and transaction records and provided these data to the FBI following the Capitol riot. The country's second largest bank gave data and information to the feds at the request of the U.S. government without the knowledge or consent of the consumers. Bank of America's response to the committee claimed that their actions were part of a legal process initiated by the U.S. Department of the Treasury. However, the committee contends that the FBI, not the Treasury, initiated the contact without a legal framework, raising serious concerns over the legality of the bank's cooperation with the federal law enforcement. And now we have Jim Jordan. He's going down the rabbit hole here, finding out the information. And I do believe the truth is about to emerge. Just like the truth about what really happened on January 6th is about to emerge, because all January 6th tapes to be released today, says the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So Johnson is letting everyone know that they're going to release all the tapes. Now, the people, they're going to see everything that went on in January 6th. Everything the Unselect Committee was hiding from the people, then they deleted the information. Well, now you're going to see it. And I do believe this is going to tell a very different story, especially when you see the confidential human sources. Remember, just the other day, Higgins said to Ray, were ghost buses used? Did you have people on the buses wearing MAGA clothing? And once again, they pretend like they don't know what's going on. But let's see what happens as the pressure builds. Let's see what Ray does. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see Kari Lake. She is not giving up, even though she's running for Senate. She wants to show the people, look, I was cheated out of the governorship in Arizona. And we need to show the people we need to make this completely transparent. And the people need to see how they rigged the election. And I do believe Trump is doing this. And my thing that I've always said is, who's going to be first? Is Kari going to show everyone, look, this is how it was rigged, and people are going to see it first? Or is it going to be Trump? Because they're neck and neck right now. But Kari, like, she put this out on X and said, my legal team has filed for our appeal to be reviewed by the Arizona Supreme Court. This isn't about me. This is about restoring the faith of the people of Arizona in their elections moving forward. 2024 is just around the corner. Maricopa vote must answer for their blatant disregard for election law and procedure before we could entrust them with our sacred vote. And she's absolutely right. And we could see that this needs to be made transparent to the American people, because the people must understand how the deep state cheats in the election. Remember, it's not just the machines. It's not just the ballots. It's those people that they put into place to control all of that. Because without those people, these systems are worthless. Because if you had people in there that saw what was happening, they would stop it. So you need people to control the elections. And when you look at Arizona, and you look at Michigan, and you look at all the other states, you could see that's what they've done. They manipulated the machines, they manipulated the elections, and they needed people to cover it all up. They needed people to control what was actually going on. And you could see already that once this information comes out, this is going to be very, very difficult for the deep state players. And once it comes out, they're not going to be able to do what they normally can do, and that is cheat in the election. Doesn't mean they're not going to try. Of course they are. And this is why they're already preparing to have a change of batter. Because remember, Biden's poll numbers are dropping like a rock. The pressure on him with Ukraine, with the shell companies, with the email addresses, the cover-up, and everything else that has to do with his son, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And if they continually investigate, one leads to another, which leads to another. Technofog put this out and says the following: something to keep in mind. The attacks on Biden from the Democrat establishment coincide with the ascent of Gavin Newsom. How could the DNC avoid a messy primary and nominate their preferred candidate, Newsom? It's in the fine print. Biden is increasingly frail and confused. His dementia is worsening and his economic plan is faltering. His popularity continues to crumble even among Democrats. Consider the possibility that he resigns after receiving the presidential nomination at the DNC 2024 convention. Why that specific timing? Because rules adopted by the Democrat National Committee in 2022 leave the DNC as the sole authority to appoint a presidential nominee where the nominee resigns after the August 2024 convention. No vote or primary needed. Keep that in mind. Newsom is already running a presidential campaign. His tour of China, Xi visit to San Francisco, why not DC? His civil rights stops in the U.S. The question is whether he is targeted for 2024 or 2028. Maybe it's both. This is Newsom's final term as governor. He's barred from running in 2026. Strategically, it's better for him to run now rather than wait until 2028. Think momentum. What does Newsom have to say about a presidential run? Curious. Non-denials. Something to think about. Then we have Biden, who said the following. I want to talk about Governor Newsom. Want to thank him. He's been one hell of a governor, man. Matter of fact, he could be anything he wants. He could have the job I'm looking for. That's interesting. So think about it. They want to place Newsom in this position. They have the ability because they changed the rules in the DNC, and he might be a contender. And I do believe there's going to be a lot of other people that are going to be running for president in the Democratic Party. But think about what this says about Kamala Harris, because she's been in the Biden administration this entire time. So are they admitting, and this is what the country is going to say, are they admitting that the entire administration, everything that they did not work? Remember, everyone was rooting for them. Everyone was on their side in the Democratic Party I'm talking about. And now they're actually admitting that their entire agenda, everything they told us, it didn't work. And this is why he's stepping down. Well, of course, yes, they're going to blame it on dementia and things like that. But why not have Kamala run? Isn't that interesting? But this reminds me of post 2782. And there's a huge graph here of 4 families, 3 generations: Brown, Pelosi, Newsom, Getty. And it looks like all these families are connected. What family runs California? All of these families. They're all connected. Wealth, power, influence. Big brackets, big capital letters, bold, rigged. The more you know. So if they push Newsom into this spot, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster for them. Because think about California. You don't think Trump, the Patriots, you don't think they're going to have a field day? This is going to be disaster because already in California, Newsom has already dropped 11 points. Businesses are leaving California. People are leaving California. Crime is off the charts in California. You don't think the people of this country are going to look and go, wow, look what he did California. Do we want this in this country? And the people are going to see this. The people are going to see what a disaster California is. So if they push him into this position, I think Trump and the Patriots and everyone else is going to have a field day. And this is going to be very interesting, especially when we have the debates for the Democrats. This is going to be a complete and utter disaster for Newsom. But I do believe this might be a placeholder for the person they actually want in this position. They might be testing the water here. Let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. The other thing that's very interesting is we can see that everything the deep state has been trying to do with Trump with the indictments is completely and utterly falling apart, because when you go to an actual court with judges and lawyers that follow the rule of law, they're just going to reverse everything and Goron, everything Letitia James, everything Fannie Willis is going to do, because they're going to look at the case and go, yeah, this is not how you follow the rule of law. I mean, what did they do to Jack Smith? The Supreme Court unanimously overruled everything that he did. And think about what's going to happen here. So already the New York appellate judge has stopped the ridiculous New York gag order of Trump. So Judge David Friedman of the state's Intermediate Appeals Court issued what's known as a stay, suspending the gag order and allowing the former president to freely comment about court staff while a longer appeals process plays out. Friedman said that while it's true that judges often issue gag orders, they're mostly used in criminal cases where there's a fear that comments about the case could influence the jury. Trump's civil trial doesn't have a jury. So what would be the purpose of a gag order? Think about this for a second. It makes complete sense to me. Trump, he put this out on Truth, and he said the following: Judge Arthur Engoron has just been overturned, stayed, and he put that in brackets, by the New York State Appellate Division Appeals Court for the fourth time on the same case. His ridiculous and unconstitutional gag order not allowing me to defend myself against him and his politically biased and out of control Trump-hating clerk who is sinking him and his court to new levels of low is a disgrace. They are defending the worst and least respected Attorney General in the United States, Letitia James, who is worldwide disgrace, as is her illegal witch hunt against me. The radical and unprecedented actions of Judge Engoron will keep businesses and jobs forever out of New York State. I have done nothing wrong. My numbers were low, not high. I have a complete disclaimer clause. Their star witness admitted that he lied and made up his fake case against me, and the Attorney General used a Get Trump platform in order to run for AG and governor. She failed. This wicked attack on democracy must be ended now. And he's absolutely right. But it's very interesting. He said stayed, and he put that in brackets. And when you look at the post, we see post 1965 has stayed in there. And this is August 28, 2018. And down below, it says the following: the world is now united. History books, fake news suppression creates a false reality. This movement is bigger than you can imagine. Silent majority, no more. And this is exactly what Trump has been saying. The silent majority is hotter than ever. The silent majority is no longer silent. The people now can see very clearly, and the country is becoming united. See, when they look at the entire situation, I'm talking about the D's, they're like, look at the division, look what's going on. No, the people are actually becoming united. Those individuals like Antifa, BLM, and the illegals out on the streets, those people are controlled by the deep state players. They are the minority of this country. The actual citizens of this country who love this country, they are becoming united. Even the D's are now uniting with the people of this country who are Republicans and independents. And this is just going to get stronger and stronger as we approach 2024, because we can see it's already happening right now, which we'll be getting to in just a sec. But first, we could see the people, they don't trust the elections. The people now, they realize the 2020 elections were rigged. 62% say yes, they were rigged. And now we're up to 56% of people saying that there's going to be cheating in the 2024 election. Rasmussen Reports put this out and said, election integrity, 56% say cheating likely in 2024. So will it be easier for people to accept what needs to be done? Think about that. Think about what Trump, because Trump said that. People will accept what needs to be done. So if there is a cyber attack and we have to have an election, will people accept paper ballots? Will they accept one-day voting? Well, if they believe there's cheating, yes, they will accept that. Will they accept the military guarding the elections if the country was attacked? Of course they would. They'll accept all of this because the people are seeing the truth. And you can see the deep state players, they're panicking right now. The Economist put this out. Donald Trump poses the biggest danger in the world in 2024. Translation: when Trump wins the election and the people are with him, we're going to go back to the rule of law. Their system is doomed. Their system that they created, where they had the infiltration, where they controlled the agencies, where they controlled everything with their criminal syndicate, comes to an end. This is what they're panicking about right now. The panic button has been pushed. They're in panic mode because they realize as more and more people are on the side of Trump, their entire system that they've created, and that's what people needed to see. You needed to see their system, and we're not finished. More and more people are going to see this because why? The people need to be brought to the precipice of destruction. That is the only way they are going to make a change. And what's very interesting is Michael Rappaport, he now is freaking out because he realized the path that we're headed in is not good. And he's going to have to vote for Trump because there is no other alternative. And he's starting to realize this, and he doesn't like it. But he knows that he's being pushed to a place that if he doesn't make this change, if he doesn't force himself to vote for Trump, the country is lost. Take a listen to him.
Comes down to pig dick Donald Trump and smoking Joe Biden. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Voting for pig dick Donald Trump is on the table. I'm sorry. I'm fucking so. I'll still call him slob dick Donald Trump, pig dick Donald Trump, and all that. But we need to get this whole fucking situation under control.
So we're already starting to see people realize what's really going on. And like I said from the very beginning, until you feel it, until you experience it, until you're in it and you feel what's going on, because the feeling part is very, very important, because that forces you, because the fear and everything else that's around you, that is what forces you to make that change. That forces you to do something that you normally resist. So there's decisions that will need to be made when you're having these feelings: war, death, and destruction, or I got to vote for the guy that I hate because he's talking about peace. I hate him, but I hate war more. So I'm going to have to find this will to actually vote. And I can't stand it. I can't do it, but I have to do it. And that is what is happening right now. And that reminds me of post 4407, June 4, 2020. It says, important to understand, only at the precipice, moment of destruction, will people find the will to change. And I do believe as we head down 2024, the economy crashes, people lose their jobs, people feel it, people are angry, people are pissed off, people have been lied to. And when we approach war and people are hearing the calls for draft and people are hearing, holy crap, we might be heading into a nuclear war, take this a step further. If there is some type of an attack, either by terrorists, or maybe there's a missile fired from a sub, maybe North Korea, from another boat that's out in the ocean, and that missile is headed towards the United States and it's intercepted, people will then feel it. If the country is attacked using a cyber attack, because remember the World Economic Forum, they told us that we're due for a cyber attack, the people will feel it. Now, when we have a cyber attack, it doesn't mean everything's shut down, there's no power, and we're screwed. Yes, they might shut down power in certain areas just to make it look good. But I do believe what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to postpone the elections, because they realize with the candidates that they have and the system of cheating that has now been exposed, they're going to run into a major, major problem. So once this is all transparent and once they don't have the ability to cheat and they don't have the candidate that can actually push this over the top, even though they're going to bring a candidate in, they're going to have to do something else. And I do believe that's postponing the election. And it looks like they're getting prepared to have a change of batter, and they're getting prepared to actually see if they can cheat with these people. I believe Newsom might be just the first one. And if they can't, they're going to have to postpone the election. And once again, at this point, at the precipice, when people see nuclear war, people will then have to make a decision. And when we're attacked with a cyber attack, the people will accept paper ballots. They will accept the military guarding the elections, or the National Guard guarding the elections. And the people will accept one-day voting. Now, of course, when we use this system, this is not the deep state system, so they have really no control over it, which means I do believe Trump is going to win in a landslide. And is the deep state going to be happy about this? No. They're going to ramp up war. They're going to ramp up chaos. They're not going to accept the votes. But look, these votes are going to go to Congress, and Kamala Harris now doesn't have the ability to send these votes back to the legislature. they block themselves, or did Trump trick them into blocking it? Remember, countermeasures every step of the way. You might not see it from the very beginning, but when we get up to this point, you're starting to see what he has done here. And I do believe this is how Trump is going to secure the elections. Now, once again, there might be other methods. This might take a turn, but I do believe we're heading down this path. We'll have to see how it all plays out. But one thing we do know is that the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. There's your X22 for the day. Well, folks, we have run out of stuff to play tonight. Would you believe that? Yeah. We've gone through it all. So we covered everything from the first SGT through the interview there with I forgot his name now. Mark and Seth for the election. We went through we went through a lot. Bill Holter, and we know, and now the X22. So what that means is that Hawk gets to go to bed a little bit early tonight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He got 13 hours yesterday, so half of you probably missed half of that. So I would go back and check that out, especially the part with Dave's interview. And I believe that we're right around the 1 hour and 20-minute mark, somewhere around there is where that starts. So with that, I'm going to say to you all, hey, have a great Friday night. Okay, you got a whole lot of info there. I'll be back with you sometime tomorrow with more updates as to stuff that's going on because we're going to stay on top of it. That was, I may even actually take some time in the morning and start going through those J6 videos and stuff, which will probably put a whole bunch of stuff out there for us to talk about. So actually, I might even get together with Slow Country and Dave and go through a bunch of that J6 stuff and see what kind of info we can put together and do a little podcast on that. So thank you all for joining me. And we'll be back again tomorrow. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Peace.